Let's go! Yeah. Good day, everyone. Good day. How are we doing on this beautiful Wednesday? Welcome to the Wildest Wake Up Show. I'm your host, Sharon Bracey. And every single day, we rebel against remedial rhetoric, and today will be no different. We have to talk about it, goddammit. Enough is a goddamn enough. I do have it saved, right? The video, the Wallow video. This video, I came across a video. It's Wallow. He's a motivational speaker from $1 Million Worth of Game. And I heard this rhetoric before, and I'm thinking, I used to think the same way. Because, we don't waste our time. We get right into it. Good day to you. And, I want to feel that great productive energy from you. So please say good day back. I appreciate it. And I'm starting to think that we are the only ones that have this feeling about ourselves. You know what? I should go play the video and then give my commentary on the video. Because in this time in 2025, I think it is okay for us to be prideful and love who you are. Everybody else do it. Why should we feel guilty about it? I don't understand it. I don't know why. Good day, Miss Jalen. How you feeling today? I don't know why it is some kind of a guilty pleasure for somebody to be proud of who they are. I don't know why, if I'm proud of who I am, why that should stop anybody else from supporting that business. If I have to hold that part of me away from you, then you probably was never my customer in the first place. If you feel offended by me saying where I'm from and how I feel, how I was raised, then you probably was never my people in the first place. What's up, Davey Dix? Good day to you, sir. Then I just need to know, have y'all seen that video of Wallow? At this, he's doing his motivational speaking. He's having a conversation with what I believe is Black entrepreneurs. Thank you so much, Miss Jane. Always holding me down. Maybe I'll play it later. And I think it's Rich coming from, because, he is somebody that has a Black-owned podcast business. So let's talk about this Black-owned business. You ever notice? I'll play the video later on when we get more people. And when y'all start hitting that like button, that shit. But matter of fact, you know what? I'm not even going to waste no time. We're going to close the doors now. God damn it. What up, Otis Who? Because we know y'all ain't going to hit that like button and that share button anyway, right? Y'all love to boycott the like and the share button anyway. Why? I don't know. What up, Otis? Oh, what you mean? Yeah. Stop playing with me, Davey. Right, Miss J. I might as well just close the doors early while I talk my talk and just let my thoughts just run freely. I'm gonna try to pay attention to the chat as much as I can, but I got a lot of thoughts on this topic. So you ever notice how someone says, "Hey, I own a Black-owned business," and there's always one person that's not a good strategy. You're limiting your audience. Limiting? Like, really? Meanwhile, we got Toyotas out here screaming, we're Japanese. Nobody bats an eyelash. We got BMW, like, we're German, baby. And people are lining up to buy cars. But the second a black person says this is black owned, suddenly it's a bad idea. And I just don't think we're doing that today. First of all, the government actually rewards black owned businesses. There are grants, loans, contracts specifically designed to support minority owned business. The SBA, the Small Business Administration, has programs like the AA Business Development Program. And it helps you socially and economically. Disadvantaged entrepreneurs gets a leg up. And guess what? Black-owned businesses are thriving between the years of 2017 and 2022, right? The number of black-owned employer businesses grown by 56%. Might as well say 57%, I believe. Y'all could fact check me on that. And it added over $200 billion in revenue to the economy. This is not just good for black folks. It's good for everybody. What y'all talking about? Who asked you on? Why you bothering people, Davey? But here's the thing. Some people think calling your business black owned is a bad look. That it says divisive. Have you been to any American city? Every community has its own section. There's a Chinatown. There's a Little Italy, a Koreatown. I don't think people's out there saying that is bad for their business. In fact, it is celebrated. People love their authenticity, the culture, the food. But for some strange reason, in 2025, black-owned business suddenly is a problem. Nah. To me, that just sounds like racism with a side of hypocrisy. And let's not forget the black history, right? All of the history. The Black Wall Street in Tulsa, Oklahoma was thriving hub of black-owned business in the early 20th century, right? It was so successful that it made some people uncomfortable. So uncomfortable, they burned it down to the ground. I believe that was in 1920, 1921. Somebody fact check me on that. But here's the thing, the legacy of entrepreneurship didn't die. In my opinion, it's still alive today, and it's stronger. It's stronger than ever. We have so many people that hit the panel, be in the chat, say they got their own business. Black folks figuring out their own goddamn way. Why are we trying to act like it's a problem now? Same thing with the HBCUs. We acting like it's a problem now. Since when being proud or being pro something means you anti everything else? Why is only when it's us, when we are pro black, it is anti everything else? That is not the case. Everybody else could be pro them and not anti anything else except for us. I don't understand that. Can somebody please explain it to me? Look, we got people in the chat right now saying they got their own. Why is it such an issue? David M. He said Negro history. And they changed it to Black history. Shout out to Young. Shout out to Young. Let's see. Make sure y'all hitting that like and that share button. Let's get. But you know, I probably shouldn't even ask for a like and a share button with this with this kind of topic. Shout out to the powdered Dusty. Good day, sir. So let's talk about the marketing, right? We have car companies that highlight their nationality all the time. Toyota's marketing strategies are built around Japanese reliability. BMW, German engineering. And it works. People trust those brands because they know that they stand what they stand for. So why shouldn't Black-owned businesses do the same? So you're saying a Black-owned business isn't just about identity, it's about authenticity? Or is it about saying, this is who we are, this is what we bring to the table? I don't know. It's just weird to me when I see these things. I'm just from a place where I really believe in myself. And I'm proud of it, shit. I'm proud of who I am. I wouldn't change it for nothing. Just like every other race should be proud of who they are. Shit, wouldn't change it for nothing too. Just because I'm pro this doesn't mean I'm anti that. Let's not forget the economic impact. Supporting Black-owned businesses, right? It helps close the racial wealth gap. That's number one. It creates jobs. It builds communities. It drives economic growth. Studies have shown that every dollar spent in a Black-owned business circulate within the community. What you know, when we do it that way, it will circulate at least 5 times before leaving. And that's how we actually build this whole idea of generational wealth. It's the real way how we build it. We know other communities that money stays in circulation and nobody sees it as a problem. I don't understand why some people think it's a bad strategy. They say it alienates customers. Alienates who? If someone doesn't want to support your business because you're Black-owned, they probably never was your customer to begin with, in my opinion. And honestly, because nobody should be offended because of they say I'm this. If Flow State comes on the show and says I'm white, I shouldn't be offended. Say I would never go to your show again because you said I'm white. You're a white-owned YouTube channel. That's crazy. That don't make no sense. So here's the twist to me, right? I think calling your business Black-owned isn't just a strategy, it's a statement. And this time of what's going on. Right? It's saying we here, we thriving, we not going anywhere. It's about reclaiming the narrative is showing the world that what Black excellence looks like. And if that makes people uncomfortable, well, that's their problem. It's not yours. So shout out to all the Black entrepreneurs out there. I need y'all to start saying it loud, saying proud. I'm Black and I'm proud. It's okay. It doesn't mean that you anti anybody else. You're not just running your business. You're building a legacy. And hopefully you can turn it into a legacy. And that's something that nobody can take away from you. So, hey, look, I'm proud of you, goddammit. That's all I got for it. Let me go to that goddamn video so we can bring it up. So you can see that I'm not just coming out the blue with this shit. That these people, it's people out there that are afraid to say that they are proud to be Black and have a Black-owned business for some strange reason. I do not understand it for the life of me. I don't see nothing wrong with it. Everybody else does it. But maybe y'all feel like it is a bad strategy. I would like to know, do anybody out there put a 1 in the chat if you believe that it is a bad strategy to say that you are black on anything? Shout out to American Negroes. Money Marco said it's a bad strategy. He put a 1 in the chat. It's a bad strategy to say you black owned. Money Marco, we got 1 in the chat. Do we got any other ones in the chat that thinks that is a bad marketing strategy to say that you're a black owned business? Let me go find the video. Gordy says 1. Akram Slim says 1. David M says 1. Wow. Good day, conversation with NJ. How did your show go, girl? I seen you. I couldn't hit the link while I was driving yesterday. It was in the thing when I was trying to tap it and I couldn't, so I was driving. That is crazy. So this is a problem. I'm guessing a lot of us believe that black means something negative. This is wild to me. This is the wildest ish I ever heard. I'm flabbergasted. My gasket is flabbered. That so many people believe that calling your business black owned is a bad thing when other communities don't do it. I do not see it as a bad thing. It was hard to, MJ, because you was looking all beautiful and black. Interesting. Definitely a 1 if you are in a white, predominantly white city. Damn, that shit is crazy. What up, Venus? Yeah, I think it's crazy. To me, honestly, I think it's wild and crazy that people actually. So I think if you're in a white neighborhood and you see a Chinese restaurant up and they got Chinese letters and they speaking in Chinese and they talking shit about you in Chinese, you feel like that is bad for business? I don't see it that way. D2, I don't see it in no prop and no. I mean, because of where I'm from, you could clearly go and you can see that this is a Chinese-owned store. Because when you go in there, there's nothing but Chinese people in there. They speak in Chinese language. They got Chinese letters. They got one side of the menu in Chinese and the other side of the menu in English. So that is clearly telling me that they are Chinese-owned. You go to any Jewish community, you understand what you're going into and what kind of food you buying when it's saying kosher this and kosher that. They do state it. They absolutely state it. That's a statement. When you go into, if you go into any neighborhood that is not your own, and you have your own writings on the wall, you have your own people behind the thing, you speaking your own language, I think we could clearly see and say that that is a Chinese-owned business. when they say, oh, why do you want a Mercedes-Benz? Because of German engineering. It's very interesting to me. Why do people buy Toyota? I do not understand. I don't understand why when somebody says I'm a black-owned business, there's always one person who goes, "Oh, that's not a good strategy. You are limiting your audience." Why? What is it about being black-owned makes it limiting to other people? Why is that offensive to other people? What up? The work don't stop. That is fine, Gordon. They could serve one product. I don't mind that. But what about every city that we go to? We have a Chinatown. Who is running those businesses in Chinatown? Do y'all feel offended when you go to Chinatown? Do you feel offended when you see a goddamn Ferrari down the street and it says, and they got the Italian flag and it says Italian made? Do you feel offended when you see Italian made products and they say that they have a higher standard of everything that they do that is luxury because it's Italian made, Italian owned? Do you feel a certain way then? When you go to a family owned restaurant and it's Italian, do you feel a certain way? Or should it just say sauce? Or do you want Italian sauce? Woo, Venus cooking. Like, how is this an issue? People will literally go to a Chinese place. They go get their feet and nails and hands done in a place where they have countless videos of people talking shit about you while you're getting your nails and feet done in their own language. You tell me you don't look at it and say, look at I'm going to the Chinese people to go and get my feet and nails done. You are kidding yourself to act like you do not recognize that as a Chinese owned business. Most people, when they think about going to it, they say, I'm going to the Chinese photo to get my nails done. So why you don't have a problem with going to get your goddamn nails done from a Chinese-owned business, a Chinese-owned restaurant? You go and eat Chinese food from an authentic Chinese person. The whole back of the building, the whole back of the restaurant is Chinese. The front of the restaurant is Chinese. Half of them don't even speak English. How you gonna be mad because I say I'm a black-owned business? Or why? Well, let me not say that part. Why are people saying it's a bad strategy to say you're a black-owned business, but every other business, it is not a problem? I don't understand. Toyota's out here screaming, we're Japanese, and nobody bats an eye. BMWs, we are German, baby. And people are lining up to buy their cars. But the second a black person says, this is a black-owned business, suddenly it's a bad idea. Because maybe y'all missed my first thoughts. First of all, the government actually rewards a black-owned business. Let's get back to it again. To my original thoughts. There's grants, loans, contracts specifically designed to support minority-owned business, the SBA. has programs like the 8A Business Development Program, which helps socially and economically disadvantaged entrepreneurs to get a leg up. Why is it okay for them to recognize it? But I would love to hear people's opinion on it. I would definitely open up the link and so we can have a conversation. Why is it a bad strategy for Black folks to say that I'm a Black-owned business, and for other cultures and other nationalities, it is no problem whatsoever? I don't understand why it's a bad strategy for Black folk. Why was it okay when Ciroc was acting as if Puff Daddy was the goddamn owner of Ciroc? Nobody batted the eyelash then. Because I get it. When it's when you just the face of a business, it's all good. But when you're actually the Black owner of a business, that's when there's a problem. Gordy said that's the reason why sports views are lower, is because they started putting the word Black on the field or on the court. Damn, that's crazy, Gordy. That's crazy to me. But some people still think, to this day, even though the government says otherwise, even though Toyota seems like they don't believe that their nationality is going to make them look a certain way, BMW, so on and so forth. But some people think saying anything Black, anything, is a bad look. They say it's divisive. And I promise you, they haven't been to no major American city where they have sections in each city, with a Chinatown, a Little Italy, a Koreatown, and nobody's out there saying this is bad for business. Nobody. In fact, it's celebrated. People love the culture, the food, the authenticity. So I don't understand why when it's Black-owned business, suddenly it's a problem. It sounds like hypocrisy. It sounds like racism to me. But, maybe it's the history. Maybe it's because Black Wall Street in Tulsa, Oklahoma was a thriving hub for Black-owned businesses, where it was successful. It was so successful that it made some people uncomfortable, and still saying something about Black is still making people uncomfortable, according to Gordy. He says, hey, look, they saw him putting Black on the field and on the courts. Hey, people started feeling a certain way. I mean, they burnt that place down to the ground in 1920, 1921, whichever year that was. Somebody fact check me, please. But in my opinion, that legacy of entrepreneurship, it didn't die. It's alive today. So I really don't understand it. I don't understand it, Gordy, to be honest with you. Jamel's fly, he said he told no lies. He didn't tell no lies. You know what? He said he told no lies. Let me listen to it. Let me make sure I heard it correctly, because I don't know. Let me see.
Oh, I'm Black. I'm Black people. Nobody gives a fuck about that. Kill that shit. Either you got a good business or you don't.
Either you have a good business or you don't. I wonder if people thought Amazon from A to Z starting in the garage was a good business when it first started. I wonder, those new shoes that they got, babe, that we love on running? I wonder if anybody thought it was a bad business when he was using goddamn garden hose to make the loop in the sneaker. And they was falling apart. And now I think it's a $1 billion company now. This whole idea that our business got to be so fucking far advanced, it can't have. This is the problem with a lot of situations why we can't get things done. We got to be perfection. Everybody else, they can have startups and it can have failures. Let me start a goddamn Instagram type of platform, and it goes down for a day. They're like, see, this is why I can't deal with black-owned businesses. This is why, because look, it crashed. They had to shut it down to do some repairs. This is why I can't do it. Oh my God, I knew it. Like a lot of these businesses that y'all claiming that is the greatest business in the world, they had plenty of ups and downs, horrible reviews, and they started in garages. You saying a garage business is a good business? Or is it only a good business because it's making money? You feel what I'm saying, L.A. Wilkes? Why when you say I'm a black-owned business, now all of a sudden you got to say, is it good or bad? This is crazy to me. You should be able to say, I should be able to say I'm black-owned without it hurting nobody's feelings because I'm black-owned. Just because I'm saying I'm black-owned doesn't mean that you cannot come in here and buy my food or my t-shirt or my shirt or my anything. People all day, every day of all different nationalities and races have Italy on their chest, and they are not Italian. All those goddamn luxury brands that's made in Italy, and they have shirts that say Italy, they have the flag on it and everything. Nobody bats an eyelash. They will literally say, we know who the small hat businesses are. Why is no problem with that? Why is that not a bad business strategy? Why is only when it's us it's a bad business strategy? I just want to know. Gordy said, why is the brand black owned not the number? Shout out to Freezy. I know he must have cooked up a very good show. Shout out to the wrong class. Shout out to No Captivity with Freezy. It's an awesome content creator. If you don't know, shout out to all the moderators out here. Drop his goddamn link in the chat. You should be go checking him out. Every time I get a chance to, I'll go and check that brother out. Very good show. Very good thinking. I enjoy him, even when we disagree. This is insane. Thank you, Miss Jalen. And y'all make sure y'all go check out No Captivity with Freezy because hopefully he believes of himself as a black-owned business. And I want to support my black-owned brother. And I don't think if you are of any other race, you should feel slighted or that you are being pushed out because I said he is black. Nobody should be offended because I say what I am, just like how you are proud of who you are. If you could have an Italian restaurant and Italian sauce, what's up, HT? Why me saying I'm black offends anybody is crazy to me. Gordy, what you mean you don't support your own? I would like to understand what you mean by that, Gordy. And us as black folks, we gotta stop saying that we have bad reputation standards. Because guess what? You go inside a goddamn Chinese restaurant or a Chinese nail place or a Chinese anything, they don't got the best goddamn they don't got the best customer service. Sorry. I'm sorry. Those Chinese owned business do not have the best customer service. Absolutely not. Jamal Fowler. Every company does it. Do we not know who is running Ferrari? What nationality is owned by Ferrari? What nationality is owned by Toyota? What nationality is run by Mercedes-Benz? We know who those people are. So hopefully that answers your questions, Jamal. For some reason, it is okay for us to know all of those things. People are now saying that Tesla's in trouble because of what? Because it's a new Chinese-owned auto manufacturer by the name of BYD. Even though they're known for having horrible customer service, even though they're known for bootlegging, a Chinese automaker, a Chinese-owned automaker is going to stir the pot. It's probably one of the reasons why the tariffs is out there, because, you know, Donald Trump is trying to protect his homeboy. We know that BYD company is Chinese owned. Why are we trying to act crazy when it comes to when it's black owned?
All that shit, don't nobody want to hear that shit. That's a hustle. Support me because I got a black business. Is your restaurant clean? Is the food good? Do you got consistent cooks? Is the material on your shit good?
I'm sorry. I don't want to hear that shit neither. Are we saying that all those Chinese restaurants are good? They clean? This is what I'm saying. For some reason, whenever it's considered black, it has to be the utmost highest standard in the world. I ain't never seen any Chinese restaurant that they got the highest level of cleaning, the highest level of clean food, the highest level of the customer service, the highest level of this. These other places don't have that. What are we talking about? Why is it when we do some shit, they gotta be the most perfect thing in the world? Chinese is literally known for bootlegging, making fake shit, making even fake food, and people still go to the Chinese-owned restaurant. And yes, HT, that is the problem, right? We understand it is levels of restaurants. If you go to a restaurant in the hood, you could go to that Chinese restaurant in the hood and it could be dirty as hell, bulletproof glass. They don't even want to talk to the goddamn customer. Yeah, what's your order? I'll tell you all my problems about sir. Okay, 55447. And then they turn back. I said, what the so wow. That's what I ordered. Yes, you ordered the chicken and fried rice. But you just said, my bad, Akram Slim. You sure you order me chicken there? Because all of a sudden I don't see no stray cats around. Don't worry, Chinatown doesn't mean stray cat. Chinatown. They don't want to talk. They don't have no customer service. Nobody say, hey, you got to have the cleanest restaurant there. We understand there's levels to this shit. When you got the 5-star restaurant that is Michelin, hey, that's a different level of restaurant. Nobody's going to compare that one to the hood one. But guess what? That Chinese restaurant that's making the Chinatown is dirty as hell. They still business and they employ people. They got their 10 people and they live upstairs. Okay, Gordy. Even though the Chinese restaurants got the reputation of cooking Chinatown, people still on those spare rib tips. Where the fuck are these spare rib tips? What part of the body is this? That's Chinatown. Why I don't see no more Chinatowns out there walking in the street? But they out there selling you Chinatown. Y'all be tearing those goddamn Chinatowns up too. So no, I'm not going to accept that this man saying that because you are black on all of a sudden you gotta have the most excellent of every goddamn thing in the world. It is not possible, baby girl. Damn, let us build up our goddamn business. A lot of these businesses that y'all say are so great, they started in a goddamn garage. Jalen, it started in a garage. If I start an Instagram today and it drops and for whatever reason I gotta fix something and it crashed, they will say, see, this is what I'm talking about. This black-owned Instagram. It's a problem. Other businesses do the same thing black-owned businesses do. It's the same shit. Why is it scrutinized more because you know that the owner is black? It's crazy to me. What's up, Genesis? I'm gonna get back to writing my jokes of the day. Let me finish dissecting what Wallo is saying. Y'all should be. we're gonna see today, right? We're gonna see it today, right? How they will support a black-owned YouTube channel. Let's see. Maybe they will prove it correct today. That you say black-owned, it ain't good for you. Shout out to everybody in the chat, keeping the chat moving and grooving. I appreciate every last one of y'all. Hopefully that my blackness doesn't make you feel a certain way. Because it shouldn't. It shouldn't make you feel alienated because I said I'm black. Just like if you say you are white, it shouldn't make me feel alienated. It should be crazy.
Stop doing that. Oh, you support the white people? No, I support consistency, baby. Yeah.
See, there go the bullshit. There go the bullshit. They say he's, you support consistency. So he don't even recognize that he put consistency with the white business. Right, Ms. Jalen, there goes the gaslighting right there. There we go, right there. That's crazy. He already put consistency with the. This is wild. And we understand that, yo, just because you are consistent doesn't mean anything. I hear people tell me, hey, Sharon's consistent every single day. Every single day he says something that we have the chat laughing and having a good time. Every day we have the chat where they disagree and scream and yell at me. They still will say it's an echo chamber, even though consistently we've been shown to prove that it's not an echo chamber. Bubba is living proof that this is not an echo chamber. Bubba in here every day rocking out with me, and we going through the battle of our intellects and of our minds, and we don't always agree on things. It's not an echo chamber. Nowhere close to an echo chamber here. We had Gordy in the chat. He disagrees. It's not an echo chamber, right? Where is this idea of consistency shows that people are going to support it? That doesn't mean anything. We know this for a fact. We know when you go into a Chinese nail salon, they talking about your crusty ass feet in their language. That's why they only talk in their language when they're around you. We know most people find it like that's a little weird that every time I come in here, you put it is what it is. That's another good point, Bubba. FUBU clothes. White people still bought FUBU? Yeah. I ain't finna do shit, wrong class. Everybody know who Nike is owned by. Everybody know that Nike is owned by the small hats. Ain't nobody batting no eyelashes. It's all good. I want German engineering. So black should not be offending nobody. It should not be separating you from anybody. You should still be able to hit the like and the goddamn share button because it's going to help the channel out. Well, you black, white, Spanish, Chinese, and you still cooking up to chow, it's okay if you cook up to chow. It's okay. Let's see.
Fuck about what color you is. I'm gonna spend my money. That paper, I'm gonna spend them deals where the fuck I want to spend it at. Whether it's Porsche, Ferrari, I'm gonna do what the fuck I want to do while I'm here.
Look, Porsche, Ferrari, we know those two have certain nationalities behind them. That's hilarious to me. But go ahead.
But I'm gonna tell you one thing, I ain't gonna be finessed off some black shit. But one thing about it, 70% of you motherfuckers is not going to make it. I'm not no motherfucking fake ass motivational speaker that talk this dumb shit. I'm the number one nigga in the country. You know why? Y'all seen me come out of the penitentiary.
I guess you shouldn't say I'm the number one black motivational speaker, but you can say I'm the number one nigga. This is crazy. This is crazy. You cannot say you're the number one black motivational speaker, but you can say I'm the number one nigga motivational speaker. Then it's okay. Oh, I get it. So now I understand it. So this is not a black channel, it's a nigga channel. And then now I guess I can get some love and respect. This is a nigga-owned business. I'm not the best YouTube morning show. I'm the best nigga YouTube morning show. I guess that's what make people say, oh, nah, I fucks with that. Yeah. Oh, I gotta say it 3 times. I'm the number one nigga. I'm the number one nigga YouTube. I am the number one nigga YouTube channel. Now I get it. Now I get it. I didn't understand it before. Now it makes more sense. It's offensive to say I'm black owned, but it's not offensive if I say I'm nigga owned. Because guess what? Because people used to own niggas. Now I get it. Now I get it. I understand it now. It's not okay to say that I'm black owned, but it's okay to say I'm nigga owned because America's owned niggas for. Got it.
I make millions and I make millionaires, baby. You understand me? I come from the ghetto. Us.
Now I get it. Now I get it. I was not understanding before. Maybe now that I say I'm a nigga channel, maybe now I can get some likes and shares. Can you please share nigga out? Can you please hit the nigga like button? Cause ain't no button like a nigga button. Can y'all please hit the nigga like button? Cause you know niggas like likes. Let me go get me some goddamn nigga coffee. That's right. I drink my coffee nigga. No milk, no sugar, no cream. This is nigga coffee. That's what the hell I'm drinking. The best part of waking up is niggas in your cup. Oh my God. Oh man. This is insane to me. I just don't know. I don't understand the disconnect. Points of view is hot. I'm just saying. What's up, LA? I don't understand it. The only time when it's okay to be black is when you are playing the sport, but you can't say it. If you run fast, hey, it's okay to say, hey, you know, he could dance really good because he black. That's okay. It's wild to me, to be honest. It's just wild to actually hear it and see it. Good day, beautiful voice of Venus. Good day.
Good morning. Okay. I'm so happy to be talking to another black entrepreneur right now because some of these people are out of their mind. Okay.
Mm,
I want to apologize to the tether community. I would like to put in an application because I want to disassociate. Black Americans really are like something ain't right mentally with them. It's no other explanation because I don't understand this. Now, the dude in the video, I understand his overall point about just because you're black doesn't
mm.
mean someone needs to shop with you. I do understand that. The
I don't.
discouraging people, that part, no, it's true. Like just because you're black doesn't mean somebody has to come, right? But the part where you're discouraging people to say that I'm black owned, I don't know what's wrong with these retarded people's brains, but they're misinterpreting that for thinking that you're saying only sell to black people. They don't understand that conversation was for the consumer and not the business. The business's goal is to sell to everyone. That conversation about support black business, they're trying to encourage black people to support black owners so the businesses can grow. They're not limiting you to only selling to blacks. So first of all, they didn't even get that right.
Mm,
Second of all, if you go to fucking Google and just type in Chinese restaurant near me, okay, Thai restaurant near me,
mm,
Mexican restaurant near me, there's a plethora of businesses that will come up. So like you said, this is why I want to be a tether now, Sharon, because they're smarter than black Americans. I don't care, I'm gonna say the shit because it's true. They don't feel no shame. They're gonna lead with the thing that makes them different. They'll lead with it and they'll do good and their business will thrive. We have Chinatown here in New York. You know, everybody shops there. There's a ton of black owned businesses all throughout Flatbush, a lot of Caribbean people. Everybody shops there. Americans, white, nobody cares. There are businesses all through Bed-Stuy. They have the stickers on the door, black owned business. Everybody shops there. Also, like you mentioned earlier, you actually get incentivized from the government for being black owned, right? You qualify for things. So that dude in the video is telling you not to do it, but he's not going to give you funding for your business, is he?
mm, mm.
So I
It's
just
weird.
can't.
It's
I just
weird.
wanted to again apologize to the Tether community. Please accept me. I don't belong here. Okay.
And it's just weird to hear it when like, and at one point I used to understand, like, you know, it's the worst part about it. I used to understand what his sentiment was at one point, but now I see that as a
No,
different, like, I understand
no,
that
I
it
saw
is,
the part about just because you're black. I did get that. Um, I think he
but,
left some things out too when he's saying
here's the
I'm
thing.
this and I'm that. He had a
Mm,
somebody on the outside who was already developed who could just give him a handout when he came home. So he's speaking down on people who are building from nothing with no help, right? And I don't like that either when black people do that. Everybody don't have a cousin or a friend in the industry who's already established, so when they get out of jail, they could put them on. That was your situation, but you're talking shit about people who trying to build something from nothing.
mm. So my problem with it is that like other communities literally, I don't give a fuck who is mad that I say literally, right? Other communities will literally buy something just because they are that. They will
And that's the
literally go to
point.
a Mexican and say, "Hey, I'm gonna buy you because you Mexican. I'm
This
gonna
is
buy
what they
your
do.
I'm gonna buy your Mexican album because you are Mexican."
You know why? Because, like I said, the tethers are smarter than African. I'm really mean this shit.
No,
They
but what
do
I'm
that
saying
on
is that
purpose
so the
because
reason
they
why I said it
understand it's necessary for them to grow. If you are the minority and you're
mm,
starting off already at a disadvantage, you have to try and get as much support as you can where you can. And the goal is to help each other grow the business. Like it's simple. It's not
So but
you
what I'm
have to
saying,
shop because I'm black, but they understand they want to. Oh, I'm Mexican. I want to support my Mexican brother first if I can. Now, if you can't, you can't. But if you can, you do. Like it's real simple.
and so
Everybody else practices
what I'm saying is,
nepotism.
what I'm saying, Venus, is that so that's why he's run when he said, "Hey, just buy because I'm black." It's a lie. It's only us that feel that way. Other
Well,
communities,
this is where I halfway agree.
they
This is
feel
what
awesome. Hey, look, you know, Ferrari and Lamborghini, they probably one of the worst built cars in America. They break down horribly. They got some of the most, they are some of the most unreliable cars in America. Nobody says that that is a bad car company.
so here's why I partially agree with some of what he said, right?
And
Because
if it was
unfortunately, these dumbass black
Venus,
Americans, right? They have ruined the reputation of black business with the shit that they say. They have done that to their own brothers and sisters, right? So now, because there's this reputation that the customer service is bad, right? Anytime you hear black people talk about any dealings in business with black people, what do they say? They say negative things. Oh, the attitudes, the customer service. Look at all the shit he said. Is your restaurant clean? Is this? He automatically assumes the negative because that's what happens when people constantly spew negativity about a group, right? And so it's crazy that our own group does it to ourselves. So because now that we have that negative reputation, I would agree that at this point, yes, your customer service better be top tier. Even if the environment ain't great, that's fine. You're doing what you can, but yeah, I do agree with this. You can't be rude and disrespectful
yes, you
and
can.
expecting people. No, but we shouldn't model ourselves after
No,
other
absolutely
people.
should. That's the problem,
No,
Venus.
we shouldn't. No,
No,
we shouldn't.
no, that's the problem. Next person that comes, I'm like, what the fuck you want? Why are you in here trying to spend your money with me? Get the fuck out my restaurant. They gonna, you know what they gonna say, Venus?
It'll come
Why?
back.
Why I can't spend money with you? Why you get? Did you say that to everybody else in the restaurant that you don't want me to spend money with you? You know
So
what?
here, so
I'm like,
here's the
give
part.
me your fucking money. What do you want? What do you want?
So look, this is
Let
the
me give
part
you some, let me give you
you're
some nigga cookies.
this the part you're forgetting about. I think when you compare us to those other places, right? Growing up, a lot of those places were the only option, right? If you live in this particular neighborhood, if it's the Chinese people who own the fruit stand and you want fruit, you're gonna go, right? So a lot of those decisions were made more out of necessity than anything else. So now fast forward to today, as new black business owners, if you're not selling necessities, you're selling things that are luxuries, right? You can't be put in the same category as when people didn't have no choice and they buying shit because of convenience compared to now they do have a choice. That's a different thing.
Venus, have you ever heard a BMW is an unreliable car?
No, never. Is it?
You
I don't know. I don't have one.
okay?
I don't
You
know.
never.
I don't know about cars like that. I drive a regular car. I don't know.
Okay, so my point is that BMWs is known for breaking down. They're known for it. A Ferrari, a Lamborghini, those are cars that are not considered reliable cars. Lamborghini Ferraris is $300,000. You would think that car would be considered reliable. When they can't get a part and it's all sounding just like a Honda Accord. When they buy they Ferrari and you hear it squeaking and glitching just like a Honda Accord, nobody says anything.
I'm just being honest, and I'm a black business owner. I'm not shopping with you just because you're black. Okay. If I
Yes,
come
that's
there,
the problem.
if I come there
No,
and
that's the
you're
problem.
rude to me, okay,
No,
yes.
no. When that goddamn lady, Venus, tell you, what you want, more fucking gravy? You say, yes, I want more fucking gravy. Then put the damn thing on the fucking hands, girl.
But I'm saying,
You
why
gotta
would
stop.
she? Why
This is
would
the
I
problem.
understand? I'm
That's
saying,
what
why would
I'm
we
saying.
model ourselves after the worst? And I like, why would we? I understand what
Because
you're saying.
that's what works.
It don't work.
That's what works. The main problem is that we trying to hold up these goddamn ridiculous standards. and be perfect human beings in America. And it don't work. They don't want that shit.
You
They
ain't gotta
want us
be
to what?
perfect.
They want
You
us
ain't
to
got
be
Sharon. No,
Venus.
you ain't gotta
They
be
want us
perfect. But
to be.
goddamn,
I'm gonna tell you the honest truth, Venus. When they walk in our store, they want us to be niggas. And they get upset. They are so upset. They're like, what? He said he enunciated his fucking
you know where I was yesterday. It's funny you say that. I was in a sneaker store. I was in King's Plaza yesterday, right? And you can tell it's Caribbean people who work there because they was blasting reggae, like blasting, like it was like a club, right?
words. Yeah.
And guess who I saw? Oh, everybody who was working there was black, and it was like two Spanish girls. They was blasting Jamaican music the whole time. And who you think was in there? Loving that shit. Who you think was in there? It wasn't just black people in there, okay? They love this the part though. They really love to be involved in our cultures. They do. Like black people who take on this thing like, oh my God, I can't tell anyone that I'm black. It's like a low self-esteem, defeated ass mindset. That's why I like the tethers when it comes to business, because they stand on, yo, I'm Jamaican, this the Jamaican spot. And them restaurants been around for years, doing well for years, all of they shit. I don't see them going out of business every 3-5 years. They're not. Because they take pride in who they are and what they are, and they attract everybody. I'm
No,
American, and my ass being there. We don't care because we like what they got going on, and they not the fucking nicest. It's true. They're not.
they not at all. They have the hard. Everybody else have horrible customer service. Kev Stubbs with the finance. Irishman's bad customer service at more black-owned businesses than anywhere else. He's a liar. I'm gonna call
Oh,
it
please,
out
when you go
right
to Target, they
now.
look
I'm
at you
going
and try to
call
run.
it out right now. He's a liar.
He is lying. Go to Target. Go to Walmart. Those are not black-owned businesses, but the people in there barely want to work. When they see a customer even thinking about asking a question, they go the other way. They don't want to do shit.
It's a
Y'all
lie.
get bad customer service all the time, and y'all don't care. And y'all keep coming back.
All
But
the
the
time.
black lady, she didn't smile at me. Oh, I hated hair.
No, goddamn well, that Chinese lady ain't never said nothing good about him. Ever.
First of all, they be screaming at you. They throw the change back. They don't hand you nothing. They don't treat you with no type of respect. But you come in
None
every time.
whatsoever. Y'all gonna miss me with that shit. I be knowing what be going on. Y'all be full of shit. Welcome to the show. AR, good day, sir. What is your thoughts?
Hey, good morning. Good morning, everybody. It sounded, if my ears did not deceive me, like you were endorsing Accords, because I heard you talking about something about reliable cars and BMWs breaking down and all this other stuff. And I know the Accord don't break down, so it sounded like maybe I'm mistaken. If you could clear that up real quick.
Who makes it?
Honda,
What kind of people?
Japanese.
Why is that not? Why do you think that is not an issue? But for some reason, if you say it's black owned, because we know it's Japanese owned, why is it not an issue for a Japanese owned car manufacturer? But it would be a problem if somebody would say it's black owned, and that would make every other nationality and race run away from that car. But for some reason, the Japanese car.
So you don't want to endorse it. All right, tracking. I'm not sure. I think it's some of what Vina said, some of what Kev said. Like, you can't say that someone's lying when they try to tell you their own experience with black-owned businesses. If Kev is saying that he's experienced, whether he's saying, on average or something, whatever, that's where he's had the worst experience. That's where he's had the worst experience. So if, that's where he's had the worst experience, it's going to turn him off from going to that one or other ones at a later time. So, yeah, I do think it's still important to find the good ones and, give some money. We talk about money recycling on here. We talked about the recycling of money within the community a couple times. And that's one way to do it. I know I saw a black author at a Barnes and Noble. So I went and bought 2 of his books. Why not?
Just because.
Yeah, why not?
Exactly. I don't know why it is such a distinction for us to not do it to each other. No, I'm gonna buy it just because. Just because he's a nigga, because now I understand it, AR. This whole time I was taking this word out of my vocabulary. I don't use that word, AR. I don't say what's up, my nigga. I don't do none of that shit.
You're missing out on some colorful language.
And so what I realize is this. If I say I am a nigga-owned business, that's when I get the love and respect. But if I say I'm the #1 black YouTuber in the morning, they're like, what?
They're not coming to your channel anymore?
Us white folks can't come over there. You want to be black? But if I say I'm the #1 nigga morning show, woo.
Yeah. That's
respect to the law, respect to Allah, respect to the law.
Yeah, that probably has something to do with, historically in this country, white owned meant only white, or white, whatever, meant only white. It was used as a way to discriminate. So if you're talking about other races not coming to the channel or feeling like they're not welcome, that's probably, what it comes from. If I had to guess, but.
Yeah, and I think it's very interesting that a lot of people would say that they go, like, even though we have probably the smallest businesses in America, right? If we go by the numbers, what people actually own, that you could walk inside of a black business, right? We probably have the smallest demographic of places of black people could walk inside of a black-owned business. We would hear it time and time again that they had the worst experience at a black business.
So maybe
Please
it's true.
name me these black businesses. You went to a black-owned clothing store and you got what? You got chased around the store and people was looking at you and wondering if you still in. They tell you hurry up and buy.
Well,
Hold on. I just want to know, is that not bad customer experience? How many times they went inside a black-owned store and we seen them say, hurry up and buy? But we know what happened to black folks. We know that. For a fact, we know that. But for some reason, black folks have the worst experience when they go to a black-owned business. So you mean to tell me every time you go inside that goddamn Chinese store and you say you want some fried chicken wings and they look back and they say that you want that, he want that Chinatown? That was great customer service? When you say, can I get some more soy sauce? Oh, we only had 2 soy sauce. That's it. Yeah, 2 soy sauce. That's it. You don't need no more soy sauce anyway. That's it.
Nah, that's crazy.
You don't need no more soy sauce for the Chinatown.
Yeah, I'm reporting you for that. That's your ass. Oh, that was crazy.
Or if you ask to use the bathroom and they ask you, are you buying something?
Is that good customer service? Like we could run down the list of things that we know for a fact that black people go through on a day-to-day basis. How many times have you seen other races when they go to a modeling gig and their little son has the coolest monkey in the jungle on their chest? Clothing comes with literally put blackface on their goddamn characters. They say black people have the worst customer service. What kind of service is that?
That's their experience.
I'd say maybe 25%.
They will literally walk up. You'll literally walk around a goddamn fancy ass Fifth Avenue store. Black people that have real money said that Jim Jones, all his jewelry on, rapper, famous person. They went. They was like, "Hey man, what you doing in this store?" He's like, "Here to buy something." He fought them to spend $10,000 to prove to them that he had money. So from now on, I'm telling all the black entrepreneurs, make those people fight to spend their money in there because they don't want to give it to. They want to be disrespected because they think you a nigga. So when they come in there and say, "What the fuck you want?" Follow them around the store. Tell them to hurry up and buy. They think we have bad customer service any goddamn way.
Maybe it is bad. Why do you think that their experience is wrong?
Because it's a lie.
It's not true, or is a lie. Yeah, or is a lie. Why do you think that? Their
experience is a lie. They are literally lying because we know for a fact that the things that I pointed out just now happens more often in other businesses.
That doesn't, just because you think it happens more often. Just because you think it happens more often to these YNs or something doesn't mean it happens to these individuals saying they've had worse experience at black-owned businesses.
So
these people are saying, these people live their life. They're 30, 40, 50, maybe your age, 60 years old, and they've been to businesses throughout their life, and they're saying to you that more often than not, times or the times that they have the worst customer service aligns with a black-owned business. It's not when they go to Target. They're not saying they get followed around at Target every single time they go. And I think the Target slander was kind of crazy. Comparing Target to Walmart was wild, Venus. But whatever. Yeah, they're not saying they're going to Target or Walmart and they're going to follow it around. That's not their experience.
They lying.
Okay, man. All right. I'm not going to call him a liar.
Oh,
so,
I'm gonna call it a spade. A spade. They know goddamn well they lying.
I mean, I could say I've had bad experiences. When they say they have
bad customer service, is the same goddamn West Indian restaurant that they go to every goddamn once a month.
Food is good and prices low.
Instead of going to the store now, you know what they do? They just order it over the phone now. And they still eat there. And that's the one bad experience. And now that's all black businesses.
Oh, there's only like 3 of them.
Exactly.
In the area.
And out of the 3 they went to, compared to the 30 Chinese restaurants that they went to, that was like, are you going to tip? You better tip me. I need to know if you're going to tip before I serve you. We literally got videos of people saying, hey, I'm not going to serve you unless I know you tip. But black folks got the worst customer service? We got celebrities that saying, hey, you need to get out my store because we don't think you're going to buy nothing. And then they'll pull out a wad of money and say, I'm about to buy $10,000 worth of stuff. They will fight to spend their money. You don't need to be racist towards me. I'm not like the other niggas. I'm the niggas with money. Please take my money, racist person, bad customer service person. Don't look at me like the others. I don't understand it. I don't fucking get it.
Okay, King, you said that black food joints be having a 73 score on the wall. That means the food is probably good. That's just sanitation. It's not talking about the. There is a black-owned spot down the street. They got shut down 2 times because of roaches, but they got the best baked beans, and I will go back there. I don't care if they get shut down a 3rd time. I will go back and get their baked beans.
Absolutely, ain't no goddamn roach hurt nobody.
That's what I'm saying. What do you think your parents grew up in? They didn't have those sanitary scores on the door. They just the food good or food not good.
They say that we all got the same experience. Just pluck that motherfucker out your goddamn bowl and keep on eating.
All right, I'll see you. They didn't have. All right, they wasn't in the food. They were just crawling around.
That's right. Pluck that motherfucker off the table. I'm sorry, maybe not. Pluck him. And keep on eating. Motherfuckers be acting like when they go to Chinese store, they ain't never seen no goddamn long stringy hair in they goddamn food before. Boy, stop.
Yeah, New Yorkers talking about a dirty restaurant like y'all ain't got rats everywhere.
Come on, son. Get me with the $2. Random, just a dirty dude. Really gross.
Yeah, that roast protein was extra.
That in those Chinese restaurants, they not only have big ass rats, that is the chitao. They catch them and cook them. And that's your rib tips. And y'all niggas love them. So I ain't gonna get mad at the goddamn Haitians catching the damn ducks and geese out there in the wild.
Cats and dogs, I hear, in Ohio.
So they catch them in the goddamn street. Hey, oh well. Damn. Donald Duck is on the dish.
Sharon, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Good day to you, sir, by the way. Good day to you.
I appreciate it. I might as well not stop. I got to stop saying that, too, because they're going to say, hey, he one of those uppity niggas.
I love being put in the category of prestigious and educated. I worked hard to get here, sir. I don't give a shit what these niggas say.
Black excellence.
So
Oh, before you ask that question, look, one of the worst restaurants in America is Chipotle. You know where Robin M's going to go? To Chipotle.
Thank you for putting her out there like that, Sharon. That was phenomenal. Phenomenal. So now, we got past that. Now I just want to say briefly, you know me, I just hang out for a moment before the mess starts. Is there like a famine in America, do you think? Now, mind you, I'm a
Is it a
chef.
what?
Famine in America. So when you talk about these dogs and cats, I'm trying to figure out. So we ran out of food. Like, see, I worked in the restaurant business for over 20 years. I don't think you know how much food I've seen be thrown away.
Mm-hmm.
You see, you ever seen what buffets do? And then people talk about cooking dogs and cats. So
Right.
I mean, I'm just saying, for somebody like myself, I'm like, this is crazy. But nah, rock out. I digress. My mic is muted.
They be having fake lamb on the goddamn streets of in New
Oh
York
yeah,
City.
I saw that.
You go to a goddamn halal mart, you don't know what the hell you eating, but you eat it. You don't even know where the hell this fucking man. You don't even know where this man go take a piss at, but you eat his food. Got some nerve to tell me
We're
about
not,
some goddamn.
Sharon. No. The spots that I have the most concern about are Asian carryouts. I've never seen. I work in restaurants, bruh. We have inspectors come through, bruh. They come through with that clipboard and white gloves. Have you ever ordered anything from a carryout and saw somebody walking from the back with a clipboard and gloves on? Have you ever seen a carryout get an inspection?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's think about that one first.
Right, and motherfuckers don't care. In New York, you have to have a rating on the front of your window. If you have a B rating, guess what? They still going there to eat it.
Yeah, we ain't got that out here in the DMV. All you gotta do is just have the right mumbo sauce. Niggas is in there.
That's it. And they
They
don't
don't
care
have to
about
say
no,
that. They don't have
they don't care
sanitary
about no.
scores.
They don't care about no damn service. I don't know why they keep acting like they care about some damn service. Like all these people all of a sudden eat at 5-star restaurants when they wear all these goddamn suits and ties, and they say, "Do you want to see the wine list, sir? Fuck out of here." You don't go to restaurants like that. Stop with the bullshit. Talking about every restaurant you go to, you had an attitude because you go to an attitude place. You in the goddamn hood, trying to stress out this lady, asking for extra sauce, knowing she got 2 baby daddies. Leave her the hell alone.
No.
Are you talking about strip club restaurants? You said 2 baby daddies.
Hey, listen, in Atlanta, the strip club has got the best buffalo wings.
I wouldn't know. I've never been as far as, in case my girl ever listens, I've never been to a strip club.
You said what? Oh, I can't wait to meet AR. I'm gonna fuck him up. We going to the strip club. We gonna drive a proper American car.
It's gonna break down on the way.
We ain't gonna have no goddamn umbrellas.
See, now you're tripping.
And I'm not gonna allow him to wear no shorts, people. He gonna be a man that day.
Nah, sweatpants.
Hey yo, now you flirting with the wrong. So yes, we understand that these people are lying. They go to places on a day-to-day basis that do not have good customer service. These people they order from Shein.
Yeah, they do order from Chinese spots.
They order from Shein and they talking about customer
quality
service. They will literally see it on the screen and say, "Oh, look, that outfit looks good," and then they will get it.
Yeah,
and it's a completely different thing. And guess what? They will go the next day and shop there again. Let it been a black fucking place called Shein. And they did the same exact thing. They would be saying what? See, this is why we cannot do any black this and then black this because it looks one way on the picture, but when I got it delivered, it's something else. Yeah. It's disgusting.
Yeah. You got a point there. I will say, maybe it's like a triangle or like a Venn diagram thing where it's customer service, price, and quality of food. And maybe they feel like a lot of these black-owned restaurants or whatever are not meeting 2 of the 3, or even 1 of the 3, versus the other places that are. I don't know. Shopping at Shein is crazy. That's the low prices, bad quality, and terrible customer service. So as long as it meets 1, I guess they're okay with it.
It's crazy to me. They talking about dirty. They got other countries where they sit on they put your food on the damn floor. And you say, where the hell is my utensils? You was born with them, sir. What the fuck? You tell me I gotta eat with my hands?
They set the food up with their toenails.
They talking about good customer service, AR. You will go inside this country. They will sit you on the floor with no chairs, AR. Good customer service. Throw your food on the floor. And then you look at them and say, hey, bad enough you threw the shit on the floor. How am I supposed to eat it? He said,
well, let's not go that far. Would you support the Black House food truck? Would you buy off JP? If you saw him on the street.
I wouldn't buy off JP.
What the hell? Good day. Welcome to the show. Vatos Bulldog. Good day, sir.
I mean, that's a black business owner, right?
Huh? What you talking about?
Yeah, well, we seen how he makes his food.
Hold on. I'm not understanding what you're saying. Go ahead, Vatos. What you want to say? What you want to bring to the show?
Would you support buying off JP's food truck if you didn't know him and on the street?
Yes.
Why?
Because he black.
Sharon's a damn lie.
I ain't no damn lie.
He said if he didn't know him.
He was a damn lie.
No gloves.
Hold on, Mr. Seven. He said if I don't know him. He talking about if I. He talking about.
Have you seen the truck? Have you seen the truck?
If I just seen the truck, I seen Jay Prince, right, and I didn't know that he went to a goddamn clinic, found out he has a disease, and then he went and got a woman that he knew had a disease, and then popped off that disease woman and called and said, "Why did you give me a disease? If I didn't know that." If I didn't know that him himself cooked food in his own house, ate it, and threw up immediately. If I didn't know that.
Sharon.
If you didn't know that he used the bathroom, don't wash his hands.
You're doing it again, right? You're doing it again, Sharon.
If I didn't know that he goes into the bathroom.
Launch it off, Sharon. Launch it off. There you go.
If I didn't know that he goes to the bathroom without washing his hands, I didn't know this. If I didn't know that he put his cigarettes out on his own arm, if I didn't know this. Yes, if I didn't know all those things, I just seen a black man.
You still ain't answered my question. Have you seen the truck? Okay. So while you saying that, I don't have to know you. Okay. If I'm coming to your establishment and it's not up to par, not up to code, I don't have to know you, nigga. No. I'm gonna step off. I'm gonna go somewhere where they seem to want to wash the dishes, and I don't have white spots on the forks.
That's because they're using so much of the energy to make good food that they sometimes don't have the time to mop and sweep. That's the thing.
I've been in the restaurant field since I was 13, 27 years as a chef, sir. I know everything about the kitchen. That's not an excuse. It don't work with me. Don't work with me. No, sir. No, sir.
That's just good food. I think there's an inverse correlation at times between the sanitary score and the whether the food's going to be good or not.
Hey, listen, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I'm from Brownsville, New York.
I'd have never guessed.
This whole idea that they got to be sanitary. This whole idea that they got to be sanitary for it to taste good is bullshit.
Amen. What you think the mom and pop joints in the hood or the projects got a high sanitary score back in the day? No.
Get the fuck out of here.
Come on now.
Get the fuck out of here. Just because it's sanitary doesn't mean the food is good.
If I ain't about anybody getting salmonella or something else, food poisoning, then guess what? That sanitary score don't mean anything.
You know where I'm from?
You can have 100 and still get that.
Hey, y'all, I'm from a place. If it dropped the floor, if it hits the floor, you better count to 5.
Five.
A little dirt don't hurt. A little dirt don't hurt.
Hold on, I got you 1 second. Sharon, I got to get ready to go. I just wanted to say peace out, bro. You know I always appreciate you having me for a few, man. Y'all have a wonderful, beautiful day. Much respect to the family. I'm out, y'all.
You too, sir. Damn, Vato left too?
Yeah, because he thought he had one. He thought he had one.
You know,
absolutely not. No, we don't care about if it's sanitary or not. That don't mean the food tastes bad.
So AR, so if you ordered a burger and fries and one of the fries dropped on the table, would you eat it, or you just like, oh no, that fry dead?
Shit, if I got more fries, I'm not gonna eat. Why would I eat it? I got more fries, but it depends on how good it is too. Like if it's really good, it's seasoned properly and whatnot, then yeah, maybe I'll, like, all right, this side didn't really touch that much.
Or the
he's gonna put
wedges. You only
ketchup on
got
it.
4 wedges.
Oh
Hey,
man,
look.
see,
Hey, look. Hey,
I
look.
don't know.
Vato, you know how you know Vato full of shit? Because Vato, he would be on the corner at the stoplight, and it'd be a nice Mexican lady pull up on him with some mangoes and some hot sauce and tahini sauce, and he'll buy it straight from her. You know damn well she don't got no place to wash her damn hands or her ass. And he'll buy it and he'll eat and say, "These are the best guavas I ever had in my life."
Buying that corn with the sour cream and all that stuff on it.
All right.
Is this true, Vato? You gonna fight back, man? Don't let it be true.
I mean,
oh,
Street
we gotta support.
tacos.
We gotta support. We gotta support our own people. Shit, they gotta get it how they get it.
Street tacos. Meat been out all day.
carne asada.
Hey, bro, you seen those news? I mean, where they've been busting them because they had the carne like covered in a trash bag and shit, unsanitary.
Why is that unsanitary? I don't know. Oh, I mean, I don't
Well,
know,
it's
man.
like it goes bad, right? Because you can't have meat out for like half a day.
Shit. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, once you get to a certain temperature, then
Yeah,
they says hot box.
So
Like with your
again,
refrigerator. Yeah. You gotta close the
again,
refrigerator right away.
and again, I don't understand why when it comes to black folks that it gotta be the most cleanest place. It gotta be a 5-star restaurant, even if it's right next to a place where they got rats, roaches inside of their fucking place. They don't speak to you in English. They don't say nothing nice to you. And all of a sudden, you go to this one black restaurant, you saying, "Oh, it's the worst customer service." You full of shit. You hate yourself. Why? Who taught you to hate yourself?
Oh, well, I see. Now you're going too far.
Or they be tripping on the prices.
Who taught you to hate yourself?
I said it's a triangle. You got the prices, the quality of food, and the customer service. If one of them is not stellar, then it is.
No, because me and my brother had a dispute because this
Hold
is
on.
my same.
Okay. Question, goddamn it. Who
Okay.
taught these black folks to hate themselves?
Themselves, or you know what? Education.
No, seriously, I really want to know because they swear.
Maybe it was the YNs.
They swear that I be reaching.
Hey, did YNs steal from black owner businesses? Like, did they break in?
Like, see, like he asking a question that have nothing to do with the topic. We ain't talking about thieves. Everybody is every race still. You know who's the biggest criminals in America?
You looked this up one day. You not let it go since.
Them pink toes.
I don't know the total. Vato,
kind of crazy.
do you know who is the number one?
Venezuelans?
Do you know who commits the most violent crimes in America, Vato?
The aliens, but
Who?
we're not all. They're not all Mexicans, you know.
White
They're
people.
Hispanic.
Hold on, I'm asking you a question, Vato. Who commits the most violent crimes in America? What race?
And get away with it with the white people, mass shootings and shit.
I'm asking you. You don't gotta try to figure out what I'm thinking.
Specific.
He think you talking about Hispanics. That's why you don't want to answer.
Well, are you saying like Hispanics like Mexicans or like?
I ain't saying shit. I asked you a question. The hell wrong with you?
I'm
Just
not
answer
sure
that question.
Who?
It's not a trick question, Vato.
Who?
Oh man, that's crazy.
I'm not trying to be disrespectful if I say you guys. I don't know.
Oh damn.
All right, that's fine. That's fine. So cool. That's because that's the rhetoric that most people say. They say that we black folks commit the most crime. However, 69% of violent crimes in America, Vato, are committed by white people.
Yeah, the mass shootings and shit. And then they get a slap on the wrist.
No, motherfucker. I said 69%, not just mass shooting. All of the goddamn crime in America, 69% is done by white people.
I mean,
okay.
It's just probably not broadcast like it's broadcast for you guys, you know, because they don't want to put that in the news.
Oh, the fuck, Vato, are you high?
No, not yet.
Got that Coke spoon.
Yo.
But again, I don't understand why is it like even though I'm pointing out these things like Shein, right? They have bad customer service. Clearly, we see it. I'm pretty sure we used to go down a TikTok, a bad Shein, whatever. What they call it? What I ordered versus what I got. Right? If we used to go run down that line, silent. What I ordered versus what I got. I guarantee you 90% of those things is from Shein or whatever the other one is called.
Temu?
What's the other one? Because I know you shop there all the time. AR.
Temu?
Temu? Oh yeah, that's the one that you like the most, Temu? That's the one you shop at the most?
Is that what it's called? Temu?
Or Wish.
That's where you get your clothes from. So regardless,
Temu.
So regardless, those places they have a thread of videos of saying people saying, hey, what I ordered versus what I got. And nobody's saying, hey, those Chinese people have bad business. They have bad customer service. They are lying to their customers by false advertising. Thank you, HT. Why nobody's saying that? This is how I know these black folks that saying they have all these issues at black-owned businesses that they are liars. The problem is that when they go to the one black-owned place that they went to, somebody got an attitude with them, and now they going to use that one time and say this is what happens when you go to all black businesses. Even though Temu Machine got all these goddamn pesticides and chemicals on the goddamn clothes, and people's getting cancer for buying their clothes. People getting cancer from buying Shein clothes. Slave labor is how they make their clothes. Nobody cares. But when it's black, we don't got good customer service when we go to a black-owned something. I remember one time I drank this black-owned tea, and I wrote to them and said the sugar wasn't enough sweetness. It ain't never applied to me. That ain't good customer service. Shut your punk ass up. No, goddamn well your grandmother got roaches. Couldn't even buy Raisin Bran in your damn house because you was scared that your raisin wasn't a raisin.
Feel better?
Hey, Sharon, with your construction business, are most of your clients black or Caucasian or Asian?
All of them is fucking white. And every last one of them is racist.
And none of your brothers say, "Oh, well, you know." None of your black Americans support your business. Like say, "Oh, well, you know, he must be good at what he does."
I'm confused about your question.
He's a good one. Hell no.
I'm confused about your question about
what are you doing?
About the what is that you're trying to do, Vato? Clearly, you got some dumbass agenda that you ain't smart enough to execute.
Oh man.
Don't get fooled by other channels saying that Sharon is stupid, because you're gonna get exposed for being stupid yourself. I'm telling you. Don't try to be over here being cute. All you're gonna do is get cooked up. It's been a long time since I cooked up somebody.
It's too early.
Gonna be the next one.
I mean, it's about to be 8 in Cali. So what is 12 over there?
Huh?
11.
It's 12 over there where you're at?
No.
11?
10:56.
Okay.
11.
It's about to be 8 here.
Hey, Vato, do you have a Chicago's Bulls hat?
It's got to be racist.
No, but I'm a Lakers fan, but yeah.
Are you going to answer my question? Are you going to answer my question? Do you have a Chicago's Bulls hat?
Negative. But my dad, when I was younger, he put a Chicago's Bulls background on the rim. I don't know if he liked the Chicago Bulls, but
because that represents MS-13.
Yeah.
But I'm not Salvadorian though. That's a Salvadorian thing.
What are you?
I am
Mexican.
Latino. I am Mexican.
Mm.
I'm a wetback.
He said Vato, and you didn't get he was Mexican.
Why I can't just make him say it?
He just
Yeah,
said
I'm Mexican. Yeah, Mexican
You
American. Sorry, I'm American, like you guys say. You guys
Are you
Africa.
are you
I'm
proud
from-
to be
I'm
Mexican, or should I feel offended?
I'm from the United States of America.
Should I feel offended that you call yourself Mexican?
I mean, that's what everybody thinks we are, bro. At the end of the day,
Are
we're
you going to
considered
answer
not
my?
Americans.
Are you going to answer my question? Should I feel offended because you called yourself Mexican?
Negative.
So why do you feel offended when I call myself black?
Because that's not like that's not your race. That's a color. It's like me calling myself brown. I'm brown.
Shit, you more like sand. But
Is it-
all right, so
how would you
why
feel
does
if the
it?
white people
Okay, but still,
call
you
themselves
okay? So you
white around
feel
here?
so you saying that I should? So if I call myself brown, you'll feel better about that. You would not feel any kind of way if I said I was brown.
I mean, you look brown. Your
I'm asking you a question.
your shade, your shade of color is.
Why are you offended by me calling myself black?
I'm
What is
not.
it?
I just feel like you guys should like you guys shouldn't consider you guys self as black and not African American. I mean, but you guys all everyone in America considers they call themselves black. That's African American. Right?
But why does it offend you?
It doesn't. I'm just saying like you guys should like because I mean I don't call myself brown. I mean it's just weird. I guess it's different.
So make me understand.
Because I rather say I'm Mexican because I'm proud of being Mexican and not brown.
So I guess you're rather me say I'm a black American?
Yeah, because that's what you are. I mean,
All
you're
right, so
African
now
American,
I'm not from Africa.
but your descent from there. It's like all of us.
No,
We
I'm
came
not.
from Mexico.
No,
you also kind of the same.
no.
So
I'm not.
where did I come from then? Where did my
Huh?
relatives come from? Where did my relatives come from?
Africa.
I mean,
You
that's what they
actually-
say. Everybody came from Africa, yes. And you guys conquered and made babies, mixed
Who's you
babies and shit.
guys? Who's you guys?
The people that traveled from Africa.
So those your
So you
ancestors
think,
too.
okay, so let me make
Yeah,
sure
yeah,
I
yeah.
get this.
Well, all of us, we
Let
all
me
have-
make sure I understand it. So you saying you're from Africa too? So you are African American?
Well, down my bloodline, I'm pretty sure because my family's kind of darker, and then they have like nappy hair.
Right. And so you saying that those things make you black?
I mean, a percent of it, but we are always going to be considered Mexican more than black. Yeah.
Right. And so do you want to be considered more black than Mexican? You want to be accepted?
No, we just we fit where we fit.
I'm thinking I'm starting to understand it.
Jose, so do you go to a cookout or a barbecue?
We go carne asada. We like chicken too, though.
So I think the problem is to be honest, right? That we allow way too many people to able to talk shit to us. Now he think that he could consider himself African American somewhere down the line. Like he plain in our face. I like chicken. What the fuck is that supposed to mean?
Yeah.
What do you mean, you guys? Like all that shit is
Well,
bullshit.
all of us.
And then this is why, it trickles all the way down to where people would say black businesses have bad customer service, where every other fucking race have bad, horrible customer service. It's jokes talking about how bad other races and other nationalities have bad customer service, how their cars are bad.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody said a Ferrari is a reliable car, and it's 300,000.
Accords are Accords.
Yeah, they say it's not. You can't drive it around. You can drive it once every so often, but don't. You can't. It's not a drive around car.
This is insane to me when it happens for real. This is just insane to me. I just can't believe that it's happening in real time. That people will allow other people to say that we have bad practices when other people display their bad practices on a day-to-day basis, and they go there. They actually, you know who else was part of bad practice? Starbucks. You know how they got popping? They used to write your name wrong on purpose. So you could post it on social media and say, look how they spelled my name.
But then they put King Kong.
Isn't that considered bad customer service, Chicago Rilla?
I hope that's a Daryl Strawberry or the White Gooden.
Number 17, baby. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Look at that. Real, real authentic. Authenticity.
Oh, excuse me. Oh, the Cooper's collection. Yeah. Shout out Mitchell and that.
Most people don't know that. I got a majority of them. I got almost all of the players.
Oh, so you stayed with the you didn't follow Jay-Z instructions then. What's fine, man? I only pulled up off the title alone, man. I didn't hear any of the conversation, but if I heard the last statement that you made regarding black businesses or black people with bad service and all this other stuff, and that's what's stopping us from supporting, then again, if we don't begin to rethink, reframe some of how we think about commerce, and the black delegation finna be cooked, fam.
They're already cooked. It's over.
Yeah, this idea that I gotta get perfect service or I ain't spending my dollar. You don't value your dollar. Them people over there in Asia just told you the thing that they marked up 400, 500% and repackaged and sold it to you. I guarantee you LVMH or none of those companies lose any revenue over that, not from our community, right? So the idea and what me and my wife talk about all the time, if I have a bad experience, you know what I do, Sharon? I email or I ask to speak to the manager and I share with them secluded in private information that I genuinely think will help their business. And because I'm in a people-facing business, I'm like, hey, I can relate. Right? Here's what I do at my place of business and how I provide, good service that I think will help you. But this narrative, we the worst with us. Go ahead, Venus. I see you itching to come off there. Go ahead, Venus.
Oh no, I didn't want y'all to hear me what I was doing. No, I was just coming to point out we got a Mexican on a black panel telling black people they shouldn't call themselves black because it's a color. But he wouldn't dare tell a white person not to call themselves white because it's a color. And I blame y'all because y'all entertain them. Sharon, you up here saying everybody feel like they could talk shit, but this is why. Because y'all let them play too much. And then I like chicken too. Like, why is he here? But I digress. I'm done. I'm in the trash.
It's not me. Don't say it's me.
No, it is you. Because
all right, so you know what? You know what's crazy about it? Because you know what? Maybe I'm the gold standard and I didn't know. I did not know I was the gold standard. So because I want to see that any other black content creator that this man goes to, that same shit is going to be said. And I guarantee it won't.
Well, it won't because I don't. Well, it won't because
this is the problem that we really do be having for real. No, this is the problem that we have for real, right? Is that certain people that consider themselves niggas, they can get away with all the bullshit. But because I want to say that I'm black and I'm proud, hey, you let this Mexican come up here. Hey, the other black content creators, they don't really, they're not really serious for real.
The other black content creators don't speak like you speak. They don't claim to be proud of being black. They speak against black people. You claim to be for black people, but you consistently do the same shit they do when you let people like him come and say shit like that.
Perfect. Told you. We got to be perfect.
No, you gotta be about what you say you are.
We gotta be perfect. 100% we got to be perfect. It don't matter if they'll go to any other channel when they talking shit about black people all day. They will hit the like, they hit the share. I don't do it. Guess what? I say one thing, or one person say one foul shit, even though I checked them on it. See, Sharon, you the problem.
You can't make the comparison to other channels. I don't know. I don't go to other channels. I don't know. You gotta look at who's saying it. They ain't saying it. I'm saying it. So I don't go. You're not gonna hear it on other channels because I ain't on other channels. So I don't know who's saying what to them. But I'm going based on what you said. You just said everybody feel like they could talk shit to us while you letting everybody talk shit to us.
But I didn't. I did not allow them to talk shit. I actually corrected them. Whatever. And I corrected on a day-to-day basis. Like me saying that 69% of white folks is committing the violent crimes. I don't allow them to say that black people are committing the most violent crimes in America. I don't know no other channels that's saying that. They allow them to say it. Black people are the most violent people in the world.
I'm just saying, there's a reason people feel comfortable in certain environments doing and saying certain things. I'll leave it there.
And exactly, and anything that is actually done good by a black person, it doesn't get supported at all. You know what gets supported? If I came up here and said I'm the best nigga alive, I'm the illest nigga alive. I got the illest morning nigga show out there. I don't put no milk. I don't put no sugar in my coffee. I drink the greatest nigga coffee. The best part of waking up is nigga coffee in my cup.
Yeah, you the illest nigga in Nebraska now?
Goddamn right. That's the shit that they want to hear. Even though I'm pointing out that Shein is a bullshit ass company that they have goddamn threads of people saying what I ordered versus what I got. Nobody say that's bad customer service.
No, but they're buying more.
Company, it will be bad customer service. Those Chinese first that's cursing you out and saying like, oh, let me see your toes. You should have, boy. Who paid for your nails? And then they start going to their own language and talking shit about you. Nobody say that's bad customer service. You can't barely even have a conversation past how much. Nobody would say that's bad customer service. And they'll go back to that same Chinese person that's giving you bad customer service with your nails and your fried chicken. You don't even know if it's chicken. You order those spare rib tips, you eating cha-chow. You don't even know what the fuck that is. You say, I want some fried chicken wings and spare rib tips. They go, cha-chow. The fuck is a cha-chow, ma'am? You in America. Why all the goddamn letters over here is in Chinese? Nobody say, hey.
Yo, you take it there.
Nobody says nothing. Nobody say shit about some goddamn German engineering. It's all great. And then every goddamn day, people that's afraid to even drive their goddamn car a certain way. My oil change is this much. My brakes cost this much. Nobody say, hey, that's a bullshit ass fucking car. Let me build a goddamn car. You got to do one oil change. God damn it. I had to do an oil change on this black owned car. I couldn't believe it. These other cars. It's insane to me.
I was with you until you let the Mexican do the most, okay?
I hear you, but it's only on somebody that like everybody else. They could be niggas. Let me think that you
yes, Sharon. That's what happened when you decide to say you're the person who's pro-black. Then you can't behave like the fucking coons. How do you not understand that?
Because I'm not behaving like that. Because just because I'm allowing them to have a conversation, that's the weirdest part to me. Because if I'm checking them, I'm still being a coon. It doesn't matter what I do because I'm doing all the so-called right things that I can't do. I got to be 100% perfect with everything that goes along. But even when I'm doing everything 100% perfect, guess what happens? Nothing for me.
All right, I'm gonna leave you alone, Sharon. I'm not trying to fight with you.
Why you think that's a fight? Because I'm being honest.
Because I feel like you're getting upset. I don't want you to get upset.
It's an upsetting thing that it's an upsetting thing that
And I feel like I was getting upset. I don't want to get upset at you either. I love you. Okay?
it's not us, but it's not us being upset at each other. We upset at the topic. Those are two different things.
Passionate.
No,
Right.
these two New York niggas fighting. Fight.
I always say that.
Fight.
I'm not trying to fight with Sharon today. Okay, no.
So let's make sure we understand. Like, just because we speaking harsh on a topic doesn't mean that me and you are fighting. This is not me fighting Venus. I don't give a damn how loud you get. Curse me out.
Okay, good. I'm not trying to fight you.
We keeping it to the subject. I ain't talking about
my two baby daddies, like you was talking about them women, 2 baby daddies earlier.
right. You know what I'm saying?
Why you said that? You said, why you in here stressing this woman out, asking for extra sauce, knowing she got 2 baby daddies? What the fuck?
Because she does. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is.
That is very racist. Oh my God.
All I'm saying is that I could easily point out all of these other companies that they are nationality first, and for some reason it's no problem.
Sharon, the thing of it is, most of these businesses, again, these people can come and set up any ethnicity, any nationality can come set up shop in our community. Take your tail and try and set up your business in an Asian community. Go to Little Italy, Chinatown, Ukraine Village, Little Poland or whatever. Go set up a shop in there and see what happens. Lady set up something over there in Bridgeport, and they broke the windows and graffitied it and all that, and she got the crying. Now Chicago again is still very segregated, but she got the crying like, why they do that to my business? Right? They gonna tell you every time that we hollering and crying about equality. I had a chance to speak with it. I was in a coffee shop, and I just struck up a conversation with this elder. Turns out he was like a multi-million. I had no idea what he did, but we was just talking. So I asked him, I said, I got to ask you the $1 million question. I said, did segregation hurt us or help us? I mean, yeah, integration. Did it hurt or help us? He said it hurt us, most importantly, economically, because when we were amongst ourselves, you had to spend because you couldn't go and eat at a Woolworths counter. You had to get Miss Ann's or, and these are people in your neighborhood that you knew. So they couldn't nickel and dime you, right? Because your family knew their family, so on and so forth. And so again, the more we move away from the concept of what commerce is actually supposed to do, it's so much emotion tied to when you make a purchase. You're not even thinking strategically about your purchase funds that business, which provide jobs for people that look like you, which should be generating revenue and depositories in a black-owned bank, which provides loans for you. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't think comprehensive with these wraparound service that we could problem solve for ourselves because we too busy saying, oh, it's black-owned, automatically it's inferior. Well, there's plenty of other companies and ethnicities and nationalities that have inferior product too, but they think comprehensively about how that impacts their economy. I'm going on mute.
That is a great point. And also, none of those other companies that are race first or nationality first, they don't have to be perfect
at all. We
the only ones that got to be perfect. We cannot trust the one that look like he is attempting to do something good. That's the one we're gonna scrutinize the most, and we're gonna wait. We're gonna hold back everything about our blackness and say we are not gonna help him. But let me be like Charleston White. I would get 1,000 shares a day.
Yeah.
Fuck the money part, right? The money is people feel whatever they want to do with the money. But the shares and the likes, you know where it's gonna go to? The ignorant motherfucker.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they don't go to somebody that say, hey, you know what? I like what you're trying to do. Even though you're gonna go through your own bumps in the road, you're gonna curse every once in a while. You're gonna wear a jersey every once in a while. You're gonna say nigga every once in a while. Soon as I say it one time, see, Sharon, you just like the degenerate, Sharon. You said nigga. I said it.
I mean, you are a baby daddy, so
I really ever say it, right? I don't use the word nigga at all, right? But as soon as I say it, it's gonna hit hard. Oh my gosh, Ron said nigga.
No, that's because
Oh my God, Sharon was a baby daddy 25 years ago. You know what I'm saying?
I had to get you back for the
and
single
a,
mom.
and a thug,
I had
and
to
he
get
a
you back
thug.
for coming after
Right.
single mothers earlier. I had to get you back.
He wanna try to get black young men to move like that at an earlier age. He did it at a young age, being thugging and bugging. Why can't the other ones do it? Let them
Well,
figure
they
it
say
out
that
on their
because
own too.
they never had a daddy who had wisdom to bestow upon them. So
Me
they don't
neither.
know what it looks like when somebody has maybe done worse, but they're trying to teach better. They never seen it because the daddy went to get milk and he never came back. So they don't
And
know, Sharon.
and also what they do see is this, that people that are attempting to move in his righteousness as much as they possibly can, they don't get no love and support. So what is the point of it? They're going to get scrutinized the most. If you're doing anything good, you're going to get scrutinized the most. You're going to get the least amount of support, and you're going to get the most pushback. What is the purpose of it?
I said I was sorry.
That's fine, but I'm saying that is a true fact in our community. That's the only people that get the pushback.
Yeah.
That's not true because I be going off on these stupid people. But I digress. Whatever.
No, you bring up a point because when you think about the civil rights movement that we love to quote, who do you think funded that? You know what I'm saying? It wasn't the people. Most of the people, if you look at the polls from that
black
time,
churches.
yeah,
Black
but it was a lot of
businesses.
the businesses and the celebrities of that time that was funding. When King came to Chicago, he had to have a place to stay. He had to feed his family. He had to eat. Right? If he got locked up, somebody had to pay those attorney fees, court costs, and bond him out. Where y'all think that came
Green
from?
Book 4.
You think your wooden nickel rubbing tail, your grandma and them and grandpa was contributing to the cause? They were not.
They were not.
They was criticizing, talking about you're a rabble rouser, and why you stirring up them good white folks because they treat us good.
Yeah,
they do. Same thing. Same thing. So it's unfortunate.
It's very unfortunate that our community keeps pushing that same remedial rhetoric to this day. We got Wallow saying that, hey, if you say you're a black business, that is what sparked the conversation on Chicago.
I didn't see it, but I heard he said, let me hear it. Go ahead. What did he say?
So he pretty much saying that you know what? We could play it. We could play it.
What did Wallow say? I like Wallow.
Let me see. Let me find it. Hold on. Let me find it again.
I've seen somebody else do the breakdown too, but I missed what he actually said. While you're searching, I will say to add on to your point further, there is a brother who has a demonstrated track record of managing his father's estate, has done a remarkable job, right? And he is catching the most hell trying to raise $17 million for his company, right? Which is crazy to me because for the space that he's in, and you think about he's in the social media space, and you think about the companies that have come and gone, that got billions invested into them by venture capitalists, and the fact that black tech companies receive less than 1% of funding from VCs. Right, but you got people that saying it being black owned is not enough for me. Like what? For me, that's the starter pack. That's the again for me. I'm head to toe right now.
Sharon said that before you came, Chicago Riddler.
What you mean?
I'm telling. He said. Well, actually, no. I'm sorry. Wallow said it. My bad.
I'm about to say, what did Sharon say?
Sharon got ready. He was like, what?
Oh, that was the perfect time to play that clip. Wait, what?
Wallow said it. My bad.
Wait, what? Flip it on
her. But yeah, so I think is I understand that for some reason we believe that we got to be perfection in this society and we cannot have no flaws, but it's a mistake to say that black folks cannot have a learning curve with their business. It's a horrible mistake. All these other companies, they get the learning curve on a day-to-day basis. They are more like people will walk into their business and follow them around and say, hurry up and buy. And people will be like, why I can't buy something in here? Black folks would be fighting to spend their money in an establishment that don't want their money.
Yes.
And we over here trying to be goody two shoes. Oh, what do you want? And no, let me open up a brick and mortar. I'm like, what the fuck y'all want?
Well, you know, the time that I
put
was
a link in the back.
All right.
The time that I was in Atlanta, G, it was interesting because for all that money that cats was getting, yo, they would fight to spend their money and prove to these white folk, like I got it. I can spend how you spend. That's where the whole thing with BMF come from. When they had the White House, what was referred to as the White House, that was in Buckhead. They were intentionally trying to prove, like, and Buckhead is like, listen, I mean, I know you've been there, but I'm saying for people that don't know, that's old white money. That ain't no new. That's old Southern cotton plantation money tied up in Buckhead.
Little 5 points as well.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
Listen,
I had a house. Hey, look, Chicago, I had a house over there. They was looking at me like I was crazy.
You sold it?
Yeah.
What? Yo.
I had some.
Oh man.
What can I say? I can't say.
No, don't say it. But you know what stuff is going for over there right now. You know what they doing in that area.
It was going for crazy numbers then.
Yeah, man. I love little 5 points. But
it's beautiful, and they was big, beautiful houses too. By the way.
Oh man, you walk by and them people be having. They ain't got no curtain, big picture windows. You see all through the house. I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. What is this? I've never seen anything like this.
You know what I'm saying? And it wasn't that many people that look like me there. But
yeah.
And I was young too.
That's dope.
And so, people just don't really like understand what's really happening when we allow people like Wallow to say this remedial rhetoric and make it seem like Black folks businesses we cannot just support because it's Black, when other races literally support just because of that. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a Chinatown in almost every major city. It's a Koreatown. Like you said, Polish, Russian, everybody got their own community and they have their own letters written on the wall. You know it's a Chinese-owned business by the letters on their wall, by the people that they employ, and by the language that they speak right in front of you. And they do not have good customer service. Russian people are mean as shit.
Can't trust them.
They don't have no good customer service. You think Russian people is known for good customer service? I don't know. People would say, what Black cars and what Russian cars have you ever seen? They have their own cars too. Everything gotta be goddamn perfect with us. Let me play it. So this way, I'm not instigating stuff. I'm letting him talk. This is why I'm gonna let the whole thing play in its entirety.
Us. Oh, I'm Black. Oh, Black people. Nobody gives a fuck about that. Kill that shit. Either you got a good business or you don't. All that shit, don't nobody want to hear that shit. That's a hustle. Support me because I got a Black business. Is your restaurant clean? Is the food good? Do you got consistent cooks? Is the material on your shit good? Stop doing that. Oh, you support the white people. No, I support consistency, baby. Fuck about what color you is. I'm gonna spend my money. That paper, I'm gonna spend them millions where the fuck I want to spend it at. Whether it's Porsche, Ferrari, Land, I'm gonna do what the fuck I want to do while I'm here. But I'm gonna tell you one thing, I ain't gonna be finessed off some Black shit. But one thing about it, 70% of you motherfuckers is not going to make it. I'm not no motherfucking fake ass motivational speaker that talk this dumb shit. I'm the number one nigga in the country. You know why? Y'all seen me come out of the penitentiary. I make millions and I make millionaires, baby. You understand me? I come from the ghetto.
Get the fuck out of here.
It's crazy. He didn't even realize. He didn't even realize that when he said white-owned businesses and consistency right after. He didn't even realize how he's brainwashed to say that. He don't even realize that he's brainwashed to say that craziness.
That just broke my heart, G.
He on a contract. Maybe they got him tap dancing now.
Well, he's definitely tapped in. They got who they get bought out by? They got bought by somebody. $1 million worth of game is on something. He's been on the tear, but even I'm the number one nigga in the country. Like, what?
Who are you, nigga? No.
That is
Crazy.
wild to actually hear him say.
And like, so dang, I don't want to do this, but God dog, Wallow, you saying I got a track record, I make millionaires. No, what we've seen, and I applaud them, but what we've seen is you give advice to these shorties. That's what's highlighted. The advice that you give to these shorties, and they still in these situations.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's highlighted.
And crying.
Like it's I understand that that's a clip, so I do want to afford the brother some grace, man. I just got out of therapy, so I'm going to afford the brother some grace, right? But that's upsetting.
I was hot.
That is upsetting. And here's the thing, fam. We do us the worst. So this conversation around black ain't enough, or don't nobody give a fuck about that, nigga, they is paying attention to the fact that it's Elon Musk, right? Selling them whatever, including travel into space. After when you seen motherfucking spaceships get blown up and fall apart. Like, this is crazy. Motherfuckers put some fabric together and overcharge your ass 400 times. You think niggas is not paying attention to the fact that it says Como de Garçon on it? Or say Givenchy. Niggas can't even pronounce it right, and they still want to get it because they think the white man ice is colder. That's fucked up.
Crazy.
Like, as much shit as people talk on the internet and even in these streets, a lot of times y'all niggas really don't understand how much we actually need each other, because it really at the end of the day ain't nothing but us. You'll be told. But I'm gonna go on mute, man. I'm trying to pop my head in because I had a productive week. So I wanted to pop my head in for us. Oh shit. Yeah, I'm definitely finna get up out of here. This nigga finna come with the whole, listen, man, if you pull yourself up by the bootstraps, and if you just apply yourself to supply your wealth, everything's gonna be all's right.
You about to come up with some soft shoeing right now.
I'm from Georgia, and I got me a
y'all bullied them off already.
Damn. Get your head back up here, Eater, man. I want to hear this goofy shit you about to say.
Yeah.
Tell me why I shouldn't prioritize black over everything, nigga. Fuck y'all talking about.
Yeah. I don't know if it was mentioned before, but it even transcends kind of like the race thing. Name it race, because like veteran-owned business, people who shop at a veterans-owned, LGBTQ friendly, they shop there. It's like, and they don't get the same. So to your point, they don't get the same type of disrespect or criticism, the same level, the same amount. They're not held to the same standard. Look at these quote unquote veteran patriot podcasts. How much bullshit they spew out. I cannot stand those motherfuckers. It's just a whole bunch of bullshit from these motherfuckers that got a 29 on their ASVAB, trying to sound super intelligent because they served for 4 years in peacetime and feel big and bad. Like, this shit's really fucking annoying. But people go to them because it's veterans and somehow they have some type of authority or whatever, but they don't get held to the same standard, because if they were, as black-owned business, they would be held to a standard they wouldn't be able to exist.
Right. And also because they white veterans, and not because they white veterans.
I don't give a fuck who. I've seen enough black veterans. I don't give a fuck who they are. I cannot stand these motherfuckers because they're all the same. They all maggots that don't have any type of intelligence to their body, but no critical thinking skills.
Yo,
they
but AR
orders, and that's about it.
AR, I'm sorry not to cut you off, brother, but even if you like the part that you said about the alphabet community. Yo, if you think they're not prioritizing spending with each other, you out your rabbit ass mind. Like, no, not you. I'm saying people in general, not you. I'm saying that's a good point that you made, because that's actual factuals. And they get in and infiltrate and they lobby and they get shit done. They get shit done. What the fuck?
You look at these other communities, small hats, for example. People like to talk about them, but it's like, you think that they shopped everywhere else and they didn't spend the money within each other, and that's how they got to this prestigious spot that you guys claim. No, it's because they did these things within the community. They built each other up. They hire each other. They do all these other things. And so I'm not, super pro segregation and by any means. But you you can't criticize the community for not progressing like you want it to be, but then also not do anything to help the community progress. Right. Something as simple as spending money at a Black-owned restaurant or business, even though, like I said, I went to Barnes & Noble, there was a Black author that was there signing books and whatever, so I bought 2 books. I haven't read the books yet, but the point was to show support, because I don't know any Black, I've never seen a Black author at Barnes & Noble. I don't know too many Black authors. The authors
by the way, I'm an author. Somebody please drop my book in the chat, please.
That's he's writing fiction. Like there's a lot of Black. Like, I know there's a lot of Black authors that have done nonfiction. Like Carol Anderson has some amazing books on White Rage is a great. I love that book by Carol Anderson. There's a bunch of that. But I don't know too many Black fiction authors, and so to see him there taking that time out of his day to do that, it's like, yeah, I'm going to show support. It's a Black author. I want to support that.
And before Eden Man go, also I want to say shout out to the Cash App. It says salute to the show. Thank you. I appreciate that so much. And hold on 1 second, Eden Man. Just give me 1 second. Welcome to the show, Sean M. If that's you.
Yes, sir. Peace to this panel. What's going on?
Good day, sir. You've been here before, right, Sean?
Nah, this is my first time, man. I've been looking at you for a while though. This is my first time.
Sean, you sound like you from Brooklyn.
I'm from New York, yo. It's all good. I was born in Kings County Hospital. I'm guilty.
Okay. I was born in Brookdale Hospital.
That's what's up. I see you got Keith Coke Hernandez jersey on. He was clutch though.
Yeah, that's a real New Yorker. He know number 17. That's a real New Yorker right there.
He always hit the clutch hit, brother. You already know that, man.
That's a real New Yorker right there, because most people do not know who number 17 is.
He was clutch for us. It was no Wally Backman, and you got Dykstra, you got all them scruffy players. But when it came to clutch hits and when we needed a double or single, man, Keith Hernandez came through every time.
Nice.
Now here these New York niggas finna derail the panel.
Nah, not at all, brother. Nah, I want to stick to the topic. I want to stick to what you're saying because I see something that's redundant, brother. I'm 50 plus, you know what I'm saying? And I'm seeing that we all talking about the same thing. And Sharon, I want to say one thing before I start. Like I disagree with most of the things you say, but I still like you. You like one of them dudes like I love to get in an argument with. Like we true New Yorkers like that, yo. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. But I wanted to say like we it's like a different day, but the same thing. You know what I'm saying? It's like things are gonna happen, but the reason why people disrespect us is because that one thing that we all say that can never happen, and it's unity. If we was unified, none of these 99% of our problems would go away. But it's hard to unify because we got different principles, different perspectives, and but I think we all have a bottom line agreement of a foundation of what we want. You know what I mean? As far as like our children, our future, and knowing who we are, because a tree without roots is dead. But what I'm saying is we go through this every time, and it's just the lack of unity that really just hurts us. And we keep talking about the same every day. Not so much every day, but we got different perspectives. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Oh no, don't blame the white man. Oh no, but all this is in the same thing of under the umbrella of being unified. And I want to ask you brothers one question. When we was growing up, like I said, I'm 50 plus, we used to watch Bruce Lee. And the reason why we love Bruce Lee because he adapted many styles to create his own. He didn't say I'm full Shuni, I'm full Shaolin, I'm full Wu-Tang. He didn't say none of that. I took the best of each and combined it to his own. And what I'm saying is, I'm not gonna say that a group that people don't agree with, but I think we should take some of their principles. He said in the early 1960s, Black people was 22 million, 16 million working people. He said if we did 5 cents a day, that's 291 million with 5 cents a day into a bank. So you're doing 5 cents a day with 16 million working people, and we almost 3 times that with 5. That's almost $1 billion. I'm saying roughly, but what I'm saying is this is something that we could do with a nickel a day, and it's painless for everybody. You understand? I'm saying we could implement certain things from all other forms of life. We're supposed to learn from an ant and become wise. You understand what I'm saying to you? So if we're supposed to learn something as a little as an ant, we can learn from anything. You can learn from good, you can learn from bad. And
Yo, Sean,
I'm sorry, but I
not
don't want to be long-winded. That's the only point I wanted to make. But go ahead.
Not to cut you, bro. Excuse me, Sharon. And I know, Edom man, I really do want to hear what you saying. But brother, respectfully, I'm gonna give you slight pushback because I hear that we can learn from anybody. Brother, we have been on this earth and in this country alone since 1619, right? We have all of the foundation. We have all of the blueprints. We have all of the Oscarville, Seneca Village, Greenwood, Archer and Pine, Bronzeville, Harlem. We have all of the blueprints. We haven't. All we have to do is continue to build off of the last blueprint. We keep trying to start at zero, and then we incorporate that. Oh, we should be learning from these other groups of people. So how do you teach self-preservation? Right? That's innate in us. What we've been programmed to do is to scatter and separate. You have people that's actually saying, the black community doesn't exist. You don't need community. What is a community? All these other things. And that's opposite of what we see in everybody else. So if you're going to learn something from other groups, the first thing that you learn is that they build in community. They don't do anything in a silo. They gather with Aelites and they build. So my slight pushback would be that I don't need to incorporate or learn. Like I did see what they were doing in Chinatown here in terms of what they elected officials, how they groom them and put them in position, and nobody presents a character to them. Them people groom who they gonna elect and put in the office, and that person's gonna do their bidding, period, or they're not in office the next election cycle. I did learn that, but we've had that before here in Chicago. We saw that work with Harold Washington. So I'm saying we don't have to go that far to see examples of what worked and just implement what already worked for us. We don't have to segregate physically, but the mentality that was there, that I have to spend black because that fuels the economy, this local micro economy, right? That will allow people to work. You talk about the 22 million and 16 million working people, right? We can employ our own. We can fund our own. A lot of the solutions that we're looking for, we already have. But I'm gonna go on mute. I know Edom man want to get his happy tail in here, and I don't want to be disruptive. I got 22 more minutes in here anyway. Go ahead, Edom man.
I said, I think it's dangerous, and I'm a victim of it, so I guess I can see of us taking a clip of what someone's saying and then trying to project a point, right? First of all, Gil is right. You can start a business on being black. You can't sustain a business on being black. I don't care what Chicago Rilla is talking about. And then they go over there, eat them damn collard greens and that shit nasty. He don't care if they black or not. He ain't going to get no more collard greens just because they black, right? So we got to stop it. But I'm not saying that initially when you're starting your business, it can't have that label that I'm a black-owned business to support me. But if you haven't grown, especially over the next 2 years, 3 years, if you haven't put any substance in your business, black people shouldn't just support you just because you black. So I'm not knocking people saying, hey, I'm black, you support my business, but our men Chicago Rilla had this conversation. We got to talk about black excellence. And I'm not going to judge you on your first day of your business open versus your fifth year of your business open. But if you're not growing or you're not perfecting your craft, the idea that I just supposed to shop with you because you black, I just disagree with it.
So Sharon, go ahead.
I want to know, is it a difference between Walmart and Target?
Is it a difference between Walmart and Target?
Mm-hmm.
I think so, but I don't shop at neither. So
right. So
I don't know.
I don't understand why everything that we have to do again got to be excellence. We would easily say Target is better than Walmart. Nobody's saying, oh, hey, we got to have white excellence for us to shop at Walmart. No. We the only ones that got to hold each other to this ridiculous standard that majority of people, just like majority of businesses, whether it's white, Chinese, or whatever, they can't even hold up to it. Okay, the Chinese restaurant in the hood, guess what? They still profitable and they a shit business.
No, but the whole point is
coaches and all that shit, bad customer service, all those things is happening in that ain't shit restaurant.
That's the point. I
wouldn't eat at that restaurant. That we gotta stop doing to only black folk.
See that's the crazy part. You think I hold this standard for just black folks? If I walk into a restaurant, I don't care what race it is. If the food nasty, I'm not going back. I'm not gonna just go back
So
to the restaurant. I'm
so
a go ahead.
Edie, man, I just got a question for you really quick. And then not to cut you off, please build with me, brother. Why when we talking black business, and I get it, the service sector is 77% of gross domestic product for this country, right? But why is it that when we talking black business, we're only talking about from a service aspect? Right, like in other words, nobody produces a staple good or a commodity or anything of the sort. And to the other point of your question about black not being sustainable, excuse me, sir, Ebony Magazine, Jet Magazine, Black Enterprise, and Essence are all like specifically black,
Now it's owned
sustainable
by
for
white
the
people. They
you a
sold them.
bullshit. You a bullshit lie. Essence is owned by the guy that owns Shea Moisture, a black man. Ebony was bought by Junior Bridgman, who gave it to his daughter, and Black Enterprise is run by Butch Graves, Earl Graves' senior son. Those are all black controlled entities.
Well, first you're talking about magazines, which
Sorry,
we all
Silent. Nope, that's a
hold
business.
on,
No, it's a business. It's
hold
a
on.
business. Don't try
No,
and discredit it. It's a business.
let me respond to what you
I ain't
said,
gonna
right,
let you get
sir?
that off.
All right. So first of all, what he's gonna do is he's gonna bring up magazines, which is a dying business in this country, right? We see year after year that we're getting away from that, right? So, but no, the point that I'm saying is I'm not saying that we should not support black business. That's not the point that I'm saying. When I heard that interview that Gil was talking about, he was saying, I want your business to have more substance. I want you to be in a situation where people in a situation where they support you. Yes, they might initially buy from you because you're black, but they continue to buy from you because you're consistent. They continue to buy from you because you are mastering your craft. I still believe that I'm a black owned business, and I'm telling you is when I compete, I always think, how can I be excellent? How can I take my business to the next level? How can I have, in business, the number one thing that we talk about is repeat customers, people who already shopped with you, how to bring them back to shop again. And me being in the business industry, I'm just telling you, just saying that I'm black and you supposed to continue to buy to me doesn't work. You got to find a way to hook people in, bring people in to get repeat traffic. That's the only point that I was making. But cool, if y'all want people to say they black.
No. Eat a
Well,
man.
we've
Oh, go
only
ahead,
up
Aaron.
here. We've only no, sorry, my bad. We've only really been talking about the local neighborhoods, black owned stores. So I can get what you're saying if you want to go beyond your maybe your city, your county, whatever, and you want to go intrastate, international, whatever. You don't want to have something that may turn off a large segment of customers. So sure, but I think we're talking about potentially two separate things, where up here we were talking about just your cousin owning a business and your neighborhood not shopping there, versus you talking about, oh, if you want to expand your business to include, to make it a franchise and go other places, you probably don't want your messaging to only be basically on black owned.
So the point that I'm saying, so say if it's a local grocery store, right? And in that local grocery store, I go in there. That I go there first time. Like I understand the initial. I'm going there because it's black. I think we should do that. I go into that business because it's black owned. I want to support my community. I go into that business and that grocery store say doesn't have the quality of food that I want to feed my family. What I'm hearing you, Chicago Rilla, and also Sharon say, hey, you know what? Give them grace because they black, and I should feed my family this food because it's a black owned business. No, they have to elevate to the standard of the people in the community. And I think that that's crazy that y'all say no, just support them because it's black.
You
Just
see how
keep
you
going.
see how
Anybody
you
It's
said
hear it.
crazy.
that,
You
but
see how you framing it and how you hear this, Eat man. Nobody has said that. As a matter of fact, there are businesses in our community, and probably whatever part of Georgia you come from. I don't know, you from Atlanta, Augusta, Albany, nigga. But whatever
Probably
part, they're
Riverdale.
probably Riverdale. And if that's the case, there are people from the Middle East who have grocery stores in your hood with outdated, dusty, crusty food, and you still in there shopping and got the nerve. That's the point that we're talking about. You're still in there going to spend money with these people, and they're providing you worse, terrible service, right? But then you scrutinize the black business and say, well, no, because you're black, you gotta be above and beyond. Nobody is above reproaching you, right? When we have that conversation, there is a separate conversation to be had about black excellence, and we should all strive for that, right? That's part of me saying, hey, when I have a service that doesn't meet my standard or my expectation, I'm gonna pull the owner or the manager on duty to the side, and I'm gonna share in confidence in private, because I'm sharing from a genuine space, because I actually want you to do good. But I'm not going to prioritize anything else over them, because I understand what the economy of my dollar in that business, I understand what that means.
Well, see, Atlanta is a bad example of Chicago, really, because if I don't like your black service, I can go somewhere else and get the black service, right? So it's a level of competition where I don't like, for let's say a restaurant in Atlanta. If you serving bad food, I have another option when it comes down to black in Atlanta.
Okay, so let's say Seattle. Let's say Seattle.
Seattle is a good example. It's not the same. I don't have that many options in Seattle. So I have a choice. Either I keep taking what Sharon was talking about earlier, bad service or food that's not at my quality, or I go somewhere else. And then in those situations, people say, oh, you should just keep doing it and let them figure it out. I get what Chicago Real is saying. Let me pull you to the side. Let me say, hey, these are the things that I feel that y'all should improve in. What happens, Chicago, if they don't improve? Should I keep shopping black, or should I find the quality of food that I want? And that's
so I'm still going to the answer for that is because, again, my experience, I've lived in Atlanta, Chicago, and Detroit, right? I always prioritize black wherever I move. Wherever I'm at, I'm always prioritizing black. Detroit, I had to specifically find black on. Atlanta, you're right. You bump into black. You blink black, you breathe black, everything black, right? Cool. Detroit, it was a little bit more spread out, but I was intentional and I understood. And that's not to say, and listen, just because I prioritize black doesn't mean I don't spend my dollar elsewhere, right? Like that would be absurd and asinine to assume that or to say that, right? But I do prioritize black over everything first. And I can hold people to the standard. I can hold them accountable without disparaging them in public and saying dumb shit like you being black ain't enough.
Yeah, but like I said, we got to also understand the audience of who he was talking to.
Well, who's the audience?
He was talking to black business owners. This wasn't just him actually, let me just rip black people up and this. If you look at that whole interview, correct me if I'm wrong, Sharon, he was talking to black business owners how to take their business to the next level. So that's what I'm saying. It's like,
so why was he so angry at Edelman? Then why was he so angry at them? Because if I'm speaking to the owner of the business or the manager or whoever, I'm not. And see, this is the thing y'all gotta do. It wasn't to raise us to the next level of I made millionaire. No, man. If he's a motivational speaker and that stuff is being taped, listen, man. Bad optics at best. Bad optics.
Yeah,
terrible message.
I think we agree that he do a lot of stuff for shock value. Okay, let's be honest. Is there a lot? The reason he got bought out.
Hold on. I do not like when we give people excuses. We are not going to give this man a pass or excuse and say, "Oh, he doing this." No, he did it. He did it in the public, so we could scrutinize it. I don't care why he does it, his reason, his marketing scheme behind it. He did it, and we are going to pick it apart. And it's wrong. Nobody do it to any other race. Nobody as a whole say Chinese people have bad customer service.
Should I do?
And when we have conversations, people would say that they sell cats and dogs and rats. No, but people still go to their restaurants, whether it's a 5-star one or a 2-star one. And you going to say, hey, if that restaurant has bad food, nobody really cares. I'm getting tired of it. The only time it cares is when we have a business. Oh, those collard greens ain't here. No, nobody else cares. There's plenty of restaurants that have horrible food and they get plenty of support because of who they are to that community.
Hey, Sharon. So since we sticking on the restaurant, and this will be the last thing because I gotta go. I'm only giving you niggas an hour today. Right, this whole damn show out with you niggas.
It spoke to a therapist and they was like,
an hour. Yeah, my therapist said I gotta be more productive. But here's the thing: there's a restaurant here in Chicago, a James Beard award-winning restaurant. Brother owns it. Took soul food, flipped it, made it like upscale, and I'm talking about like upscale. Who, if we walk by that restaurant, and he has all types of messages. Some of the messaging is reflective of, like he has "I can't breathe" on the restaurant windows, and I can't go to church. I mean, I can't go to church without, like he's referencing things that's happened to black people. Okay, so Eat Man, who do you think frequents that black man's business most? Ooh,
White people.
What do you think the Negroes have to say about his restaurant? James Beard award-winning restaurant.
I'm pretty sure negative, something negative. I don't know. I'm guessing.
Pricey.
Negative. Who that? Silent?
Yeah.
Silent said at the front of the class. That's exactly what niggas say. Why it costs so much? This ain't enough. Like, come on, fam. And the service is great. The service is great.
100%.
The chef, this man is a restaurateur, right? He has multiple ideations throughout Hyde Park. And if y'all in Chicago, I highly recommend Virtue. It's a very, very nice. Me and my wife go there every anniversary we go there.
But Chicago, stop. This is what I said is if you a business owner, you're gonna get criticized. This it's crazy that we
no.
This is crazy. I'm gonna let you get this one, Sharon.
Hold on, Eat a Man. Hold on, Eat a Man, please. Eat a Man. I need you to talk to the point, because you're not talking to the point, saying that we understand he's supposed to get criticized, but that's not what. Talk to the point of what he said. And also,
I am talking to the point. I'm talking.
You talking past the point, what you was about to do. Shout out to the Cash App, Sean M. Thank you. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Chicago.
Hold on. Before Chicago really is this idea that people ain't gonna complain is a bad argument, is what Chicago really saying. It like I can go to any. Hold on, let me miss it then. The whole point.
No, I don't want you to miss it. I don't want you to miss it. The reason why I don't want you to miss it because it's keep being done to us.
Same niggas that go to STK and Steak 48. Same niggas that go to Roof Chris and spend a bag. Go to Chow. They go to all these other restaurants and spend a bag.
Who's spending a bag at Roof Chris's?
I don't know. I don't know.
They absolutely do.
Yeah,
but that's
all
the point.
All of a sudden, Virtue costs too much. I got.
But the whole point that I'm telling you, Chicago, before you leave, is that these same people be complaining at Roof Chris. Like this idea that you think that people just like I done sat in a upscale restaurant and seen black people complain about white people food too. So this idea that they only complain that black people food is just crazy, Chicago. You know that. You act like they only complain at the black people food. They complain everywhere they go. They're complainers.
I take you for a learned man, and I'm just gonna assume that you are just having a lively discussion to entertain yourself until you get to wherever you're going. Because I know you didn't take all that from what I said.
No, I'm just telling you, complainers complain, bro. Like I'm telling you, like being a business owner, I know people they gonna complain. I know certain people that's gonna come into my store, they gonna complain regardless. Everywhere they go, they complain. I mean, it's on them. It's almost like it's part of their DNA.
I want to see your P&L statements. Your ass keep running around here talking about you a business owner. What's your contribution? What's your bottom line contribution?
I don't know.
Right.
I don't know. Yep. I don't know.
Welcome to the show. Don't work. The work.
Never stops. Yeah, never stops. Keep putting it in. Hello, panel. How y'all doing?
Hitting the panel. Thank you so much. How are you doing?
I'm good. Good. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
I don't have my headset in, so
you sound good.
Loving the conversation, as I stated in the chat. Right, these are the conversations that we need to be having. I hate to kind of hear some of the feedback from Eat a Man because it does need to be a mental shift with that. Because we do need to practice group economics, spending money. I don't think there's no excuse. We have Black-owned toilet paper, detergent. I put in the chat, we have a Black-owned meat butcher out in Texas that has awesome prices, ships and everything, right? So I think it's about starting off small and working our way up. We know that we don't own some of the things at the top, distribution. We need to start working on raw material, looking at the things that we actually need to survive, as humans, the basics, food, right? Clothing, right? Shifting our money where we can, right? And I think it's about teaching our kids those same things so that they continue further. So I think it's a larger conversation, but I like that it's being had.
Well, ma'am, let's have a conversation because you talk about I know the meat company that is black owned in Dallas. It's called I can't think of the name right there, but they do hella business, right? Like they're a very successful company, and what they have is a track record of being consistent. Not only they're a black owned business, they're consistent. They're bringing quality and good meat to the market. So the point that I'm trying to help people understand is, yes, we should go black owned, but we should not have to lower our standards because it is black. And that was the argument that I was making.
But that's my thing. Why is that the automatic assumption that you're going to get a lesser quality? So that's the framework that we need to discuss, because that's the mental shift, right? It's not something that quite stands out, but that's the assumption, right? That you're going to get lesser quality. That's why the whole Chinese thing with them covering or pulling the curtain back on the luxury, right? Because that was a stigma. Made in China is like, oh, it's lesser quality. To come to find out, everything's coming from China, right? And you're getting what you thought your quality you was paying for, you're paying more than 500-600%, right? So that's that we've been conditioned to think that, right? But that doesn't mean that that's what we're going to receive. I shop primarily black as much as I can, right? And I don't get lower quality. And sometimes if I've had an issue with this basic conversation, now I know that is something that we do need to work on. That's a discussion that can be had about the service level that we receive. But let's be honest, there's trash service level across the board. We always talk, me and my father,
100%.
service is not service no more these days, right? They making so much money, they be like, what, on to the next. You one less person, right? But when we do it in groups and mass, right, that makes a difference.
So yeah, so what I'm saying is that I think we should go black on. I keep saying that. I would be a fool to say that we shouldn't support black businesses and I'm a black business. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is, initially, I agree. We should support that business because it's black owned. But at what point do we say that this company is not living up to my standard? I need to move on to the next.
That's the second conversation. Let's get them started first, right? Like we give them the opportunity first, right?
Well, we give them the opportunity because most of the people, all the black people on this panel said that they typically, we had a young man say that he saw Arthur that was black in the store. He bought the book, didn't even read the book. So I think black people do have that when they see a black owned business, initially they do support it. But like I don't think black people have a problem with black people supporting their business because we know that the black people, majority of their business is supported by black people.
It is not. That's the problem because we keep lowering, we look. I mean, this channel is a representation of it right now. Like it happening today. I don't even have 100 likes. They came and supported that way, right? So it's even earlier, Venus saying, you just like them, right? Like unless I'm saying I'm drinking nigga coffee. All of a sudden, then we won't get that. I'm saying,
but that's the point. I said that's the point. You full of shit. I know more black people support you over here than white folks, and you want to point out the black people that don't support you. That's my whole argument. Is that your whole channel have been sustained by black people? Ain't white people over here sitting no goddamn super chat. We see the damn names.
All right, so out of 4,000 subscribers that I have, my channel is supported by 20 people. Is the problem?
That's the point that I'm telling you, is that, but it's still
so it's not so again. So that means, therefore, it's not supported by black people. It's supported by people that it's supported by.
If those 20 people are black, it's supported by black people.
0.05 people.
All right, so then you're missing the point then. And that's the problem that we having, right? Like you keep missing the point. Is that I'm getting held at this super duper high standard, right? And I say one wrong word, and I see that's why I knew I shouldn't have supported them. he said he got angry or whatever the optic is, right? You know, like for me, my bad review is that somebody get timed out in the chat. You see it every day. Somebody say, "Why did I get timed out, Sharon?" I don't fucking know.
Well,
I'm talking to the people on the goddamn panel. Why you think I know? I ain't do it.
Well, I'm saying,
but that's the customer service part, right? This is what she's talking to us, right? So a lot of times they keep holding us to a higher standard of customer service. They hold us a high standard to, oh, you have one bad meat. But what we see with constantly, Chipotle is not considered a good restaurant. Black people would say, I love Chipotle.
No, but I think the point that I'm making.
No, don't miss that part.
I'm not missing
Don't miss that part that Chipotle get bad reviews. And
okay,
people
but
say,
listen,
I love Chipotle.
So, but I want you to understand, out of the 4,000 people you brought up, they don't support no channel. Like 2,000 of them don't support no channels. They don't go to white channels. They don't spend money, period. So they are bad.
Boy, you the spin master, Eda, man. You are the spin master.
So now we are saying that it is acceptable. That is not acceptable. We got to stop allowing that to be acceptable. Say, hey, you better be happy that you got 20 supporters because you black. So, hey, shit, that's 19 more than whoever else. That's not how we supposed to be talking. We got to stop talking down on each other. Say, hey, you got 20, be happy with your 20 and shut up.
I'm saying, I feel some type of way. I'm gonna tell you, I'm in my feelings this morning because Sharon, you keep saying you ain't got no goddamn black supporter, and I know my black ass support you. What the fuck are we keep saying that we don't support you? Like, stop it. Say y'all other niggas. Say these other niggas don't support you because I know I support your black ass. That's all I'm saying.
It's all good. E. Hit them. Go ahead. Hit them 20 push-ups real quick. E.
Foot traffic is support. The only way to show spending money isn't the only way to show support, especially not on a platform where views and the ads and all the monetization comes into play.
Yeah. Look at like soon as we talk about bad customer service, look, I get bad customer service right away.
Shout out to Black Man Unfiltered.
So all I'm saying is that we got to get more adjusted. Black folks being comfortable supporting other black folks, because all I ask is for is likes and shares, and that shit is free. And people are scared to share that. I don't even care if you have 0 subscribers. It don't matter. You can still hit the share button and just at my name, and that will help tremendously. Just imagine we had 160 people saying, hey, I'm watching this asshole, even if you don't like me. I'm watching this asshole at X, Y, and Z. YouTube algorithm don't care if I'm an asshole or not. Just like white folks don't care that Howard Stern was an asshole and he was stupid, he was sexist, he was misogynistic. They did not care. They spent their money with him. They pushed him out there, and either he was horrible, he looked funny, he was weird.
But I just think that black folks like you need to stop saying that black people don't support me and say they want more black people to support. Because that's the difference. That's what I'm saying, because it's almost like a slap in the face for the black people who do support you, because you said I'm not black enough. Say I want more black people to support me.
Eda, man, you full of it. You full of it. You a free market capitalist up here telling us what we should and should not be saying about. Sharon, what's the percentage of businesses that survive like their first 5 years? I don't remember it, but I know it's a very low number, right?
Don't talk about stuff you don't remember.
No. Then why are you up here trying to scold and reprimand us if you believe in a free market economy gonna sort them out anyway? Get your ass back to work, business owner. I'm gone, man. I appreciate y'all.
Yo, Chicago Gorilla, man. I want you to hear something, man. I want your opinion on something.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. My bad, brother.
Just on that notion when I said about the 5 cents a day, right? Just that notion. What if this is my pipe dream. If it was 5 cents a day, say it was a quarter a day, say it was 15 cents a day, we get like $1 billion a year, whatever. And we put all black people, say we have an independence for all black people in America. That's all your athletes, all black people. We're gonna put in all black banks. Now we're putting all our money, all black banks. We could get loans from the banks, and we still will continue with that 5 cents a day at 48 million black people. You understand what I'm saying to you? Now with the banks, we get as many loans as we want, but the loans will come with no interest as long as you're paying our 5 cents a day. I'm just saying it's just a pipe dream that could go out. I'm saying everything else can go out, but what I'm saying is, if it was to ever go out like that, and say we use the internet social media and say, yo, this is what we want to push. What do you think about this idea if we put all our money into all the black banks? Now the black banks got to come to us. Like, look, we put all our money in your banks. What you doing for us? Now how many products they going to offer us? This will alleviate a lot of these so-called loans, so-called admirations to do stuff. Because, like I said, we live in New York. All we see is Latinos. I got, on this one strip, I got 4 bodegas. You dig what I'm saying to you? And them Latinos could go to ShopRite. They could go to Stop and Shop. They could go to all them places. They spend 3 times as much, but they know it's going into the same pot. That's why they spend it. You understand?
Now I want to chop cheese.
But what E. Williams is saying, I agree with him. The service must step up. 100%. I agree with them. Y'all both got great points. I agree on both sides. But what I'm saying, I'm talking about the macro of if all black people say push this out, yo, we're gonna put our money in all your banks. What y'all think about that? Black bank owners. If all the black people say we're gonna put your money in a bank, what you gonna do for us?
Well, yeah, I get what you're saying, but I think for us to really make that switch, brother, is we got to get real estate. Majority of the black dollar go to where they stay at. So this idea, like if you really understand where the majority of the black dollar, it's not about what we spend 10 to 15% of our income on.
How far is your closest bank to you, Eater, man? You shooting this man idea down with bullshit. Most people don't own
Chicago,
shit.
Go back to therapy.
Most people don't own real estate or land.
E. Williams,
the people that's renting, right? Where do they bank? Where do they bank? How far is your bank from you?
You missed it, Chicago realist.
I didn't. Because his point is if we fund the bank gives us the loan to get the home, to get the business.
What I'm saying, to alleviates all
well,
that.
This idea that somebody going to give you an interest-free loan is a bad idea.
That's not what he's saying.
E. Williams, what I'm saying to you is I'm not proficient enough have the literacy to say about banking. I'm just coming up with the idea and let the smart people figure that out. I'm just coming up with the idea. Now, what I'm saying to you is the 5 cents a day it's about being painless. You understand? If we could do something that's painless and we know we as black people in America, we're gonna have over $1 billion for us, and it's something that's painless. I mean, 5 cents is 290 million. I'm saying it'll be up to 15 cents to be real. I'm saying to be almost $1 billion. I'm just rounding off the numbers. But what I'm saying to you, we can afford 15 cents a day. This is what I'm saying, and it's painless. And then we could address the issues because now we have funding. You understand what I'm saying to you? All the ideas, all our great ideas that's in our DNA will come out because it's like debt is like anything else. It alleviates on our back and on our minds. This is what I'm saying to you. So if you give people don't have the fortitude and the intellect that you have, E. Williams, to have your own business, to run your own business, because you know how people have been through pain and we got mental trauma and all that stuff. You dig what I'm saying to you? All I'm saying to you, this is a simple way. What I'm saying to you, Spanish people don't got to know the economics to put their money in the pot. This is what I'm saying to you.
No, the point that I'm trying to help you understand, $1 billion is not a lot of money if you divide it over millions of people.
Understood.
Hold on.
He's just talking about the concept. You don't have to get hung up on the $1 billion.
Thank you, AR.
Man, one thing Eater man gonna do, he gonna find the problem for our solution.
Come on. Come on.
Williams, you're going to talk about the protocol.
All y'all agree with me, so I think that I should have at least the right to rebut what y'all saying, since all y'all on the same side except me, right?
Nah, E. Williams, what I'm saying to you, we know you're going to make a point that we can't refute because it's a protocol point, and we're not refuting that. What we're saying is what we can do collectively to combat that. This is what I'm saying to you. It don't have to be $1 billion. If we can do 15 cents, maybe we could do 30 cents. It'd be $2 billion. You never know. Maybe if we do $1, this magic we could be how many billions we could have. All I'm saying to you is, brother, it's something small, and like I'm saying, it's like 1,000 paper cuts to our problem.
All he's saying is the black-owned banks. So talk to that. Like, why shouldn't we, or why can't we, or what is the solution to having black-owned credit unions, black-owned banks to help facilitate loans, help facilitate, and like all these things? That's the concept of having that in the community. Not, it's $1 billion. $1 billion isn't anything. $1 billion is actually a lot for a local community in the first place.
Not for like 10 million people.
Oh my God! And there's only 19 black-owned banks.
We don't like 19. Talk about the black-owned banks and credit unions. Talk about the solution instead of what's wrong with his idea. Talk about the solution or how to better it.
Okay, hold on. Let's go. So let's talk about black banking, right? So what we're saying is we believe that we should all go to black banks. We should take our money out of white banks and put it into black banks, right? All right. So
No, you
No,
didn't say take all
nobody
your money.
said
You
take your
said
money out of a white
use a
bank.
portion of your money into a
oh,
black-owned
This
okay,
establishment.
motherfucker,
okay. How
he about
this
to
was
send me back to
Okay,
my
so
therapist,
Edelman,
hold on, no,
so
no.
hold on. So let me make you understand. So Edelman, you get so much pushback because you are adding sources to what people are saying. Like we didn't say take this and do this, and it gotta be exactly this.
But
$1 billion ain't enough. We saying that,
But
hey,
Sharon,
take
that problem is
we
we
said,
already got black banks, Sharon.
because you
We already
misunderstand.
got it.
It
How
seems
many?
like,
How many?
hold on. It seems like you misrepresented.
let's test
You
it on the
hold on,
panel. Hold on, no,
Edelman,
because
Edelman, hold
I
on.
tried to be
I don't want to
calm.
scream and yell at you. Hold on, Edelman. So
Yell at him, Sharon. Yell at him.
So the problem is that he's saying that we could just put he didn't say take nothing out of nothing else. Everything else stays normal. However, all 100% of black folks that has a job or has some kind of income put 5 cents into a black-owned bank. Is what he's saying. Everything else stays normal. Now talk to that part.
Please.
The point that I'm saying, yes.
Crickets.
No. The point that I'm saying is cool. We can do that. It's already black-owned banks out there. So how about this? What we can do right now? We all agree with this. We can start a movement of all of us taking $1 and put it in the black-owned banks that's already here. I done heard Dr. Umar
Okay.
Johnson and all these
Not
other
a real
people.
doctor.
I don't like when y'all do this. He didn't say create a new bank. He said take the money, a portion of your income, and put it in a bank.
That's what I just said. Now I know you're just trying to argue. I know you're trying to argue.
No,
I
Edelman,
literally
I
said
heard
we
you because
already
MJ
got
just said the
black-owned
same
business.
thing.
Huh?
You just said, well, we already got black-owned banks. We know that.
No,
It's
said
19 of
let's
them.
start a movement. I think you missed what I said. I think you off this time.
Go ahead.
I said
I'm
we
calming
already
down now.
have black-owned banks. So how about let's start a movement of us
Okay.
taking a percentage of our income and start moving it towards those banks.
Okay.
And then I'm okay with that. Listen, I remember when my cousin told me
Keep
about
going.
the first.
Don't give us no story. We don't hear no. We don't want to hear no
I'm
spiritual
trying to tell
stories.
my story. I got
We
like
don't
4
want to hear
minutes.
your story because
Way down in
This
the
is
jungle
trippy, man.
deep.
the work
Listen.
don't start want to get back to her conversation. We hijacked the conversation
So
from us. She want to
let
get
me
back
land
to
it
it.
quick
Hold
then.
on, get to it so she can get back in there.
I got you. I think that yes, let's all put our money there. I don't think that's going to affect the black community. And the reason I think that it's not going to affect it is because these black banks are not going to favor us just because we black and give us loans. So we need to actually have these
It
conversations.
will be, but I'm
Which,
saying it will be under that. It will be
Hold
under
on.
that. It will be
Sean, hold
under
on
that
1 second.
premise,
I'm
though,
sorry.
brother. What I'm saying, the
I
reason
hate
why
when
we will
Edelman
put the
do
money
this.
there. This is what I'm saying to you. If
No,
we have,
hold on,
Just real
Sean.
quick.
Hold on.
You
Let me give
realize
you the logic behind that. Edelman, do you know who Alonzo Herndon is?
yes, sir.
Okay, so why are you making this case or interjecting that the black bank? Like, yes, you have to, and I think Sharon said this. All things being equal, yes, you have to meet criteria. Your money is FDIC insured in a black bank, the same that it is at Bank of America, the same that it is at Chase. Up to what, 250,000? Did they raise it, or did they?
No,
Is
it's
it
still
250,000?
250,000.
Okay, then. So what are we talking about, brother?
What I'm saying
he's
is,
saying that you're not more likely to get a loan or anything else at a black
But
owned
you
than you
would.
as you are as a white owned because they would treat you the same.
You have to meet the same threshold, right, to be considered for a loan, right? The likelihood that you would get a loan at a credit union or a bank where the bankers that work there look like you, the loan officers look like you, like what? I'm about to go.
And it's kind of besides the point because if the loans they're using deposits from members of the bank and all the members of the bank are black, then the members are gonna have more say so in how the loans happen. If they're not loaning out to the community, then they're gonna pull their money from the bank. So you're gonna incentivize the bank to loan out to the community just by virtue of being whose money they're loaning out.
That's one of the purposes of credit unions.
The only point.
I'm about to go, man. I appreciate y'all. I really do got to get out of here.
you told me you got 2 more minutes.
No, damn.
He
about to call his therapist back like, hey man, I fucked up.
Yo, real quick. But what I'm saying to you is, I understand your point of view and your perspective as far as like how the banks work and what you gotta do get a loan. But they already summed that up. But my point was simple. that we could just connect as a people to say something that's painless and something for all participants, no matter what the educational background is, just to come in one common cause to say, yo, I got a bank, so if I get my shit together, maybe, yo, the bank will give me money, because I'm already putting 5 cents a day or 50 cents a day or 50 cents a day or even $1 a day. Whatever I'm putting in, yo, they might give it. What I'm saying is a simple solution. You dig what I'm saying to you? Because people can't, like other people, we can't go on the block with this conversation. You understand? We can't talk certain things to our people in our neighborhoods, you know what I'm saying? Because everybody's where they at. So what I'm saying to you, if you offer something with some simplicity and people can see value in it, that people that don't have value in themselves, and be like, look, at least I can rock with that. This is what I'm saying to you. I'm just trying to have a spark in the more elite minds that's greater than minds to take it there. You think what I'm saying too? Because we all collective, we all have the same DNA. That's what I'm saying, brother.
Touche. I agree. All right, we all got the same DNA, but I just want people to know all black folks ain't gonna be treated the same. I might get along, you might not, but I got more going on. So don't try to take your 5 cent out the bank now because you couldn't get no loan. That's all I'm saying.
But that
Brother,
news would travel, wouldn't
we
it?
all know how we get down, but what I'm saying is we're gonna deal with each other pain. What I'm saying, the money and everything else to see as a collective, the environment and how we treat each other would change. What I'm saying, if that was so-called happen, we did that for a year. What I'm saying, how we treat each other and more things will happen. What I'm saying, it's a domino effect to other things. How we even look at it, our tongue will get straightened out a little something. Our mind will be a little clearer. You know what I'm saying? From this little small thing, this is what I'm saying to you, bro. I know we got our hiccups. We all got our bullshit with us. We all know that, bro. But what I'm saying to you, the overall, the macro, not the micro, the macro is we're gonna rise, bro. That's all I'm saying to you. To get brothers to rise in this economic, this tech world. Get us to just be respectful again. You understand what I'm saying to you? If we do the things the right way, the money gonna come. This is what I'm saying to you. We can't come the way other people came. I
Yeah,
mean,
no, listen,
there
listen.
was a study. There was a study.
Hold
There
on,
was a study.
hold on. I just want to make sure I understand this right, brother. Do you anybody other than me have money in one United Bank? Am
Yes.
I the only one? Okay, am I the only one?
No, I don't bank with One United.
Okay, I got One United because it was a black-owned bank, and my cousin in Atlanta was doing this thing, and he called me, and I said, "Cool, get me this. I'm gonna put some money over there." I don't even think I haven't checked it, but I put it over there. I'm down for that. But when I start looking at banks like this, I say, okay, what effects are they having on the black community? You gotta understand, a lot of people have took advantage of the black community and said, hey, do it because I'm black, and they don't give back to the black community. I'm just saying we should have a checks
So
and
what?
balance system.
But
I
what I'm
did.
saying, but
So what? Yeah, you
isn't
said
that what
what?
I
Let them
said to
take
you, though?
advantage of us.
The white
Hold
people.
on.
No, this is what they were talking about earlier. Is that the standard? Like the same thing will happen in the other community, and you're saying, oh well, it happened. The black bank or credit union is taking advantage of the community. So bank your money with the white bank or credit union that does the same thing. And they're
Right.
saying if they're doing the same thing, stick with your own at the very least. It's a low bar, but if you have the choice between a white person taking advantage of you and a black person taking advantage of you, they're saying use the same criticism and either don't bank with either or bank with the black. Don't complain about the black taking advantage of you, but then you're
But
okay
that's
with
the
the white person taking
problem.
advantage of you.
The
Absolutely.
problem with what you saying is it's not the same. I can go into Chase and I can find 10 loans in business around the Chase that Chase gave them money. Like that's the point that I'm telling you is that we keep trying to say,
So
oh, it's
you're
the
saying that you
same.
can't find that in the black owned whatever
So,
One United or
so,
whatever you said.
so Edelman, who do you think? So Atlanta has, I think, at least two that I know of, black-owned banks, and I hate when we do this because we're at the table, we're actually trying to solve for the problem, and we keep coming up with problems for the solution. Okay, you have Citizen Trust in Atlanta, and I forget the other one. The one I'm thinking about specifically is in East Point. There's a branch I'm thinking about in East Point. I don't bank with dang, I ain't gonna show this. I don't do One United, but I do the one that Killer Mike does, right? So this idea again, how we associate and think about money and the role of banks and all these different things, we got to make some adjustments, G. You know, I get it. If you feel like your money is better served at Bank of America or Chase or Capital One or any of these other banks, which I love the model that Capital One is doing with their cafes and stuff like that. These smaller banks absolutely serve a purpose. I think the community that Sharon,
don't forget, Starbucks is not a coffee shop; it's a bank, by the way.
Hush. It is. It's genius. It's actually genius. I read that same article. It's genius. But you know, this idea that and it's almost like we're feeding into the same thing that you were just talking about, Sharon. Somebody was up here talking about the idea that because it's black owned, I get less than. Right, so because I bank with a black bank, I'm gonna get a less service, or I'm not gonna get the loan, or this, that, and the third. Like, you should have a relationship with your banker anyway, and it's even better when the banker lives in the same neighborhood as you, right? It's the same way you should know your teacher, you should know the alderman, you should know the mayor, you should know the governor, like. All these different relationships you should have anyway, but in the event that you don't, we got to start to build with one another, fam. There's 19 black banks left in this country.
Yeah.
And what's likely to happen, either man, if you was going to introduce a problem, the one that I thought you would have introduced would be, well, what if we build it up so big and then another bank comes in and swallow it? That's a different conversation I would rather have than it ain't gonna succeed. I mean, that ain't no money, $1 billion. Who the fuck says $1 billion ain't shit?
Ain't no money.
E. Williams, let me tell you something. Everybody,
y'all gotta
send me back to therapy.
Like y'all. So
let me get home speed down.
Hold on, wait. I got to run to Chicago. All
right, hold on. Before you respond, hold on, Eda man. Before you respond, the work don't stop. Would you like to say anything? You've been patient. I know you have a lot of thoughts.
I'm sorry, Queen. Yeah.
No, I don't really have much to say because Eda man, he's gonna come back.
I'm not of that mindset. You know that you can interrupt, you can jump in. You are in
No, I'm not trying to.
I got your back.
I'm not trying to.
Man, I'm gonna treat you different.
That's
why
I treat you different, not like these niggas. Shift. I don't think he's understanding that it needs to be a priority. And if you do meet something, bad service or whatever, go find another black-owned business. It's in your best interest, it's in your children's or your family's best interest that we spend our dollars with each other. So yeah, you have to change that idea that you're going to be getting less quality in anything service. I am in service in different ways. I've been there for many years and the quality of it has gone down, right? But I do meet awesome Black owners that do have great service, right? I feel seen. They speak, they smile. I know them. I continue to spend my money with. Have I had some negative experiences? Yes, but that didn't turn my taste off to continue the journey because I know the importance of it. So for that, you said you spend. It's kind of a double. I'm not sure what's going on. In one sense, you said you understand, but then you have so much pushback instead of seeing the opportunity or the value in what's being stated. I'm not sure who specifically was speaking. I think AR with the banking idea. Yes, that's great. I did used to bank with One United as well. And I get what you're saying, Either man, but if we continue to support in masses, the more that they can do and show up in a way in the Black community that they haven't had the opportunity to do before because we're not supporting them in the masses as we should. If we were able to uplift other communities and they've been able to send their kids to school, build additional businesses and really grow their communities, send for people at home, support people back home. Telling me if we spend the money with ourselves and even 50%, 75%, that we can't do the same. That's
yeah, so
before you jump in, Eda man, I just want to make sure we say, hey, that was a great point. We cannot just keep going.
Yeah, don't cut that queen off, man.
Yeah,
we don't like sometimes we don't let nothing good just like let it simmer for just
let it breathe. Gotta let it breathe.
That's like that was really good.
Yeah, let it sizzle on your spirit.
And try to beat it down is all.
I wasn't gonna beat it down. See, I told you I was gonna treat her different.
But when you jump in so quick, we don't allow it to breathe just a little bit. Like allow it to breathe just a little bit. Let some people entertain that thought patterns and see if it can benefit them or not. because some people is going to benefit and some people is not. That is fine, but at least allow it to settle down a little bit. We could bring our voices back and say, oh man, you know what? That is not a bad idea. And then maybe months from now, years from now, because Sean mentioned something, the works said something eloquently where people understood, and then now 5 months from now, we have a brand new black bank that is attempting to do all the things that we saying, and they going through the rough patches of actually executing it, because when they start doing it, it's not going to be knocked out of the park perfect, and we cannot keep judging them on perfect hits. And it's okay if they are batting a 300, that is still that's Hall of Fame. So, if they hit in 3 out of 10, that's Hall of Fame baseball player. 3 out of 10. It's okay.
So what I'm saying is, yes, if y'all gotta say that we want to focus on the bank and putting our money in the bank, I believe truthfully and honestly that is the slowest way for us to build generational wealth. That was the point that I was making. I think the fastest way for us to build generation wealth is ownership. Like I said, if we can find things where we're renting to black people, taking the majority of their actual paycheck, because I have black rentals, right? And the majority of their paycheck is coming in from rentals. I think that is where we'll have more money to be able to.
But man, can I ask a question? How do we start there? Because one of the biggest issues is that we don't have resources, right? That's why even the idea, of course, the bank concept isn't the only place. Like, we have so much work to do. Ain't no area in our lives that we can't discuss about, that we need to, reshape our thinking on in regards to every aspect as humans. So that's just a piece of it, right? Sometimes to get to the other places, we need the resources and of course money. So you're right. Land and our overhead takes a majority percentage. So right, we do need to focus on land, right? But right now at this moment, right, we need to gather the money, right? A lot of people are trying to even move out of the corporate mindset thinking and move into entrepreneurship, right? So that's why you see so many people focusing on businesses, which is a great start. But if we want people to build more independent businesses, guess what they're going to need? Loans and things from banks, right? So that's where that piece takes in. But it's not just that. Like I said, it's also a mind shift thing, untraining ourselves. That's its own leg. That's a whole different community or set of people who are, there's a conscious and there's people that's doing that, right? So we need these things in all different, yes, fresh food. Like you said, Black farmers are having an issue right now. What's wrong with us working together and work in group purchasing? People out there couponing. There's a lot of Black older women that coupon that you can go get your stuff instead of going to the, there's just a number of ways that we can do it. So it don't just start with banking. It's trying to be creative and do those things within your tribe or your community or within your city until we start to make those links nationwide.
But good sister, don't let him.
Before you go, Chicago, I got a cast that says, Chicago, have you been to Leem's Barbecue? Lem's Barbecue.
No, I haven't been there since I moved back to the crib, but they got an award from James Beard too. They got like some type of legacy award. Yeah, they've been around I think almost 70 years or something like that. I know Harold's just celebrated 75.
You should go today. You should go today.
But I was gonna say to the sister,
that's where I go every time I come to Chicago.
Yeah, Lim and them on 75th. But sister, don't let Eat a Man throw them curveballs and let him skate up out of here. And then you expend all that good knowledge and energy on this motherfucker. We still dealing with Sean because the basic premise that Sean is saying. And listen, this look, pay attention to what Eat a Man doing, sis. We started with something small. We talking about 15 cents. And this motherfucker talking about going somewhere and get a loan to purchase land because the quickest way to build wealth. We're not even talking about building wealth. We're talking about laying foundation to be able to sustain community so that you can go in, right? How can I build a business? Like, I get it. I have capital, right? So I'm going to take money from my earned labor and use my disposable income to start a business, as opposed to other groups who have a 50, 100, 200 year head start because what? They can go to the bank on their face card or whatever, use their family assets, whatever, right?
Great point.
The bank is the foundation. And I'm yelling on purpose. The bank is the foundation. And Sean made a very good point. 15 cents a day, and we concentrate. Maybe we take the top 3, or if we take it and pool it into one. You don't have to pull all your money at 15 cents a day. You're not pulling all of your money out of the other banks, and nobody said that.
Listen, Chicago, that's 15 cents a day with only 16 million working black. With
cool, whatever. If it's $1, whatever the amount is.
It just doubles. I'm saying it with 5 cents
a day. The thing is,
that's different, bro. What I'm saying to you is something that's painless, something that we can all understand, and something to get something started. Because you need a community, you need a banking system, you need school, and you need a hospital, and all that. No, the bank. You understand? So you
hospital
still need that to go.
So, I'm just saying, like when I hear these.
And before let me get Mitch in there. I don't know why he changed his name to Mitch, but before I get Mitch in there, let me also say
I love the game.
I want to say that if we was to do the 50, the 15,
that's not how you spell Mitch.
The 15 today, that comes out to be about like $54 for the year.
That's it. But like trying to get everybody on the same page is crazy.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. We understand.
Guys, I'm gonna enjoy the show from the background. I got some other things to do.
Yeah, I know it's breaking your heart. He breaking your heart.
Right, one love.
No, yeah, it's okay to leave. I get it. It hurts.
I appreciate it. Make sure you come back.
You dropping such good knowledge, man.
Let me just say this.
I'm just saying 15 cents times 30, and then 15 cents times 365 is somewhere around like $54. That's crazy that we even having this argument. Go ahead, Mitch.
Yeah, man, that is crazy. Every time we come up with a solution, there's someone throw another problem in your face. I want to say this about the generational wealth thing, though. I don't want to really hear nobody, because me, generational wealth starts within the family. So if we really talk about being pro-black or pro-Asian or pro-white or pro-Jewish, all those pro people are not going to go outside their race. The men, especially, because they, quote unquote, the men make all the money, and your wealth is going to be generationally passed to another race. So I think that it's like so many layers to this, but it's goddamn. But it's good that like we're coming up with different solutions. But for sure, if we're going to talk about generational, like to me, it's just crazy that the guy who was just like kind of shooting down a solution, wants to bring up generational wealth. And obviously, the quickest way to generational wealth is through the families, having black families where the wife is black and the husband is black. So
do I agree with that? That's a different argument. And I don't know if I 100% agree.
Look at it like this, Gracie. Look at it like this, Gracie. Look at it like this. Jewish people, when we go up to Brooklyn, right, and we see their community, we see it, right? You've seen it. I don't know if either man been in New York like that, so he probably ain't see it. But there's no other races inside of their people but them. So if we always look up to the tall hats as like the higher echelon, people always using them. I know we all heard that. That's how they live. They not about to. You don't see no black dude walking around with no swirlies on his sideburns and shit. Talking about I'm down with them.
And not only that, they are not known for good business practices. They are not known for good customer service. And somehow
black people go to them for they rent every month because they know if they rent the rent. All the fucking houses.
Tell them the fun fact. Tell them the fun fact about NY. A Jewish person can't get arrested in NY. Do you know that?
Right.
Yeah, I bet they can. Because they stand on they group of people. They don't let other people in, and we all end up respecting that. But then we go with the black people. Let's spread it out. Let's have a white man with a black woman, a black woman with a white man. Let's do it all. Like that's why I get confused with the pro-black here.
Hold on. But before we go to, all I'm saying is that I just want to highlight that even in New York, we understand that they are not considered the best customer service or have the best services, period. They also known for being very cheap. They find the cheapest way to do everything in New York. And somehow people still go and do business with them. Nobody's holding them accountable and say, hey, because they are cheap, or because they smell, or because they don't speak with each other, because they wear wigs, because they got all those things that is negative about black folk, but for some reason they business don't stop.
Because black people are the mother goose All people know they come to the hood to get the money. All the Indian people come here and invest. You want to get rich in America? Go to open up a shop, Black America, Black neighborhood, and you'll get paid.
Unless you black,
right? Unless you black, 100%. 100%. That's the sickness. This is what I'm saying to you. It's self-love. This is what I'm saying. We don't see value. I say E. Williams. I think it's hard for entrepreneurs, especially black entrepreneurs, to see it as like it's like a kind of division. Nah, I ain't doing that. You gotta put yourself out your own bootstraps, which is true to a certain extent. But what I'm saying is they have that mentality, so they can't see no unity. They only see like, this successful. This what all the people that got money, all the Caucasian people that got money. This is what Elon. This is what all the people that got money. This is what they do. So I gotta do what they do. You know, I read these books. I gotta be 20 minutes of books of this for what they thinking. I gotta do this. I gotta do this. What I gotta do instead of letting the collective come together and put our minds together. You understand? With that 5 cents a day, you're going to listen. I'm saying I'm not biblical or anything. I just use it because that's what people know. But I'm saying God find the best in the worst people. This is what I'm saying to you at that time. You understand what I'm saying to you? He put his words. He didn't put his word in his people that always ruled all the time. You dig what I'm saying? So what I'm saying to you is that we so blinded to judge because we know. I said, like, see, E. Williams gonna talk all our barbecue, get-togethers and say, yo, this how black people act with this, how black people. We know this, we know that, but we gotta come to a solution to uplift so we can stop backbiting and talking about each other and get that sickness and straighten out our tongue to be like, you know what, we can do this and we got bread. You dig what I'm saying to you? It's like,
for sure.
What I'm saying is a sense of pride. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Let me read the 2 super chats. Miss Janet with the $5. You are number 1. Hopefully that's what it was. That was the other word for it. Davey Richards with the $4.99. Lee, you let a man tell you he don't like your shirt and you went to change it. You've been exposed. You want to respond to this?
Nah, I don't care. I don't even know what he's talking about.
304.
Okay. So yo, Sean, you right. I just think that again, man, Eda Man is somebody that's really not. I wouldn't really put him as a pro-black person at the end of the day. So I would assume he would have that type of rhetoric because, again, you know, he's dating outside of his.
Hold on, Lee, but don't just leave it on him, right? Because besides, he might possibly be exactly what you say. However, we do have a lot of men that are out there and women that have a black family, have the whole black spouse and everything, and they still say the same thing he says. So let's talk to that point of it as well, because we know for a fact that other people that have black on black on black, they still say the same thing he's saying.
I don't agree with that though, so I can't speak to that. I don't agree that people that's pro-black that would against all odds, you know, because usually people would be like, oh, black woman is black woman that against all odds still go for a black woman, or against all odds because they do the same thing with the opposite, would then come back around and then start being like, oh, let's talk down on them or let's make it seem like every.
I can give you examples just so it can make it easier and clear to see.
I'm not going to agree though. I'm not going to agree. So like we can move on. Like
agree to which part though?
To the part where you see that like people that date within a race will talk about people within a race more often than people that don't. I think the people that don't date within a race are the ones that will talk about their race more often. That's what I've seen in reality.
Yeah, but that's not. However, regardless of, because I don't see it that way, because majority of black folks do not date outside their race, and so majority of people that's talking down on black folks are black folks that are so-called dating other black folk.
I don't know, man. Okay, I mean, if you think that, but if we were to bring 10 different types, 10 people married to the same race, it don't matter what race it is, and 10 people that's in different races, the people that's married with the same race would probably have ideologies that's the same and that's connected to that race, and then the other two would probably have like different ideologies, you know.
No, what I'm saying is like chaotic truth. He's married to a black woman, and he still talks down on black folk.
Okay, but overall, he loves them, though. He'll tell you that.
Okay, we got Anton Dance. He's married to a black woman. He still says the same thing Eda Man saying.
I mean, those are people that's trying to make money off monetization. I don't like look at any of y'all as giving y'all real opinions. I look at y'all as people and myself too, a lot of times as entertainers. Just like people on the news, they say stuff that's written down. I think that's what a lot of people do, especially Anton Daniels and Chaotic Truth. They're both sensationalists. They're both trying to make money off getting people to want to argue about their points. So I'm gonna say things that's going to be inflammatory. That's what they're doing. That's what it's act though. It's not who I really believe. Like they don't go outside and talk to black people like that.
So, but
You
I
know?
don't think so. That's my problem. I don't think that we should put that on them and say, "Oh, that's not their real selves." No, whoever you push out there into the world, we got to say, "Hey, we believe you." Now, we're not going to give nobody the benefit of the doubt. If we're going to do it to Eat a Man, right? We're going to hold Eat a Man to a very strong standard. Then we got to hold those other content creators to that same standard as we trying to hold Eat a Man. So that's what I'm saying. That's all. Like I think it should just be fair.
I don't think it should. Sorry. Right now, but I want to say this. I just want to say this. I don't think it should be fair because right now the truth is it's a war against black women and black men. And the more that you go outside your race, I do the same thing to the basketball players and the football players and all the other dudes that be dating white women, right? And if you're in a room full of dark-skinned black women, they'll tell you that they hate that shit. They hate seeing it. They hate being around it, and they don't want to be in. They don't want you to invite that black dude that has married a white woman to their cookouts, right? It is what it is. We want to see people together with our own people. So when people don't do that, they should be looked at like that. Remember, you let Bumpkin, the white dude, come up here and call us and say, "Oh yeah, we don't do that in the white culture because in the white culture we call you a dirt." What did he say on your channel? He said some racial slur. What the fuck he said? He said something, but he basically said called us a racial slur on your show and was like, "Yeah, white people, we basically attack those people and call them I don't think it was nigger lover. I think it was like something else because he wouldn't say the hard ER word. So why can't we do that? Why can't we be on that same time they be on? Because they'll do it to their own people. You had to come up here and say it. And that's my point is that, I'm going to stand on the fact that if you are not with a black woman, or if you're a black woman not with a black man, then it's cool, go live your life, but to sit here talking about this shit with us and trying to and usually those people have the worst ideologies towards their people. They be having the worst ideologies towards their people. So I definitely don't be wanting to hear them. Sometimes they'll flip in and out once they go out into the world and they let them know you still nigga. That's why Jay-Z made the song. They'll snap back into reality, but once they get around their little white family and then they around all these white people, because that's what you got to do, right? You got to go to their cookouts, you got to celebrate the Christmases and shit. So you're gonna be around white people. You're gonna have to be code switching and all that shit, and that shit changes them. When I go to a cookout in DC, I'm black as a motherfucker because my girlfriend black. I'm saying, nigga, I'm all that.
How many white gatherings have you went to?
How many white gatherings? I grew up around white people. I went to a bunch of.
So you were code switching all the time you went to them?
It's kind of different because in Jersey and New York, the white people kind of blend in with the black people. White people acting black. So
you're talking about Bumpkin, but Bumpkin lives in North Dakota / Minnesota.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about Bumpkin. I'm talking about what he was able to say.
He's representing his. He's not. That's my point. Is that you grew up around a bunch of white people. They do not think like that. What he described, we say this in the white culture. He's talking about his white culture in North Dakota or Minnesota. No, I grew up. I'm mixed. I have white family members. I've never had any issues. I've never had a code switch. They grew up in the same city, the same smallish town as my black side of the family.
So you saying nigga around your white people, your white friends? Around your white family, and they saying nigga to you? Are they saying nigga to you?
What does that got?
Okay, so a code switch is happening. That's what I'm saying. Look, listen to what I'm saying. No one has to hide anything. When I bring you to the black cookout, you don't have to hide anything. They don't have to hide anything from you. When you go to their cookouts, now they have to probably hide saying nigga around you. You just told me that they don't say that they don't say it, but you can say it.
Why do you think that they would say it in the first? They're not hiding anything. They don't say it.
Oh, bro, everybody says it, bro. So you're telling me when y'all start listening to? Okay, I'm about to get you right now. When y'all start listening to rap music, when you start listening to, okay, bro, like when you start listening to
The
rap
whole
music,
point that we're getting the whole point that I was trying to make was that
when you start
Bumpkin's
listening to rap
white
music,
culture is different than other white and you admitted the white people that you grow up around are different because they blend in. Yeah, that was the point I was making. You
yeah,
don't have
being
to.
different. Okay, but
Okay,
yeah, but that's the thing is that you think you're so smart because you
and
have
then
white, but you just a
you
fucking mutt.
what?
At the
I
end of the
never
day,
said.
yo, bro,
I don't be saying
oh
nothing.
my god, bro.
Niggas just be going off for no reason. I don't do none of that
Because
personal
bro,
assaulting bullshit.
because
I'm just pointing. They get mad. You press them about their dumbass
you just
points,
start.
and then they
First
turn
of
it
all,
into a
nobody
racial
was even
thing.
talking to you though,
It's
because
crazy.
you're an idiot. You're an idiot. The fact that
This is my point.
God,
You're
you
proving
just
my
start
point. I
talking while I'm
appreciate it.
talking.
Hold on. So
Nah,
like,
bro.
You go
Let me
rambling
just
on
let me
these
say
long
what I
ass
got. I'm not even
goofy
rambling. This
tangents.
motherfucker just keep
hold on.
talking because he got a better mic. Shit is
Hold
I
on.
appreciate that. It's only $100 if you want to come out. It's called a Yeti X.
AR, please. So let's not allow. I was hoping that y'all could get it back to a conversation. We've been doing good all day. This shit doesn't help my channel that y'all arguing. It doesn't help the numbers, doesn't help money. So I don't want people to start saying that, hey, you letting these conversations, because what I'm starting to notice is that for some reason, when things happen on my channel, I'm getting held to a higher standard. So I can't allow this shit to happen anymore. Right? If somebody of a different race come on the channel and they
now
say
you want to not allow. When niggas was talking about my daughter, you allowed it though. The fuck out of here.
Okay, fine. So the problem is that y'all want to hold me to something that somebody else says. On every other channel,
Nah, that was one person. That was Venus.
Okay, that's fine. So every other channel, you don't care. It's only on my channel where I got to be held to what somebody else says. And fine. So since y'all want to hold me to what somebody else say, I'm going to do the same thing for you. It's just that simple.
So, but
Because
Sharon, I got to. Oh, go ahead.
It's so crazy that you start muting me, but I was just trying to make
you're talking because I'm holding you accountable the way how you want me to hold other people accountable. So I'm gonna do it to you as well. So you gotta be held accountable as well. You cannot just say, hey, Sharon, you let other people do this, you let other people, then you want to do the same thing that you say that I did other people. So it's either we're gonna hold the standard for everybody, including yourself, and stop trying to put it on me and say I did something for somebody else. People are responsible for their own self, but since people cannot be responsible for what they say, and I'm responsible for what somebody else says, even though that was one negative thing that I said, even though we said a bunch of positive, productive things today, nobody's going to hold me accountable for anything positive and productive that was said today. They want to hold me responsible for somebody said negative that I don't believe in. I don't believe in that ideology. I don't agree with the ideology. I go against the ideology, but y'all want to hold me to that. As I say, Sharon produces and say, hey, he says the men need to recalibrate. No, I ain't holding to that standard. I'm holding to some white man that me and him do not agree. Me and him disagree all the time. He comes to the channel because he disagrees.
So, but Sharon,
you want to hold me to that standard of somebody else that I don't agree with. It's insane to me. But so it's only done to us black. It's only done to me at this moment.
So Sharon, hold on 1 second. So Sharon, I pulled out my calculator and I was doing some math over here, right? So if only the people in interracial marriages think this way, based on that other 90% of the people who are not in interracial marriage, shouldn't the black community be thriving if we the only people think this way?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just think that sometimes people just want to take shots at people, and then that's just the thing. But in reality is, if I think that my super chats are pro-black, like if anything, like anytime that I learned that I have a disagreement with someone and I'm not 100% aligned with the way that they think, I think my dollars prove that I'm pro-black, that I support black communities. Like this idea that I'm not pro-black or I don't want the best for the black community, it's just a way for people to try to quote unquote force me to think the way that they think. It's nothing wrong with saying I'm willing to support black businesses, but I'm gonna hold them to a standard. And I get that people don't like that, but that's what I want to do with my money. I tell people, you go do what you want to do with your own money. And what it really come down to is people try to dictate what I have went out hard and what I did with to create that money. That's the point that I saw.
I don't think
Could I respond to
you
that?
can
Could I
go.
respond to that, please? Because I'm the one that said it. I just
Go
want you
ahead.
to understand that if I was a racist billionaire and I gave the black community $100 billion, but I was racist, would that not make me racist now? Don't answer that question. It's rhetorical. Money don't mean shit. At the end of the day, it's about who you choose to marry. Okay, if I go out here and I make 8 baby mamas like Nick Cannon, what they gonna say about me? They gonna talk shit about me, right? That's exactly what they did, right? Because they ain't married none of them. So when you see a black man, and we're not talking about people on this panel, I'm just saying how I feel. If you got a problem with it because you're a part of it, then that's on you. But when I see a black dude, and when my girl see a black dude or see a black woman with a white guy, we don't like that shit. We're not looking at them like they pro-black. And like I said, that's cool. You could think you're pro-black, but if we bring you around a bunch of black people and like a cookout full of 100 black people, and they all got black families, and then you there, who the soaked up? Who's sticking out? You is. Who the one that people gonna be like, why he? And you know it happens. Like I've seen it literally happen where a dude will bring the white girl around, and all the black women sitting over there like, and they ain't got wigs on. Yeah, some of them do, but you get what I'm saying. Like, I'm just saying, man, at the end of the day,
Yeah,
if we
like
sitting here talking about pro-blackness, we got to stand on that shit. Even if you are not a part of it, you still got to still say, yo, I respect the black on blackness of it. Two
yeah,
black,
like
and then the
I think
generational wealth of it, because his black wealth goes to a black woman, not to a white woman, not to an Asian woman, not to a Hispanic woman.
yeah. What I'm hearing him say is that he got a problem with people, and he ain't gonna be the first person. The good thing about it is, I really don't care how he feels. Like this idea that I sit at night thinking about how Lee feel about the decisions I made in my life is crazy. I don't care. So yes, you don't like it. So sit in your damn corner and not like it. Like it's a lot
It
of
ain't
stuff
just
that
me. It ain't just me. Dr. Umar don't like it. But look, I didn't
I
make it
let
about
you
you. You just said
finish,
my name, and
bro.
I never said.
Let him
You just
finish.
said my name, and I
You've
never
been
said
saying my
his
name
I
for
though.
the
I
last
let you
30
get
I
in.
minutes.
never said your name
Let
though
you
when I
get in.
just spoke though. That's crazy.
Let him finish, and you get
Slandering
you
ass
you
And
fat
then
get in
nigga, bro.
too.
and then this is the passive aggressive
Please don't
bullshit.
say. Please nobody say nobody name, because now if you say a name, that's
But
a problem too.
Sharon,
Don't
they've
say no
been saying
name.
my name for the last 30 minutes.
That's okay.
Y'all
It's
literally
okay.
had a whole conversation about my name.
I
And
understand.
you asked him, hold on, he asked him,
Oh
hey
my
Lee,
goodness,
let's
man.
take
Y'all
this
just gotta
away
let
from
stuff
E.
go sometimes.
Yeah,
Lord Jesus.
I
nigga,
know.
mad he a race
Listen, no.
trader.
See,
Nigga, mad he a race trader.
This
Like, get
is
over it,
that
bro.
passive aggressive stuff
You
that
gonna
we
be
say.
called a race trader
He
to the day you
literally
die,
talked
my
about me
nigga.
for
It
45
is what
minutes,
it is.
and
I'm
now
pretty
he
sure
want to
your
go
own mother don't
passive
like the shit you
aggressive.
on.
Everybody know that he's talking about me, and now he want to get sensitive if
No,
somebody say his
I
name.
just now
That's full of
said
shit. You
I
full of
believe this
shit.
for anybody. I believe
You
this for
literally
anybody.
came up here to talk to
I said
me.
women too, though. I said the
No,
women
you
too. You a
don't.
woman?
No,
I just said the black woman with a white dude, and so you're a woman too. You're a
see
man and
that's
a woman.
the
You're a
point.
Okay. All
hermaphrodite.
right. So
Like,
let's
bro,
get
you
back to
just
that.
trying to
Okay.
fight,
Okay.
bro. Get
Okay.
the fuck out of here.
Hold on. Both parties, we got to get to putting a period on it. Either man finish the statement, please. Don't interrupt him. Unlikely you'll be able to respond after he finished, even if he says your name. You'll be able to respond. It's okay.
So,
Why
Hey,
don't
so
we just move back
the
to the
big,
bank talk?
yeah, that's what we was trying to. But Lee been trying to have this conversation, so
We,
he
but
don't let him have it.
we don't got
Hold
to
on.
keep on saying his name. Like it's like antagonizing.
No,
Just like move
I
to
don't
a
give a
different
shit.
topic.
Like he
Thank
said,
you.
listen,
He tried to
no, this is
antagonize
the
me, but he
hold on.
can't.
The
He can
bullshit,
never come to my
AR.
face and
hey,
say
hey,
Hold
easy.
on, no,
this is the time.
AR.
Hold
The
on. Okay,
bullshit is
hold on,
he have
hold
said my
on.
name for 40 minutes, and the
It's
only
okay.
person who
Just go
said
ahead.
something was
Go to your point.
Sharon.
Go ahead, Edom,
Sharon
man.
was
Do
the
your
Did
only
you?
thing.
one who said, "Hey, we can take this off E Man." He said, "No, let's keep it on E Man."
Okay.
And
Did
he
you hear?
literally,
Did you hear Sharon also say he doesn't want to deal with the arguments on his channel anymore?
I,
Exactly. So it's over. So we stopped it, and then you
Hold
came
he
back and
on.
talking and
disregarded
just
Hold
everything he
on.
said.
Unlikely. He asked Edom man a question. You don't got to answer for him.
so
Did you hear
no.
Sharon say he doesn't want to deal with arguments? So let's stay away from that.
So
And you're
say
pressing the
AR,
argument.
listen, AR, we've been literally for 3 minutes having a conductive conversation. Listen, sometimes we have to start identifying the problem in the space. He came up here literally to argue. We had, like I said, we had 6 people. We was all bouncing on the topic. And
I
Lee said,
understand. I understand what you're saying,
Lee
either man.
personally came up here to derail and argue. That's what he did.
Okay. All right. So he
And then
did that. Then so did Sharon say I don't want to deal with arguments after he did that or before?
So the whole point is we go.
Yeah,
Let's move forward, because I'm
yeah,
not about
let's
to go
move
back and
forward. There we
forward.
go.
Let's
All
move
right,
forward.
there we go. Yeah.
So
All
what
right,
it
let me
comes.
just say,
Hold on. No, it's my turn. So the point
go
is,
ahead.
what it really comes down to when it start talking about the black spaces is some people are gonna try to qualify who's blacker than them. Like they're gonna try to start measuring the level of blackness. What I'm saying is we as a community have to take that division out and just start supporting black, but we still can have standards in the black community. So if we give our money to a black bank AR, if we spending money at these restaurants, we still can say that we have a standard that we want you guys to cooperate with. I'm not saying to take the money away, but we can still hold them to the standard. That's the point I was making throughout this whole 2 hours AR.
And but I don't think anybody was saying that we should just shop anywhere that says they're black owned, no matter what anything about it is. It's the comparison between the black owned business in your neighborhood is giving you the same service, the same quality of food, the same price as the other businesses in your neighborhood, and you're choosing those other businesses, whether that be good service or bad service at the black owned business. That was the crux of at least the beginning. And then when we're talking about black banks and black credit unions and whatnot, you're saying that, oh, they're not gonna just because it's black owned doesn't mean they're gonna treat you a different way or they're gonna help the black community or whatever. But you just had a discussion talking about how putting black owned in front of your store name or in front of your business or whatever turns people off that aren't black, which would mean that if you're saying that a black owned business, it attracts black customers, and a black owned restaurant is attracting black customers, then a black owned bank would also attract black customers. Black customers shopping, or the black community banking or using the credit union, some people might get turned down for loans. Maybe they're going to turn more people down than they're going to give out loans or whatever. But the people using that credit union, the people that are getting those loans, are still black. By your logic, that it being black owned is going to turn everybody that's not black away from using.
Well, I didn't say that just because you black, you're gonna turn away business. I don't know where you got that stuff. And I didn't say that you can't put black on before your name. So what I said is that you can say that you're a black owned business. That's a good way to start a business. Yes, people are gonna support you because you are a black owned business. I said, but for you to sustain the business, you got to have a form of substance to keep people there. That was my take. AR. I don't know where I never said that you shouldn't say you black owned business. I don't know where that came from.
I'm saying that you said that, that's what I was trying to say. I don't know, maybe I misstated or something. I was saying that what you just said basically is you having black owned in front of your business is going to turn people away.
All right, Sharon, I've been quiet this whole time. Let me know.
Go on, let him go. Let him go.
You want to jump in right there, Lee? Lee, you want to jump in right there?
Hold up. I feel like I'm lagging.
A little bit.
I guess AR finished what you're saying.
No, I think that
My bad. I felt like I was lagging. I'm sorry. I just want to say to what Eda Man said, again, a race trader trying to divide, got to be honest with you, because he brought up generational wealth, trying to use it when y'all was like going back and forth, trying to get him to understand that we should invest. We shouldn't be talking about our people if we go into their restaurant and they might have a bad day. We shouldn't be giving them 1 star. We shouldn't be doing all that, right? Trying to defend our people. He comes up here and brings up, well, generational wealth. So I hone in on that and I say, well, the fastest route to generational wealth is having black women and black men in the homes together. I don't get how that. Well, I could understand how a race trader would take it that way, but
why do you keep,
I was not.
We just discussed the
You see that?
antagonizing.
That's I told you the problem was. We literally got completely off of Lee. We started back onto the conversation.
No, you just was talking about me, and then Sharon told me to be quiet, so I stayed quiet, bro. I'm getting cut off again. This is crazy.
Listen, we both came to understand we was gonna move forward, and we was
No,
gonna talk about
bro,
the
you were
subject.
just talking about me, and I never got to speak on that. And Sharon told me to be quiet, so I was quiet, bro.
Finish up, but AR, you see the point I'm making, right? You can
there is no point
with terrorists.
There is no. You're the terrorist. You're the one. Are you joking right now?
Oh, we're using T words.
Yo, how can you call me that? If this was war, Oh my, never mind. You're an idiot. Never mind. Just forget it. Go ahead.
So AR, do you want to
If
get
this
back to
was
what we was
war,
talking
you would
about,
be
or
known as the fucking
Yeah,
terrorist.
we can get back to the credit union and bank.
yeah? So no, but you AR, I agree. Like, say for example, if you gonna go to a Chinese restaurant and you gonna go to a black restaurant and both of them got crappy services, you should choose black. I'm not saying that when Sharon was making that point earlier that if it's everywhere you go is bad and you don't have an option for a better option, you should choose
Now
the
he
cheaper over.
now he flip flopping. Now he flip
No,
flopping. He wasn't saying that earlier, man.
okay, go ahead,
He
leave my
wasn't even
talk.
saying that earlier. That's why he was going back and forth with you because you were not saying that earlier.
Okay, so you want to talk to what he said? You just want to rehash what was going on? You want to talk to what he's saying? Because you interrupting. We got to try to not interrupt and then get mad when somebody else interrupts us. So it's one or the other. Go ahead, Edom. I think he's good right now. Go ahead, Edom, man.
Yeah, so I'm not saying that if it's two bad companies and you got to choose between the bad companies, you should not choose the black company. What the conversation I was having earlier, AR, is if it's a higher level of service versus a lower level of service. Because what I interpret Sharon was saying is we should choose the lower level service because it was black. But if I misinterpret that, that was the problem I had. Not two things that are equal, but two things are not equal. Do we still go with one company because it's black AR, or are we in the mindset that we just support black because it's black regardless of the service?
No, I think they were pretty clear. He kept on saying that people hold black businesses to a higher standard. They complain about black businesses for X, Y, and Z, but then shop at Shein or shop at Temu or shop at the Chinese restaurant, and it's the same level of service, the same disrespectful service, or worse. So that was what I got from it, and that's what it seemed him. The other dude, I
Exactly.
don't remember his name, that was up here.
Exactly what they were saying. He's just trying to flip flop, man. This shit is crazy. Y'all was saying that even if the service is bad on both sides, right? That's what y'all was saying earlier. The services be bad at what y'all had said, Wawa's or some shit, and people would still go there. So what's the point of sitting there bashing a up and coming black business because you know it's going to be up and coming because we already know the history of what they've done to try to suppress blackness, right? Try to suppress us. So why give a bad review? Why talk down on it and then later on be like I'm pro black? I just don't think that makes sense at all, you know? And instead of addressing that, people would just go, he's being a disruptor or some shit, but it's the truth. You're gonna like I don't know.
No, I got
So
you.
AR, I'm trying to understand where you at. All right.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh,
So you have two options, right? You have one business that's not black that have a higher level of service, and you have one business that is
Now he's
black
gonna try
that
to convince
no,
you.
bro. I let you
Now he's
finish.
trying to, yeah,
Lee,
yeah,
you
but
gotta
he's
let
so
hold
slow
on,
that it's like we know what he's trying to
Lee, you
do.
gotta let other people talk, please. You can rebuttal, but let other people talk. You cannot just he said 3 words. Go ahead, Edom, man.
So AR. So the question I'm trying to see if you have one business that a black business have a less a service, and then you have a one business that have better service that's non-black. Which one do you want black people to choose? Because I want to see if you're on the same side as Sharon.
sure, but that's not Sharon's point.
No, no, no. But answer the question. It's the reason I'm trying to get you to answer that question. Can you answer which
I
one you
would,
would choose?
if someone's fine with it, really depends on the person. Quality or customer service is real big for me, so I would probably go with the one that has better customer service, even if the food at the other spot is better, but the customer service is worse.
So,
But
so what I'm
the other
saying
people
is
are not
that
going to feel that way.
I don't think you and Sharon is on the same side because how Sharon actually articulate his point. Hey, give them time to grow, give them grace, even though it might not be the best. You should still support this black business. So that's the point that I'm telling you is that you guys, in my opinion, are arguing two different points because now you just switched over to my side that says that you should go with the choice of the better service.
I said earlier that it's like a triangle, whatever. You have people, you have at the top, let's just say it's customer service, the right side or Venn diagram, top is customer service, right side is quality of food, and the left side is price. And people are usually going to pick and choose what business they go with based off of which way they lean on a specific product or a specific service. So if I'm at a restaurant, you know, the price might be not as relevant or as important as quality of service or quality of the food. What Sharon is saying, though, or what I got from what he was saying, was if all things else are why is it that if you go to a white establishment, Chinese establishment, whatever establishment, and the quality of food or the customer service is bad, do you not hold them to the same standard that you hold a black business that has the same issues?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is I believe I hold to this. If I go to a place and your food is trash, I don't go back. I don't care what race you are. I'm not about to just go back to that because.
And this is where when we have a problem, right? Because now you went from we talking about
black people trash
to now you talking about yourself. And that's where we have the problem with the conversation. Now it doesn't sound like it's a genuine conversation, right?
Okay, so I think most people
he's actually a simple question, right? You want him to ask a direct one. So if both things are equal, why do we downgrade the black one at a higher rate than the Chinese one? Because the Chinese one will have the same bad quality, the same bad customer service, and there is no stigma on Chinese for having bad business. That is the issue that I'm having today.
So you said you believe it's not a stigma that Chinese place have bad stigma, like they food, they cooking rats. You don't think that's there?
I'm saying that those things doesn't stop people from going to their business how we do it for black business. We will be mad because not because the food was bad, not because the food, like the food be good, the place is clean, and everything. And the main problem that we have is that, oh well, she kind of gave me my food with a little bit of a Caribbean attitude. When to that Caribbean person, that's not an attitude. It's just like when a Chinese person give you your food, it seems like they have attitude, but for some reason, when the Chinese person, it's not an attitude. That's just how Chinese people are. That's the issue.
Well, I think it come down to regions because in Atlanta, I'm basing my thought process from Atlanta, right? And then in Atlanta, those
But
black
talk to what I'm saying.
Yeah, I am. So that's what I'm saying. I think that how you're talking is maybe from a New York point of view, because that's not happening in Atlanta where they're not going into black businesses because they got attitudes. They're still supporting, like they're supporting those black business. Like if you go to Atlanta, the majority of the business are
okay. So let me ask you a question: do we hear people say, don't go to Chinese food businesses because they have an attitude"? Do we hear that?
No.
But we hear with black folks, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so why are we trying to act like you don't understand what I'm saying?
No, I understand what you're saying. So
why you?
But I think it doesn't affect the traffic. That's what I'm telling you. So what I'm saying is, like in Atlanta, the restaurants you go to that's black-owned restaurants, you can put a negative review, you can say all that. That's not gonna stop people because they have been consistent over. Like I remember, like Chicago Real was talking about the barbecue shop in Chicago. They've been consistent over the last 15 years. So I think consistency does make a difference. If you've been there for 15, 20 years, you can withhold negative press versus someone who's been there just for a couple months. That kind of makes sense.
No. One of the talking points why people say they don't buy black is because of what? Why are we trying to act like we don't understand? I don't buy black because they have bad customer service. Is this not a thing, or am I missing this? I don't understand why we're trying to act like we don't understand this. Since when that we didn't hear this before? Good day, beautiful MJ. How you doing?
Hey, don't make your hair go gray over this topic, okay? Because you seem like you about to just blow a cannon. I mean, tell you the truth, from what I was listening, it's just the elephant in the room. The stigma of black not being right, black being bad or black being associated with less than or under, undervaluable is really what's happening, and it's just happening on a unsubconscious level. Really, this is why you can hear white people having bad services, especially when it comes down to us, right? We can hear about bad service that black people get from Asian communities, even Hispanic communities. And we all had an experience or heard of someone having that experience, but yet that does not, that stigma doesn't carry or hold the same weight as it does if you would say that to a black business. But that's just what it is. It's just the psychology of it, and I think we're just beating around the bush about that, right? So I understand when people are saying, hey, we have to change that stigma, right? And they feel that the only way that we can change that stigma is if we wholeheartedly invest to change that narrative, that even though you might experience bad service with some black individuals, that does not speak for the collective, because the way how everything is going is always spoken about us. It's always spoken as a collective and not an individual experience.
Mm. It's just a little, I don't know. Sometimes when I be having it and I hear the people talk and they try to act as if this shit is not happening. Like, I ain't never heard nobody get on stage and say to Chinese people the same thing Wallow said. You cannot put Chinese lettering, and just because you Chinese, that you like the whole sentiment of his conversation, it doesn't happen with other people at all.
I mean, Sharon, you should know that black people are harder on each other than anybody else. And we criticize each other far more than we really do criticize anybody else, right? And that's just something that we're going to have to work on. Like me living in New York, and and other New Yorkers and our tri-state brothers and sisters, y'all all know that there's literally towns that is specifically for whatever that ethnicity or culture is. We have little Russia, we have little China, we have little Korea, we have the little hats community, we have little Germany, we have Albania City in Brook. Like, we have spots that you can literally go and it looks like you really entered into that country because their language is on their stores. Literally. So unless you know how to read their language, you don't necessarily know what you're buying unless they have it displayed out in the open for marketing purposes, right? And it's never been something that really deterred anybody away if they're interested and they like the product and this product is good. So I have no problem with someone saying this is a black-owned business. I don't think that that's a negative, right? I think that we have the same ability to promote that it's a black-owned business, just like everybody else promote when it's a part of their ethnicity. And I do understand the difference, right, of saying, hey, this is a white-owned business or saying this is a Chinese business, right? Because when they say Chinese, they're going by the ethnicity. They're not saying this is an Asian business. So I understand the difference that people are saying, why are you just leading on your race when technically most people who are doing business out here, they're leading on their ethnicity or they're leading on their culture. But I don't think it's a negative if we was to say black owned. I really don't, because we do have other ethnic groups that are black who lean on their ethnicity when they have their shops and stuff. Jamaican restaurant, Haitian restaurant, Trinidadian restaurant, Guyanese restaurant, African restaurant, you name it.
Yeah. I think the main problem is that we don't have no language. I cannot have a nigga store. And this is what it seems like they want us to say. I cannot have the #1 nigga store in Brooklyn. Like, so me being black is how I got to describe myself. I cannot call myself a nigga. I cannot call myself an African. The number one African store, that would be a lie. I'm sorry, but I'm black in America and I don't have no other way to describe who I am. I don't have my own language to describe it. I got this American that we forced to use.
Yes, you're wrong.
Maybe I should come up with the nigga coffee and see what happens. And you can't put no milk or sugar in that motherfucker. You got to drink it black. Straight nigga coffee.
Yo, Sharon.
Yes.
Why can't you just be American? All those other cultures you just named, America is bigger and badder than all those motherfuckers. So I think it's more like, just like I don't want to see nobody say, yo, this is a white owned business. I'm gonna be like, bro, what the fuck you mean by that? You know, because of the racial divide that we've had in here in this country. So I just don't understand, you know, we Americans, you know, why aren't we just okay?
Oh no, I thought you was finished because you started to reiterate it.
No, go ahead. I don't mind you cutting me off. That was my main point. I ain't long with it.
So the thing is that America doesn't look at me as American. That's the problem. While I'm doing a application, I gotta put if I'm Black American or white American. I cannot just say I'm American. That's why.
Yeah, I mean, I understand your point, Lee, as in why not saying that you're American, but truth be told, we are Black Americans. There are different identities as being an American. So when we have certain grants and stuff that is specifically for us, we have to claim that identity to obtain it, right? Because if we're just going to say Americans, guess what? That opens up the pot more for everyone. That leaves more competition, right? And we're already at the short end of the stick. So do we want to shorten what we get due to just saying, okay, we're all Americans, even though they have money in the pot specifically for Black Americans?
So you talking about taking a welfare now, right?
No, okay, but just talk to her.
All right, wait, 1 minute, Sharon. How come when a Black
I already said
person...
one thing though, like that's what I hate is that I say one
Lee,
sentence and now you about to.
Just let me finish, Lee,
You
please.
start talking and you start talking and I spoke and now you telling me to let me finish. That's crazy.
Ask the question. That's why.
I just wanted to ask a question. I wasn't trying to necessarily cut you off. I'm just saying that why does it have to be welfare when there's actual money that's being put aside to specific identities in America so they can succeed as Americans? Why is it welfare to us, but it's not welfare to Chinese Americans? It's not welfare to Russian Americans. It's not welfare to Italian Americans. It's not the list goes on. It's not considered welfare when they have resources that is specific for their ethnicity or their community, but it's welfare to us, where you just said that we are all Americans. So if they have these pockets of money for Americans to do better because it's going to help America in totality, why is it now considered welfare to us?
I don't know why you harped on the welfare word. But my argument is welfare can easily be taken away, right? Look at the DIY, the DEI thing, right? They giving us something, then they can take it away. So my argument of saying now you want us to take welfare is you want us to depend on people that already don't fuck with us. That's what's my argument, not the welfare word. I give a fuck about, I call it welfare for all y'all niggas. I call all y'all niggas. Y'all do that shit where y'all want to put white people up and say words like white supremacy. I don't talk like y'all. So I say it's welfare for all of them. They all depend on the government. Now, if you saying you want to depend on the government, then let's have that conversation. And then I want to talk about don't cry when they take shit from y'all. I don't want to hear y'all ask for welfare and then later on cry, because that's what I don't see the Asians do. Whenever they get their shit lost, they don't go on welfare marches and all this shit that we start doing, complaining about it on YouTube and all this stuff. That's what my whole argument was. Is if we're gonna take welfare, just know what comes with it. That was it.
Yeah, but that's what I'm just saying. I don't agree. I don't think it's welfare because when they get assistance for their businesses, it's not welfare. And white people get assistance for their businesses too. Is that white welfare as well? So you just want to put the
Yes, it's
welfare
white.
kind of.
Yes, it's welfare. I call all of it welfare for all of them. Don't do that shit to me, B. I ain't doing that shit to you. Why y'all hate niggas so much on these panels? Are you
What are you
listening?
talking about,
I
Lee?
said because I just said don't pay attention to the word, and you go, I don't agree, and then you start talking about the word again. I'm
No,
not
I'm talking
talking
about
about
the
the
word
word.
because
I'm
I'm
talking
talking about
about
the
the fact
Lee.
that no, bro, this shit is why you have a conversation.
Hold on,
Lee.
Lee, you're having a conversation with MJ, not everybody. So she's not trying to do anything. She's trying to have a conversation with you. So I understand you frustrated.
Okay, well, MJ, why?
I understand you frustrated from before, but understand the person you're talking to is not having that sentiment with you. Is what I'm saying.
Like all I'm just saying is that when you say the word welfare, and then when I actually look how business happens in America, then if you're saying that everybody is taking welfare, then that's what it is. Every business that's in this country that goes to a bank and asks for a loan is a form of welfare that they have to return back. So when you mention it only to Black people in a negative way, I'm believing that you look at it as us giving a handout, but that's usually how businesses are working today. Most people do not have all the funding to build their business. A lot of them have to go out and get investors or angel investors, right? So I don't know if you know when you say it that way, it comes with a negative undertone, and it seemed like it's only directed to us because it's only seemed like it's only good business and big business when it's other people. Any business can fall under whether if they get money or they don't get money. So what is the point?
The point is this. There's a war against black men and women in this country. You want us to take money from the ops. The Asians could take money from the ops. The white people could take money from the ops. The Hispanic people could take money from the ops. But every time black people take money from the ops, who is the government, the white people, whatever the fuck y'all want to call them, they're going to put poison in all of our food every time. And that's why I say y'all must hate niggas because it's been hundreds of years. Y'all still don't understand this. I would put poison in your food. I would do it. I would be like, you need my help, and I don't like you. So, like, what's wrong with y'all? It's like that's why I come on these panels. It's like, it's like y'all just want to talk about the same shit. But here you are. Yeah, let's take money from the ops again. So go ahead, take their money, and they're gonna poison it. They've been doing it for fucking ever. They did it in Africa. They was like, oh yeah, y'all need money for infrastructure, right? We're gonna give y'all all this money, right? And then we know y'all not gonna meet the deadlines. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna add more money. We're gonna make y'all pay us more. And guess what? You still owe those big ass banks money. Still owe them money to this day. So every time we take money from the ops, I get it. You think we Asian? You think it's a war against Asians? You think it's a war against? It's not. It's only a war against us. And the people that's dishing out the money, they'll give it to them. And they won't put no poison in the food. But with us, they're gonna put poison in the food every time. So you go keep taking the money.
So okay.
But I'm
So
trying to. I'm sorry, Sharon. Just give me one more second, and this will
yeah.
be the last question. But you just started this before before you just said that statement. You just started saying that why do we have to even say that it's Black-owned business? Why not just say it's Americans? If you think that Americans is the ops, then why do you have then then why are you even
This is
trying
how
to
I know
tell
you never
Black
read
Americans to be
This is how I know you
Americans
never
then?
read the book Art of War. You're supposed to hide within. You're supposed to hide within your ignorance. That's why you just say you're American. The moment you say you black, you show. Yo, these people are supposed to poison. See, you're not gonna win this game with me because I know war. You don't.
Were you in the
No,
military, Lee?
I don't know what. Okay,
Lee,
I
were you in
can't.
the
I
Yeah,
military?
can't.
yeah. You just keep
I
saying
can't.
stupid shit that will
It's
get us
okay. It's
killed.
okay.
You
It's
no, no,
okay.
no. Honestly, you would keep saying. You just keep saying. I don't want to say stupid. You keep saying stuff that if I gave you the game plan, we would lose that mission every time. Now you saying just because I had said, oh, we American, that means what? Oh, I'm not saying that. I'm saying we hide within the fucking we cloak within them. But y'all won't never listen to me. No, y'all gonna listen to women like you. Y'all gonna listen to Sharon, even though he got a white wife. They're gonna listen to either man, even though he got an Asian wife. Y'all ain't gonna listen to me. Y'all gonna call me a motherfucking nigga, and that's what y'all gonna do. Cause that's how y'all get down.
Yeah, that's just a lot of projection. Right there. Lee, you gotta chill out. Go take a chill pill, eat a Snickers. I didn't do it to you, bro. I did not do it to you. I don't even know what you're talking about because even your concept of what you think is war is not even war. You just literally talk about fucking hiding under your fucking ops and then still utilizing further, but then have the audacity that anybody wants to stand up and say, hey, we are claiming here, we are here, and we are going to participate in what is for us to participate. That's welfare. Man, please stop.
I've noticed that I don't know if Lee is one, but just off of what he said today, it kind of seems like he goes that way. That a lot of light skins or lighter skinned people, mixed people, lighter skin, whatever, they overcompensate and try to be like super, super, super pro-black. And I don't want to say they hate themselves, but it seems like they're not comfortable with the fact that they're not all the way black, or they feel like they have to overcompensate by always talking about how black they are, how black everything they do is, and how other black people aren't black enough, and they're the blackest of the black. And it just kind of sounded like that's what he was doing today with all the, shade he was throwing. He's not dark.
Yeah, he at least my complexion.
I don't know. It's just, he just got a lot going on. Because I mean, it's funny how he's trying to, I don't know, kick all this pro-black shit. But just yesterday he was calling us niggas and saying that he was Puerto Rican. So I don't know. Je no sé over here.
I'm very confused. Shout out to the catch that says, "Have a great show." Hashtag Wildest Wake Up Show. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Sometimes it's just I don't understand what is going on. Actually, 1 minute he's saying that America is our ops, and so therefore, if we are in another country and we got kidnapped and we are here, and we saying, "Hey, listen, don't go eat at those places. You need to eat at places like here because we are not the ops because I'm black." Like, I don't understand how you just flip-flop that quickly. That's the weirdest part to me. Other people can say in this country, say, "Hey, I'm Chinese. Hey, America's the op. You need to come over to the Chinese bank so you can get this Chinese loan, and so you could cook Chinese food that we don't serve the Chinese food that we eat. Serve them the different Chinese food." Like, all these things happen in real time.
Oh, absolutely. I have very dear, wonderful Chinese friends, and they will tell me to go to the spot to get authentic Chinese food and not the American Chinese food that they actually serve in the restaurants that we have in our neighborhoods. Absolutely. Because that's not what they eat, right? And like I said, it's all fine. I just don't think this whole putting a label or putting, identifying what you are, Black-owned business, I don't think of it as a negative thing. And from that video that you were showing, Sharon, it seemed like that guy believes that if you were to put black on it, and that is going in some way is not going to be a good marketing strategy. It's going to move people away where they're going to believe that they're not included. And black owned does not mean black only. Just like white owned does not mean white only. We know what white only looks like. We've seen those signs. That has been recorded in history. So I just don't understand why would he push that type of hey, stray away from identifying what your business is, because it's going to be a negative for you when it comes down to marketing to other people. And if that's the case, that has something to say about other people. You know what I'm saying?
Not my business, right? That means
about you.
Right. That means you wasn't my customer in the first place.
Pretty much. Exactly. Because if you have a good product, and we know this because that's why we as Black people are one of the number one consumers in the world. If you have a good product and you give a good service, we're going to go because we want good product and we want good service.
Even if that product is against us, we're still going to
buy. Can I say something real quick? I just want to say this. I'm not pro-black. We're just having a conversation, and as we try to mine it out, y'all think I'm being pro-black. I'm just saying, if you're going to say this about one thing, then I'm giving you the out to it. So again, when I said the ops, I never said America. I never used the word America to ops. I said y'all want us to take from the ops. I think the government is the ops, the CIA. That's not America. America is a group of people, and that's when I hate. Like y'all always try to water down what I say. That's why I say I would love for y'all to be in my face to like try to water down what I say like that, because you wouldn't, right? But you do this online. And again, I'm gonna say this again. I never called America the ops. I think the CIA and the government is the ops. That's a different entity within America, of course, but that's not the whole sum of what America is.
Did you just say you would punch us if we had a disagreement with you in person?
No, I'm just saying men don't talk like this. Men just don't talk like this in person. That's all I'm saying.
Like this in person, because I don't think anybody's really, well, maybe either man, but who, like, what do you mean like this in person? Because it wasn't just me or Sharon talking to you, it was also MJ. So I guess I'm a little confused.
I'm speaking to the misrepresentation of my words. Like people just lying on me. Like Sharon saying that I said America as the ops, and I swear on everything I love, I never said America. I just said the ops. And then you got niggas that don't like me, right? Who will just try to fuck my words up, right? Because instead of you asking me, what do you mean by the ops? So you could get an actual clear thing, and then I would have said America. I mean America. Then you could have been like, oh, this dumbass nigga sounds stupid. But instead you want to say, well, again, I'm not being asked to be clear. I just now said if somebody would have been like, what you mean? Who the ops? Y'all don't do that because all we do is hate each other up here, right? The chat is a bunch of haters. The niggas that come on the panel is a bunch of haters. That's how I know, because when I'm around people I love and I say something like that and make it gay, you know what they go? What you mean by that? And we all know what people you fuck with are people that really want to hear your conversation. That's how they talk to you. But y'all don't want to hear the conversation. Y'all want me to go along and get along and agree with everything y'all say. So I'll do that.
Your mic is messed up, sir.
Yeah, your mic is starting to mess up. So you don't believe the government agencies is America? Is that what you're saying? So the military is not America? I'm asking for this clarity that you told us to ask you for.
Listen, bro, if I'm saying that the group, the ops are within America. Yes, they're within America, but it is not all America. To say America is talking about you, me, the people I'm seeing driving, this guy next to me on the motorcycle. We all got social security numbers, license plates, and things that link us to make us American, right? That's what I'm saying. Y'all try to make shit vague to try to attack niggas y'all don't like, because y'all don't like
it vague by saying ops and not clarifying what you meant by ops. That's,
that's
being vague.
I'm not even talking to you. I'm talking directly about Sharon, because Sharon tried to make it seem like I was saying Americans when I never said it. So I'm not even talking about you, right?
Because you came on and said y'all. You said y'all. Y'all wouldn't say this to my face. So when you say y'all, I assume you're talking to everybody on the panel.
You know, but I thought we lived by if it don't apply, let it fly. But if I gotta be so direct every time or you're gonna start complaining, then I'll say the name. Sharon said that I was saying America is the ops, and I was contradicting myself, and I'm just making an argument that I'm saying that America is the group of us, and the ops is the small coalition that try to get us to fight and bicker with each other over stupid shit. That's all I'm saying. The ops, they will give you the money. When it's time to give out money, AR, the ops pull up. They be like, oh yeah, you need some money? Oh yeah, here. Because they know that they're gonna fuck you every time on that money. Just
okay.
like, you know, you got.
So when the government gives you a loan, that's the ops.
See, you know what I'm saying? See, Sharon is like, this what I'm saying. Like, this what I'm saying. Like, this what I'm saying with this nigga, bro. This what I'm saying with this nigga.
You asked me to ask you.
This what I'm saying with this nigga, bro. This is exactly what I'm saying about this
dude, bro. You told me to
clarify,
and now that I'm trying to clarify, you have a problem with that as well. It's because you see where the question is going to lead you into answering, right?
No, it's not going to lead me
to. Like, damn, I'm double-minded.
No, you just being
I don't know what side.
Bro, you just
I don't know what side of the coin I'm on.
You would never call me double-minded to my face. You see what I'm saying? Start name calling me.
I don't know if I'm single. I don't know if I'm a thug. I don't know if I'm going to shoot you. I don't know if I'm going to throw you in the lake. I don't know if I'm your friend. I don't know if you my. I don't know.
Well, once you start letting niggas talk about my daughter on your channel, of course you're not my friend no more. Anyway, so like I said, what I mean by that, Sharon, because again, you like to play these little games and shit. If they give you your little broke ass a loan, no, that's not the ops giving you a loan. I'm talking about on a big scale because we was talking about black owned businesses getting huge loans, multi millions of dollars. That's when the ops come in. Not when your broke ass, YouTubing ass, lying ass. I got a construction worker working company ass, but I'm over here panhandling online. Like, let's not.
How's your personal life, Lee? Are you going through some stuff? Respectfully.
Yo, I'm honestly doing great, bro. Like,
Okay.
that's the thing. Like,
I'm just wondering because
I'm passionate and I'm around niggas that don't like niggas that hate. Like, yo, this dude literally be trying to throw me under the bus, but he has some woman up here talking about my daughter. But then he was on another panel and somebody would talk about his kids and he was getting mad, start calling them niggas and why you letting him talk about my daughter? But then he let it happen. He the biggest hypocrite. That's why I be up here passionate as fuck because I know this nigga about to try to gaslight me, about to try to pigeonhole me like he just did. So when the government give you a loan, that's the ops, like a dummy. We just were talking about big business. Now he waters it down. And then he sugarcoats the shit by saying, I was trying to figure out what you wanted. My nigga, spit in my face and tell me it's rain. That's what you do. That's what you do. You ain't nobody friend. Talking about I try to be your friend, but then you sitting there letting niggas talk about people dead. Yo, you let your sidekick talk about my dead father and you was laughing about it. Like, come on, bro. What you talking about? How I'm supposed to stay your friend, my nigga? I would never let nobody do that shit if it was my panel. So chill out, B.
Lee, why are you so angry?
I'm not angry. I'm just passionate. Like I'm not angry. Why y'all keep calling me angry? Like if y'all think this is me being angry, I guess it's because at the end of the day, it's just like we having a conversation and people keep trying to gaslight you. Like when I'm on Hamp Show, I'm not yelling and being angry because the nigga ain't trying to gaslight me. He ain't trying to pigeonhole me for money and likes and shit because he cry about him every 10 minutes. Like Sharon do, I guess. So when I come on here, I got my guard up because I'm not around a nigga that I believe is family. I'm around a nigga that I think will cut my motherfucking throat the moment the chance he gets. So I guess that's why I come on here angry. And when I go on other shows, I'm chilling.
So maybe I'm using the wrong word. I would say frustrated. You seem very frustrated. Is that a better word? You're not angry, you're just frustrated?
Yeah, you can look at it like that, of course. I mean, if you constantly just got, people just constantly changing your words around, like I just now proved that he did. It's just like, yo, could we have a real conversation? Or are you just gonna keep trying to like do whatever you can and try to like incite some type of reaction out of it? And then like we know, man, we know when someone's trying to like play in our face, man. Like, come on. So that's what's happening. Sharon don't play in our face. He only do that shit to certain people. He don't do it to Venus. He don't do it to you. He don't do it to no women because, bro, oh my God. Like, come on. No. The women are way harsher than the men on here. That's why these dudes stay scared of women.
If you despise the channel or us so much, why do you come back?
Because I can. You got $500 to kick me? He could ban me. Go ahead, ban me. And I don't despise the channel. Like your wording is why niggas hate you. That's why you call Cajun.
You just said that you basically just talked about how you hate Sharon and how you.
I didn't say, but when did I use the word hate? I never said. I could have just said the word hate though. That's what I'm saying. Like you're a gaslighter. Couldn't I just said the word hate? Couldn't I just said the word hate? Yes or no? Yeah. See, now you don't want to answer that question.
If you dislike him so much, I don't mind. I can change the verbiage.
So why didn't I use the word I dislike? Why didn't I just use that word?
Then
why didn't I use that word then? Why didn't I use that word?
If you dislike him so much, why do you come back?
Then why didn't I use neither of these words you just said?
Then just yell on the panel. And then say y'all, and then when someone asks you what you mean by y'all, you mean just one person, even though you're using plural.
I was talking to the one thing he was speaking about. I was speaking to one thing he was talking about.
There was multiple people talking to you. So when you say y'all, it makes it seem like you're referring to all the people that were talking to you. Do you understand that?
Whatever, bro.
That is gaslighting. And to say y'all and then be like, oh, I wasn't talking about all y'all, I was only talking about one person. That's gaslighting.
All right, bro. Whatever, bro. I don't care about talking to you.
Okay.
You're a weirdo.
All right, so I want to, square this out a little bit. So going back to what you said, Lee. So now that I understand that you believe that the government FBI, CIA, you believe that they're the ops and not the American people. My question to you is, if you're saying that the American people will, pretty much help each other out and grow business and stuff, do you think that the American people are capable of accepting people using their identities to create businesses? Or do you think that the American people is not ready for that, and that's why you should refrain using identifiers when creating businesses?
Again, man, it's just about being able to hide yourself. I remember my little brother said something funny as hell. He said, "Yo, now y'all been putting his Hispanic American just to see if like how people respond to it." And he said he get more calls and shit like that. I just think like the government is a scam, bro. Like all these people just be defrauding us, bro. You know, that's how I feel about it. When it comes to that group of people, they constantly defrauding people. So whatever it is that you feel like you need to do, if it's take away the blackness off your business and just let the name represent itself, which is what a dude that has made millions and millions of dollars and helped thousands of black people who we're now talking shit about, right? We talking about Wallow, right? I'm gonna listen to him before I listen to somebody on YouTube just talking shit about him and he hasn't helped anybody or made any millions. If he's telling me, and that's what's so sad, is that he has actually probably been in these rooms that we haven't been in, and he's telling us, hey, this might work, and then we spit in his face. We go, nah, bro, you trying to take away my blackness. But fuck the blackness. What if I say this to you, MJ, I'm gonna land it here. I can take away your blackness, right? Right? If you don't rep blackness, I'm gonna let every dollar come your way. Everything you want, everything that glitter, everything you touch is gonna turn to gold if you take away your blackness. You could bring your whole community up, your whole neighborhood in New York. They'll all have mansions and riches and gold and diamonds. All you gotta do is stop repping your blackness. You gonna hold on to your blackness, yes or no?
Yes.
That's a motherfucking shame, bro. All right.
Yes, because you know why? I view my blackness as gold. That's something I'm not going to give up. That's why.
Salute to you, man.
Now, it's okay if nobody else view it like that or it's not that serious, but I do. So I'm going to get it with my blackness. I'm going to make that money with my blackness. I'm not giving that up for nobody. And me being like that about my blackness is not a slight against anybody else and what they hold dear to. And I shouldn't have to give that up to fucking move mountains. Nobody else has to do that shit. Nobody else. They can literally be proud to be fucking Russian, Chinese, and come from wherever the fuck they come from and eat whatever fucking food and speak whatever fucking language they speak. And that should not stop them from moving up. And I don't think that we have to do that. I'm sorry, I'm just not going to give it up. I value it just as much as I value money. If in fact, I value my blackness more than actual gold and fucking money.
See how you made it about you? I said your whole community. You spit on your whole community just for your fucking pride, and that's who we are. Niggas. Thank you.
I mean, that's your opinion, but the simple fact is that I value my blackness and I value the blackness in my fucking people. Is not me shitting on my fucking people.
Can't say you value your people if you're going to let them be poor when I just gave you the opportunity to give them riches and you just gave it up for your pride and ego. Come on.
No. I mean, like I said, that's your opinion. You think that making
not
them,
an opinion,
them being
rich,
you want them to be physically rich, but morally and characterly or poor. Because they don't have no fucking pride in themselves.
No, you're making stuff up. Think about it.
No, I'm not. That's what
Yes,
you
you
just
are.
said. You would rather them be rich, sitting in fucking sky rises with fucking money, millions of dollars in the bank, but fucking hate themselves, right?
Yo, you are so not smart.
Killing themselves, right? Going to commit suicide,
hold on,
right?
no, I gotta respond to this. This is hilarious.
Myron, right? You look
let him troll you, man.
Prime example. Look at that Myron fucking character, fresh and fit. That man is a fucking African man. And all he did for years is make money trashing black fucking Americans, specifically Black American fucking women. And he has a fucking Black mother who's darker than him. He hates himself. He is a fucking patsy for fucking racists. He got fucking money in the goddamn bank. That's what you advocating for. That's success? That he's a fucking clown? That nobody takes him fucking seriously? To the point where he put on a fucking white hood and call you niggas, you niggas, you niggas. He's fucking worse than Sambo. He has no fucking soul. You sell your motherfucking soul for fucking fiat money. I won't. Let me get the fuck.
Can't be mad at that.
It's a good time, Sean. Go ahead. I guess Sean got to get his microphone. And
oh, my bad. I was saying can't be mad at that.
Yeah. And so now we start to really understand, though, right? Is that they don't understand how we could be pro-Black without being anti anything else.
Exactly.
They feel as if.
Sorry, wait, brother. Man.
Yeah, go ahead, Sean. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, just like when these entrepreneurs say, you know, things they got to do solo to get to the next level, you know, it's just the same principles apply across the board, man. You know what I mean? Same principles apply. No, in the castle, man. I want you to land your plane because I'm going to say something else. Go ahead. Pardon me, man.
Well, hello. Hello.
Peace.
Okay, Sharon, I'll come in peace. I'm not trying to fight. I see you not in the mood, okay? I'm not going to bother you right now. I had my coffee. I'm calm, okay? So let me calmly say this. I think one of the main issues with Black people for real is lack of education. Like, as I'm listening to this conversation, I see where the ignorance is coming from. And I think Chicago Rilla kind of hinted on it when he came up earlier and he said something about Black people need to change the way they view commerce, they view business, right? And what I could hear is a lack of understanding. So because people don't, and I get it, if you don't run a business, you don't necessarily need to understand, right? But I think it would do everybody a service if they had some level of business understanding, because then a lot of these arguments they wouldn't make. For example, the idea that you should not take money from anybody and do it on your own is not realistic unless you're rich. And most people are not rich, right? And even rich people take out business loans, get investors, right? Like this is this is basic business understanding. There's a reason shows like Shark Tank been on the air for how many seasons, how many businesses. They're constantly coming to get what? Capital, coming to get money, right? Angel investor shows. Um, damn near any major company you could think of right now has started that business with somebody else's money. That's like a common saying in business. Use other people's money. That's a well-known fact. That's what you do. You try to get funding. You make your business a separate entity from yourself. That's the point in registering a business, making it an LLC, an S corp, uh, I forget the one, solo proprietorship, whatever it's called, single member proprietor. There's a reason you make your business a separate entity from you, right? So this separate entity needs to get some money. Okay, that's how you get to producing. Again, if you guys just look into it, any company you can think of, there's investors, there's some loans, okay? Like that's how business, at least in America, is done. So we first need to understand how businesses are formulated and how they run. And then we might stop saying some of the ignorant shit about what you shouldn't take when everybody else who's outpacing you is following that same formula because it works. So that's my major issue with a lot of these conversations. People are speaking on things they have no understanding of and thinking that they're right, but they're not right.
Scary. It really is. It's scary.
It is scary. I realize why I get frustrated in a lot of these conversations. Black people are way too confident in being foolish. Like we should not be this confident and just being so quick to speak on things that we know nothing about and want to argue people to death instead of actually going to read about some shit and looking into it yourself and gaining an understanding that you clearly don't have.
Mm-hmm. Like, I mean, just now, that whole explosion of, this is why, me personally, I like to, even though clearly people don't like it, I allow people to talk because you get to expose what people are really thinking, how they really feel. And it shows into the real world as well, right? Because most of the time when you meet somebody, you meet their representative. You don't get to hear their inner thoughts the way how
Yeah,
we just.
you can. What just got revealed is somebody's harboring resentment toward you, right? And there might even be some jealousy in there. That's what I get because I don't get it. We all can practice some self-awareness. Like we want to be as disrespectful as we want to be, but then we want to get mad when we get the disrespect that we give.
Mm-hmm. And I already know what people feel and think about me. Right? You could tell by the way how people interact, right? You could tell by how you could just tell. It is what it is. I don't need to reveal how you could tell.
Yeah, we can tell. And I'm gonna tell you, you don't have to tolerate it.
So, but
like that's it. You don't have to.
So here's the thing. I know what the optics might look like that but the thing is this, I want people to start able to see how people are moving and thinking because people are oblivious. So people are walking around outside, even with their mates be having hatred towards them and they don't even know it. This is why we see people getting deleted by their spouses because they're so oblivious because they don't allow the other person to talk, that they the one that's always initiating the conversation. They don't even realize what they may actually believe. And you have a mate that's sleeping with you that will stab you in your chest at night, that will poison you. He literally, I'm gonna say it correctly this time. He literally said he would poison us.
And then he said he views you as somebody who would slice his throat or something like that. I don't remember exactly, but it's
And
like
that's
if
only
you,
because I'm dealing with him intellectually, right? And this is something that a lot of people need to understand. When you are dealing with somebody intellectually, they feel like you are physically harming them. This is why I have a lot of problems in the construction world today. Because a lot of those people, they are a certain of hue and they want to seem more intelligent than me. Than when we having a conversation, and for whatever reason, my words is like a slap in their face. It happens a lot. People feel like they are physically assaulted because I say something. I can't believe it. Look at this nigga on the nag.
like, how dare you?
He came up here on a goddamn horse. Who told this nigga he could have this much confidence? He didn't come on the job site looking dirty and have a. People came up to me and said, "Hey man, why don't you just put a little dirt on your shirt and make it look like you did work?" Because I'm the fucking boss. I don't need to do that.
Period.
But people said this to me because they felt, hey, the people that's giving you a check, they feel like you look better than them. They said this to me. They feel a way because you are on the job site and you look cleaner than them. This is the thing that these people, my black men, don't understand what's happening in the damn business world.
You know what's sad?
And because of this mentality that y'all believe that black is not wrong because you believe what that white man told you.
Yeah.
And I gotta go fight it because I don't believe like how you believe. I don't think I'm less than because somebody has a different hue than me.
Yeah, it's a projection thing. That's why they'll turn on you quicker. They'll accept being condescended by the other, but you just being confident and keeping your head up and speaking straight, they'll perceive you as being condescending first. Because how dare you have confidence, black man, and actually know what you're talking about and not be afraid to challenge no white person on the job? How dare you? And so I'm thinking like this is probably one of the many things that keeps black businesses from maybe growing and thriving in the way that there's a lot of issues. Like I said earlier, I don't disagree. The customer service needs to improve. I don't care. I'm gonna stand on that. I'm not saying every black business has bad customer service. I'm not saying that. But we all know that some of these stereotypes come from a place, right? So we're gonna be honest about that. The customer service, in my opinion, could be a focus. Quality of service could be a focus. But this idea that
No,
like this
no,
idea, wait, let me just finish because I know you don't
no.
agree. But this idea that like I don't even understand why anyone would encourage black people to not take funding and say that well because they could take it doesn't matter. Like, no, they don't. If you get a grant from the business, that's a grant. You don't have to pay back a grant. This is what I mean by like let's do a little bit of research so we can understand what we're talking about. If you get a grant, Sharon, because you are a black business owner and you qualify and you actually win the grant, they don't take it back. It's a grant. Okay? If you take out a business loan, you understand, yes, it's a loan. You have to pay it back. I don't understand this thing about they're going to take it from you. Well, again, we need to read, understand what we're saying.
I'm sorry for earlier, Sharon. I have calmed down.
You know you was
Good, you
good.
good.
I'm just sorry. It just, to me personally, it's just like my black is not for sale. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Mhm.
and me personally, I want everybody to be, happy for who they are, and love and enjoy who they are. So nobody's going to tell me that for me to get ahead, I have to limit myself or lower myself. We played that playbook long enough. Where have it gotten us? It's gotten us to the point where we have so many other people imitating us and making more money than the people who created it. Why would we still follow that same fucking playbook?
Mhm.
Why?
And I want to mention this is probably not a great example, but Diddy, right, and Beyonce are two mega stars who I know like prioritize hiring as many black people as they can. Right. So when they try to put this out there, like, oh no, you can't lead with that. Who's told y'all that? Russell Simmons, I believe, was another one.
He was.
There's a lot of people who operate on a high ass level, and when they get there, they put other black people in position because that's what you're supposed to do. So I don't understand why rich people understand this, but somehow like the poor people who would want to be some of the people who will be given a chance to get some of those opportunities. Oh, you're in digital marketing. You wouldn't like to be hired by Beyonce to work on a campaign, even if it was because she's trying to choose black people. Why wouldn't you want the opportunity? Like I don't get this dumbass self defeating. No, because you black. Yes, because I'm black. Everybody else gonna do shit because of whatever their reasons are. Nepotism is a thing for a reason. Like somebody mentioned earlier, the little hat community didn't get where they got by thinking in this individualistic way that you guys think. This is the part you guys keep missing. The people who are thriving financially as a collective, they don't have this individualistic mentality. If you just look at where we are, it's screaming in your face that that does not work. But y'all still want to fight so hard to hold on to ideas that don't fucking work.
And so, and I also want to, speaking of that, another reason why I know I get a lot of flack for it, right? But is the problem is because in high level of business, people just not understanding this. This whole get along shit is not realistic. People that do business with each other do not get along. They literally get in fist fights and still break bread and spend hundreds of thousands of dollars with each other. They would sue each other for a job that they did 3 months ago and still give them another job. And this is why I allow people to talk, because in business, none of this shit matters if you like me or not. They don't give a fuck if I took them to court and sued them for this money. Hey, can you do this other job? While we fighting over here and screaming and yelling at each other about this goddamn change order.
And so
we gotta get out the idea that we got to like each other, talk to each other politely, and all these other bullshit for us to make money together, break bread together, and build something together. That shit don't mean nothing.
I think Jordan said that him and Dennis Rodman never really had any conversations. They won 3 rings.
And but what I'm saying, the reason why I'm saying is because when Vato came on earlier, people like Venus, and she's just the only person that's willing to come here and tell me, right? Because she feels confident enough to tell me without it being a sour relationship, right? But majority of people feel the same way Venus said. You let this fucking Mexican come up here and talk to you like that?
I ain't writing Sharon off. I'm still gonna come and support him.
You let this motherfucker on a scooter come and talk to you about you and your wife. You know what I'm saying? This is how people feel when they see the shit. But that shit don't mean shit to me. Because what he thinks and feel, it don't mean nothing. And I want black folks to start understanding that this whole idea that we got to have the greatest custom. No, we don't. They don't have it. These other people don't have great customer service.
Okay, one company.
They're horrible. They like, what the fuck? You need what? And I'm talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars, $250,000 jobs. They talk to like pieces of shit. The fuck you want? Didn't I tell you I was going to get it done? This fucking guy always fucking calling me. This is how they talk. It ain't none of this fucking customer service shit that we be talking about. We are majoring in minor shit. We are trying to major in fucking customer service. They don't give a fuck about it. And once we get past that shit, this minor thing about customer service that nobody really gives a fuck about.
I care. Treat me nice. God damn it.
Nobody cares. When the fucking restaurant is out of goddamn beef mignon, they go to the next business across the street and say, hey, I ran out of beef. Can I borrow some goddamn beef? I'll pay you back later. This is how business really work. It's not this idea that these businesses have just got all this fucking money. It doesn't work that way.
Right. You literally, most of them are backed by loans and funding or investment. And like, again, I think everyone would do themselves a favor if they just read a little bit about how businesses are actually.
I just want to make sure this is not misunderstood. Other goddamn races of people do not care about customer service. They don't. This is the reason why they would source out customer service to another fucking country that could barely speak your language. You call for a problem. Hello, how you doing that? Yes, I don't. What's your email? You don't speak your language.
No, that's not true. I literally took my business account from a bank because of that shit. It was so frustrating that every time I called, the person on the phone can't fucking answer anything. I closed the whole account and went somewhere else.
Explain, Venus. We cannot major in minor things. Right? That's fine that you and either man would do that.
Why you threw either man in there?
Majority of the what I'm saying is that majority of the people are not going to care enough. They're going to talk to that goddamn indie man because if it was a problem with customer service that badly, they would not hire people from across the pond that don't speak our language.
See, you missing nuance again. People who are even in a position to hire people from across the pond are in a level where they are servicing millions, right? Millions. So they can account for taking those L's, those small L's where either man and Venus and the other people are going to leave because they have such a huge client base because they're selling something you need, a phone service, an internet service, right? So they get to exercise certain things that's what I think you're not keeping in your mind. That the starting off business person who's trying to grow, you can't move like them because you can't afford to. That's why I'm saying, yes, the customer service has to matter. You don't have a brand.
They
T-Mobile sells it.
don't.
Wait,
So
T-Mobile will sell itself. AT&T will sell itself. You got to consider
it
this,
does
Sharon.
not.
All these advantages that they have already from the door, your black entrepreneur doesn't have. So it's not wise to be telling them they could give shitty customer service without considering all those other advantages.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. The more shittier your customer service, the more people say, yeah, that's a big business. The person that you could call and say, hey, your goddamn chicken wings is no good. That's the business that's going to get hurt the most. The reason why people feel the certain way because they could talk to me. They cannot talk to fucking the colonel. They can't talk to him. They can't talk to that goddamn Popeye's fried chicken lady. They don't know who the fuck she is.
So can you acknowledge what I said about why a big corporation, like think about what you're comparing us to, a Popeyes, a T-Mobile,
So,
internet provider,
perfect.
a franchise.
And so what I'm saying to you, next time you get a phone call and they say, I don't like the way how you wax my vagina, don't answer the fucking call.
Oh no,
say,
absolutely.
You, I did my job. Shut the fuck up and wait till it
Nah, I don't handle business like that. I don't handle business like that. My answer would be, well, come in and let me fix it immediately.
No, that's the problem. That's
why I have clients for years, because I'm not with that disrespectful shit. That's not smart. No.
You tell it as fuck you.
I would tell them, first of all, I don't even get phone calls like that. But if I did, that's how you handle that. Hey, well, come in and let me touch you up for free. That would be the answer.
Get on my shit, big. The next motherfucker that says, Sharon, why I get timed out? Fuck you.
No, Sharon, stop it. All right, because somewhat Venus is correct.
Say, Sharon, where's my rents? Fuck you.
Wait, no, Sharon. Wait, MJ, this is my last thing.
You didn't let me talk. Fuck
Go ahead, Venus.
This is my last thing because I'm double parked. I gotta go move my car. But you know the interesting thing being a small entrepreneur, Sharon? Unfortunately, when new clients come in, I'll just start a conversation like, well, what happened with your old esthetician? The reason they're in my suite today is because of that shit you're talking about. Because there are people who think that they could treat people however the fuck they want, and they're gonna keep coming back. But then they end up in my suite talking shit about them because they left, because they don't like how you were treating them. So that's not a good idea. Especially when you're small. I'm small. It's a one-woman operation. We're small people. So we're gonna be rude to everybody.
Yes.
That don't work. No.
It works. That's how you scale up. You be rude. I ain't got time for your fucking complaint. I'm big business, bitch. You think I got time to be smoking to your small ass? Keep your funky ass money.
This how I win. Sharon, this how I win. I listen to all the shit they complain about, and I don't do it. I be like, girl, what happened? She was on her phone the whole time. She started late. She was acting like I was interrupting her. She had an attitude. I be in my head like, check, check, check. I ain't gonna do none of that shit because you're gonna stay with me and keep giving me your money every month.
No,
that's how you do it.
No, I'm telling you now, Venus, from now on, moving forward, anybody say, well, Sharon, you let somebody else. So I don't give a fuck. Kiss my black ass. Email me about it. My business hours, I'm turned to Red from goddamn the 5 Heartbeats.
Not Red from the 5 Heartbeats. No.
My office hours are from 9 to 5.
You could do it when you big. Like Cardi B curses her audience out like every 3 months, but she can do that.
Are from 9 to 5.
Sharon, I don't know why you lying. You probably the bougiest person on this fucking panel. He'll come into your restaurant. He'll be the first one with his fucking trench coat, his pea coat, and his expensive fucking shoes.
You are absolutely correct.
Yeah, stop it.
I have experienced Sharon. Do not let Sharon lie to you. I've been out with fucking Sharon. All right, this is a big tipper. This is a acting person. He ain't like, no, fuck out of here, kiss my black ass.
He's definitely not. He don't even go to them ghetto ass. But Sharon, please stop, cause now, just stop. What you was telling me about a fucking cigar lounge the other day? What were you telling me? Where you be hanging out? Like, stop it.
So, but here's the thing. I pay like I weigh, right? So what I'm trying to say is that, but for my own business, I know for now on. See, the people they treat I go to places where people treat me correctly. They remember my name. They remember me for the most part. I try to go back to those places that have that situation. That's me personally. But I know when I go to those places and I see how many people are in these places, they customer service is not the same that they do to me. A lot of them, it don't fucking matter.
You know what's funny about you hanging out?
The more that companies act like you don't matter, that's when those fucking customers want to act even hard. They be like, no, but please pay me. Look, I'm begging you, take my money.
You keep not acknowledging
because I acknowledge most of the people. I say, hey man, hit me with a like, share, and I said, you know, the first thing they try to say, Sharon be begging for likes. This is what they fucking tell me. That's what they tell me.
But then when you get a receipt from Target, the cashier in Target gonna tell you to fill out a survey.
The reason why they don't think I deserve a like, a share, or a dollar is because they can speak to me.
It's because you're black. Because when you go to Target and they print out a receipt and they say, could you please fill out a survey for me? That's them begging you for a fucking like. And you don't complain.
But that's because they don't even know who the CEO of Target is.
They don't care even that the cashier said it.
Thank you. And that's what I got to start doing. Right? I just got to realize that I cannot be nice to my folk. They don't like it. I saw it being nice. I say good day. Fuck you mean the day is good? What's good about it?
Nah, for real. Certain people, you can't say shit nice.
He like, look at this uppity nigga. Oh, you want to wear American boots? Your boots was made in America, huh? You can't be like us and buy some polo boots made from China. You want to practice what you preach. Oh, all your clothes was black owned, huh? Oh, you put black owned products. You know the person that actually made your coconut oil. Oh, you know the person with all that stuff that you put on your skin. You know the person that made it. Yes, it's a black person. I go support them. My socks is from a black person. I go support them.
Exactly. I love what the other person.
My underwear that I'm wearing right now is from a black person. I support them.
My client makes body butter. I'm wearing it right now, only because she's black and she's my client. So whatever you're doing, I'm buying it. Period. That's what I'm talking about. I don't really care. I don't have to be. Oh my god, this shit got to be perfect. The packaging got no. She makes fucking body butter. I'm buying this shit.
It's about time you came over to my side. Exactly. I don't give it. That's what I'm saying, Venus.
She's nice though. She's nice and she's my client. So I'm gonna support my clients and whatever they do. If she was cursing me out, yeah, I'm not buying shit.
I don't care if Venus cursed me out. if she's doing my goddamn underarms because she like how they smell, and I make sure I come after the gym because that's what she likes. She likes my underarms to be a little smelly when I get over there. I don't care if she cursed me out there. Why you always come over here with your stink ass arms? I'm like, because I know you like it. So what? And that's it. I go about my damn business.
Oh my God, go in the corner. You need to go on timeout right now. Like seriously, you acting a whole mess right now.
MJ, are you okay?
The fact that Venus is cursing me out at her business is not going to stop me from going to her business.
Yes, it is.
It won't, because I love you as a black person. It doesn't matter if you have a stink ass attitude. It doesn't matter if you my people. That's it. I don't give a fuck about nothing else.
I ain't going with that. I'm sorry. Hell no.
Up there and they say, Sharon, you not Venus and MJ. Yup, I am. Exactly. That's what my people. I don't give a fuck what you say. They think they could shame me to say something bad about you. It ain't gonna work.
Never gonna work.
Guess what? Because if I listen to customer service, I'd be cussing your ass out right now, Venus.
This is a different thing, and you
no, it ain't. See, if I listen to customer service, Venus,
them people ain't customers.
If I listen to customer service, Venus, every black woman that ever hit my channel, I'll be cursing them out tooth and nail. If I listen to customer service, I'll be cursing Robin them out right now.
Robin is the best. Okay.
So what I'm saying is I'm not just talking shit. I'm practicing what I'm preaching. Because we hear them every day come up, Sharon, you let the women's. We hear what the customers is trying to say. They are trying to tell me, Sharon, if you start cursing those women out, we're going to support you. And what do I say, Venus? Like I just told you, fuck you. I want to hear that shit. Those my people. Robin up cursed me out the other day. So what? Me and her screamed and yelled at each other from the chat. And guess what? The next day we were still back here. It was all good.
Because I think this is what real support looks like. Me and Sharon get into it, I think maybe once a month at this point now. And it doesn't mean I hate him forever. Like it's just because we don't have that, oh, I really hate black people. I want to see them fail. No, I want Sharon to win always. Okay. But they don't have that, right? That's why it's so easy. Like, oh, try to sabotage you behind the scenes and make agreements not to support you, all type of stuff. Obviously, I know how it goes.
Mm-hmm.
But them the black people that really ain't for you. So it's like whatever.
That's right. They ain't going, and I don't listen to customer service. How you doing, Miss Jayla?
Hi, Sharon.
Good day.
Hi, ladies. Hi, Sean. Hi,
Hey,
everybody. Gotta come up here and apologize to you.
Why?
For my potty mouth yesterday. And I know I left a bad taste in everybody's mouth.
Sharon mad at everybody.
Right?
Yeah, because he gonna act like he can't read and he ain't say hi to me. So
I did.
No, you didn't.
You probably wasn't able to read. When you said it, you said, oh, and hi, Sharon. I put the comment up.
Oh, okay. All right. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I was sorry. My bad. Sorry, Sharon. I'm mad.
You got that? See, this is why I don't listen to customer service.
All right, I'm gonna put something on it. Well, I apologize, Sharon, as well.
It's all good.
I wanted to say that I know I left a bad taste in everybody's mouth, and everybody's like the crazy Puerto Rican, like they always like to do. And all I gotta say is F you. I don't care. Because that's just the way it goes. No, seriously. And I paid for my potty mouth, right? So, Sharon, look. You cool with everybody. It's just not the women. Let's just clear that up. You have a lot of patience. I mean, like a lot of patience. You take care of everybody in really, really well. And I think that's what it is, because you make us look at ourselves and say, look how you acting, look how you treating people, look how we treating each other, look how we doing business, look how we interacting with each other. Can't we just change it? But you can't change the world. You can't change the internet. You can't change social media. You have not changed who you are. We change, right? We have to grow. We have to learn who we are. And some people, you could change them, like, Mo the other day, right? She kept telling him, you don't have to be like that. You don't have to make everybody happy. You gotta, and it was good talk. And it's always not about, oh, the women this or the men that. And that's the problem. They just want you to beat up on us. But you're fair to the men too. And they just don't realize. They don't see it. Because they're like, they want you all to themselves. They don't want to share you.
They want you to be lovers of men.
Jai.
And we just can't. We're not gonna let you do that. We're not gonna let you do it.
So, Mr. Lee, are you still frustrated with me, or we good?
I was never frustrated with you.
Okay, because I thought you was kind of frustrated with me. You telling me I hate men, I hate black people, and all
I
that
do think
shit.
y'all hate black people up here. I do.
Oh my God, Lee, stop.
I'm light skinned, so apparently we have a complex where we are
Child,
more pro-black.
I'm a
Who
couple
said that
mil.
shit earlier? AR, you said that whole
Hey,
ass shit.
hey, look, you know how crazy it is that somebody that would say all those crazy things about me, normally people would not allow that person back into their show or into their chat. They get blocked. They will be cursing them out. Don't even allow them a chance to talk and even say all these disgruntled things about him. And he'll still say, that's crazy to me.
Y'all got a love-hate situation. Y'all
He had
crazy
too much
right
sun, Sharon.
No, but what I'm saying is that again, like I'm practicing what I preach, that I actually love my people. So even though Lee cursed me out, curse my wife out too. She don't have nothing to do with it. Call
I
me a
ain't
damn,
curse your wife out. I never
call me a
see
damn,
that's
he called me a damn race cater with all of that. And
All the
he got,
wives,
he
Ooh,
got
that
all
was
the
bad. That was
wives.
bad.
Listen, all the wives were getting
I
straight.
never cursed. I never cursed his wife out at all.
right, you
She
know,
did exactly what she was supposed to do. She took one of our drinks and brought her over to her side. She actually did exactly what she's supposed to do over there. That's
right.
what they do.
So like with all that being said, I still uh, got love for him and know that I think he could get better with his mentality and his thought thinking. That know that I'm being the genuine me. I'm being that. I'm being authentically me, and he's gonna respect that. And other people can see that just because we have our back and forth, we don't agree most of the time. We have our screaming and yelling. It don't matter. I don't give a fuck about his customer service.
Lee just extra mad because he's on a calorie deficit. He needs a Snickers. That's all it is.
I'm definitely on a calorie deficit. How you know that? That's crazy. I
Because
ain't
That's
eating
why
all
he
day.
acting like that.
I know how you sound when you're agitated when you're not eating enough
Mm-hmm.
calories. You get mad at the world.
Yo, that's fucking
I
crazy.
wasn't
Yo, I'm
even
about to
screaming
leave,
at him.
yo.
I was talking
That's
at him
crazy.
calm, and he's like, "You know what,
MJ, and he out there in that sun too, so that's not a good. You staying hydrated, love?
Oh God.
You staying
And,
hydrated, Lee?
and you know he
Yo, I
also smoked
just
that
got in the
fucking.
house,
Okay.
driving around all night, working all day,
Yeah,
working,
you might
selling
just need a
crack.
nap. You need a nap and some
Yeah, he
food
did
and a little
that.
water. You be all right.
Yeah. Now you know
Yeah.
what it is? All this
Yeah.
cocaine I've been driving around selling,
What in the hell?
Okay,
I
we gonna let him
love the
go on
game like
mute.
this, baby.
Welcome. No, we're gonna put you on mute before you do. So welcome back to the show. The work don't stop. Welcome back. Good day. Ugh.
I see you guys are still at it, so I just chimed back in. I don't really. I got to kind of catch up with the conversation. I think last when I was hearing, I think what it was Lee was kind of going back and forth with E. So I don't know quite where you guys are at in the conversation. I did briefly hear, and I like to hear that Venus that you take the approach of real service, right? When you receive the complaint, and to hear a small business owners physically state that with their mouth, that lets us know it is happening, right? So kudos to you for understanding quality of service. And it's not always about product, right? It's about how you tend to treat your customers. So that's good to hear.
I think the main color that is green that we're worried about. Green. Black and white. When it comes to business, the green is the most important. How can you get I'm not Venus. Hello. How you doing? But because I don't want to speak for her, but at the end of the day, it's about the green.
Yeah, and I just want people to understand, like when these big businesses, when they doing 10 million, they don't care about they don't care about the customer service at all. I'm telling y'all, I speak to them on a day-to-day basis. They don't care.
You're right, Sharon, but you tend to forget that adjective that you just put in place of business. You said big. There's
Well,
things that big. There's
You're right.
things that big business can do that small businesses can't do, especially if their business is outlined as a niche. for a specific customer, right? But that's the marketing part of it. And I think maybe some people need to just take a marketing class, right? And once you find out who you're marketing to, and then you focus on that as a small business. And if you want to branch out because it's an actual good product, then you can do more of the things that big businesses do.
So also I want to say this. Let me go into a little bit of my, because I'll be able to get a chance to talk about this, because I'm trying to slowly get us into having confidence in these conversations. Do anybody know what is considered a big business when you are filing for taxes and all these other things that we are trying to get funding for? Now, do anybody know the number?
I just like 33 million.
Okay, we got 33 million. Anybody else?
I thought it was at least 10,000.
10,000. Anybody else? The number is you got to be making over $99 million to be considered a big business.
Exactly. That's what I was saying. Like when you was like, that's what I was saying, Sharon. If we try to, never mind. Go ahead though. What was your point? 'Cause that's not a small loan right there.
Hey, look, hey, what can I say? He's my cousin. He's one of Peter. I know.
I thought you were talking about 10,000. I thought when I said 10,000, I thought you was talking about employees. I didn't know you was actually talking about the actual number.
Yeah, big business. For it to be considered a big business. So, and what I mean, we talking about the government, right? So to get a SBA, anything the SBA, as long as you're making under $99 million a year, you can be considered a small business. This is the thing that people we just got to really start getting to and having these real conversations with these folks. They don't give a damn about this customer service shit that we are majoring.
Right. And we're forced to kind of, because they monopolize a lot of the businesses, like we're kind of forced to accept, and that's where we're at now, where we've become accustomed to, subpar quality products, nasty service, right? So we've used to spending our monies with them. I think for me, one of my thought processes is when I'm spending black dollars, for one, I have to understand that there's going to be a slight black tax with that, right? And what that means for me is I cannot go into a small black owned business expecting Walmart prices, right? Or Shein prices as I would purchase in these big companies, right? Because we don't own from top of distribution, raw products, all those things, it may cost more for us to sell those things, those items, until we get to a bigger level. So I'm okay with paying an extra $5, $10 maybe on a shirt, supporting a smaller black owned business than I would paying for a shirt $10 less at Walmart, because I understand the mission. If you're not willing to kind of accept that, and you're going to always be looking for the cheaper price because you're looking at that business to compare to those big businesses, we're not going to get there nowhere. Again, it has to be a priority, and we're going to have to make some sacrifices to uplift ourselves.
Free zone Lou with the time. If you need a new customer service department as you expand, Sharon, I got you. I know the most competent, underpaid, incoherent red dots, and I guarantee you, the customer, won't understand a thing.
Oh, I got idea with this topic.
Awesome. Bubba Homeschool, thank you so much for becoming a YouTube member. I appreciate you, Bubba. Oh, show me love. Thank you. I'm kind of scared to ask you, but okay, Jalen.
Build black businesses. That's it. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Jalen.
I do have a question though, if nobody else was speaking, or
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So when we attribute to great customer service, right? What are the qualities are we looking for? Like, is the expectation just to agree with everything the customer says and just to continue to skin and grin? Or do we want people to be confident in problem solving, whatever, like I said, what are we looking for when it comes to service?
That's a great question. Who want to start? AR, you want to start? Awesome.
Can you
don't
can
tell
you
you
ask the question again? I had to step away.
God damn it.
Can I
I'm multitasking.
Yes, go ahead, Jayla. So you can catch up. Go ahead, Jayla.
As a customer, the work, like Siobhan mentioned earlier, Chipotle, the food, the line is out the door, right? And they even came to the point where they have all these people sick, right? The food, I don't know, because they don't even cook their food anymore. It's raw, because it has happened to me. And you could, if you go on the Google website on Chipotle, you got to see the complaints. Even on Facebook, they don't care. They don't care, because you know what? If you go to all the Chipotles, the lines are going out the door. So they're still making money. That's why when Shimon is saying the Chinese restaurants, we are still going. We don't care if they're feeding us cat and dog. So the way even Amazon don't even care. If you call, when you're speaking to customer service, these people think they own Amazon. They think they're the owners, the way they speak to you.
Oh, just to piggyback off that, so they don't care on that customer side. They also don't care on the other customer side. When you have an FBA account, you say, "Hey, man, I need a better warehouse location." And you gotta go through super jumps and loops. You're trying to sell your book through Amazon. You gotta go through all these jumps and loops. They customer service sucks.
Now, Sharon, I've been telling you for the past couple of months that you were supposed to put your book on Google's books because it's less competition and they pay actual more than Amazon.
So now well, I could talk to you about Google. They a whole nother different customer service that ain't no good neither. So I was having a problem with them as well, and that's because of bad customer service.
Yeah, but so the question is like, why go to like Chipotle? Why do people still go to like Chipotle's, but then have it's basically what we were talking about earlier with the different standards, essentially.
You know, Sharon, that's the reason why I went into the beauty industry, is because of bad customer service. I said, hell, if he gonna treat me like this, I might as well just do my own nails. Then I started doing my own nails. I'm ambidextrous. I could do both. Then I went to school for it. My GI Bill covered it. So I said I went into that. Then I went into aesthetics. Then I went and finished my bachelor's. So customer service can inspire people to start their own business as well. So you can, make lemonade out of lemons.
I like that.
I wasn't playing with them people.
And we didn't answer.
My question was posed to us as a community, as Black people. When we're talking about the service levels, what would those expectations be specifically from Black groups? Like, what are we expecting? And I'm gonna use the example because
what I was saying is that I was inspired because I was getting bad customer services as a Black woman. I'm like, well, I know I'm not the only person or only Black woman that feels this way. I'm certain of it. So that was a catalyst for me getting into the industry, for sure, because I'm like, why should we let them dominate the industry and continue to treat us like they do, which is very poorly.
So the question is, though, she wants to answer for the audience is like, so what should be our goal with good customer service?
As far as good customer service, listening to the customer, which is one. Sometimes we have to understand.
Is that the customer's always right approach?
No, because sometimes they can be wrong, but it's about how you handle it, your tone, also making them understand and educating the client on what's happening and why they may feel that way, and try to get them back to getting the service completed.
Right.
Because you're not always going to agree, but if I can educate you, like, I understand, that you may feel this way. However, let me show you.
But be willing to explain why your policy or why you're choosing to do the business this way. And I love that you said educating, because a lot of people, or a lot of us as consumers, we don't know the background story. We don't understand the other aspects that go into business. So we just assume or think it should be this way, whichever is going to benefit us. Right.
Right.
So,
And also, I can't get offended because what if I do something? What if I am wrong? You know, because sometimes there have been times where I have been wrong. So you have to be able to.
I agree with that part.
Yeah, you got to be able to just not be offended and be able to overcome
And I
it.
also want to point something out to people that are inspiring to start business. The saying goes, the customer is always right within reason is the full analogy of what is being said. So make sure you finish that whole statement within reason. Okay.
Yeah.
So that customer is always right within reason.
I think it's, given the benefit of the doubt, like not trying to be combative. So I guess like that level of customer service, like Red was saying, understanding the customer and not being combative is like a big, probably maybe the number one thing, because you can have a problem in your room if you're at a hotel, or the shirt that you bought at a business or something like that, you have a problem with, and you come into the store and say, hey, I so and so, or you go to the front desk so and they're like, oh, well, we don't do anything about that. Or no, we checked the room before you got there and it was fine. And it's like you're being combative. So like that level of customer service is obviously just gonna go downhill. Not that level.
And I'm glad that you said that, AR, because you sound like you would do that exactly. Like before you checked in, I checked your room. So I don't know what the hell you talking
That's
about. You
crazy.
pop up on the floor.
That's wild.
Well, it depends. On Wednesdays when you get black stuff, you're a little bit more different. So
Today I'm white though. I think it's. Or no, it's Wednesday. Okay, yeah, we're good. I thought it was I don't know. I've been feeling Thursday.
But today you was absolutely
correction. He is never his black self. Correction.
Here we go.
Go ahead. The work don't stop. I see you want to jump back in.
So, yeah, the work. And when she finishes, I want to tell her.
No, I was just saying about when AR was speaking to it. Yeah, we can't take things personal, right? Be able to take constructive criticism, because a lot of times that's just going to help you, be a better business or provide a better quality, right? So to not look at it as that person is personally attacking you.
Yeah, that's number one. Absolutely. Yeah. Don't personalize everything, because I used to do that so much, and then realizing that it's not me necessarily, it's the service.
Right.
Itself.
And that's why I'm big on that. That's why a lot of the other people, they don't look at customer service the way how we do, because it ain't personal. Even though people might say, Sharon, it's personal because it happened on your show. You let them. I ain't personally do a damn thing. And I know when they talking and they screaming at me and they curse me out and they want to throw me in the river, it ain't really personal. They're just mad at me at the time. I'm gonna give them a hug when I see them. Whether that aggressive hug lands me in the water or not, we'll see.
I'm definitely throwing you in the beach.
Come on, man.
What's up, Sean? What's your thoughts on what should be the outcome of good customer service? What you think, Sean? All right, while Sean get his mic done, go ahead, Janix. I know you want to jump in right there too.
The other thing that's really important that people don't realize is a good staff, good management, and good staff. Because I've come through a lot of, once you're giving me bad customer service, you get a manager, and they can change your whole world. Like the way they speak to you, diffuse the problem. If you see somebody, that's another thing. Like if you're in customer service and the person is on the other line, like Red said, if they're upset, and don't get offended because it's not with you. It's something is happening, and they don't know how to diffuse the problem. And that where I come from, in the healthcare field, they teach us that, because you deal with so many doctors, so many patients, and it's not about you. They're going through something, at the moment, and you have to learn how to. What's the other thing?
Let them vent. You gotta let them vent sometimes.
Just let them out. Just let it out. Like Siobhan let me last night. Thank you, Siobhan. And the thing is that the other thing, before I lose my train of thought, when they call your phone, I love when they say their name, because when they say their name, you hold them accountable. Because I used to work somewhere, and there was a girl, she used to change her name all the time, and they caught on to her because she was giving terrible customer service. And they was like, that person don't work here, and they figured it out, it was her. So that's what I'm saying. Names are important too. When they say, you call so and so, and this is so and so. That's another thing. Like, hold employees accountable as well. Don't let them think that, you know, oh, I'm getting away with this, because they it's gonna mess up your business.
And I also want to say, like, I worked at my friend's restaurant, especially in the pandemic when it was hard to find people to even work because everybody was making so much money not going to work, right? And they asked me to help them out. And so, like, but you know, y'all know me, I'm a little bougie. I am. It is what it is. Everybody that was in the restaurant, they are all restaurant service type of, they all are veterans in the service industry. So the way how I approach things the way how I am, which is I'm very stern, strict. I stand up straight and I speak to people very directly. And a lot of times when they watching me, because they was watching me more closely than they watch everybody else, because I was the rookie or whatever. And they like, God damn, do you not smile? Do you not do this? Why are you so, you look so mean from afar away? And they could not understand that when those people left, they like, man, he was so good. I enjoyed every moment of it. And he was just so good. And they never understood, like, from afar, I looked so mean. And because I was very direct, but I was very authentically myself, and I was personal with them and have a direct conversation with them and figure out what is it that that individual was looking to buy at that moment. So yes, from across the street, I might look mean. And they would say, Sharon, they would tell me like, hey, but can I get it with this? No, you cannot. They be like,
I think some of that has to do with people skills, right?
They be like, what you mean I cannot? We don't serve that head. You want that? Then you go across the street. It's like, you want me to leave? If that's what you want to eat, then yes, you'll have to leave.
I think that's a great point, Sharon. I think people mistake good service for skinning and grinning.
Yes.
And a person that's skinning and grinning and be just messing your order up, clumsy, just ain't got nothing on track. I'm not a skin and grinning person. Like, authentically, if you talk to me, yes, you're gonna get, you know, a smile if you interact, but just, you know, standing there looking or handling business, right? I'm conducting business, so I'm not smiling. So people confuse that.
They confuse it, right? And great, right? And so that was the biggest point. So even though they at the moment they wanted something else, but because I was so direct and said, hey, if you want that, you're gonna have to go there. But if you want something else that is similar, I could tell you, I could suggest you what is a good dish on this menu, blah, blah, blah. And then I would, you know what, I'm gonna trust you. And then they eat it like, yo, that shit was the best thing I ever had. It's because and it's not even all because of just because of the chef, but it's because also the experience that I gave them to be so personal with them. And so they was having a good time already, which enhanced their buds and all these other things. And I looked them directly in the eye. I was never scared. And also another thing that also helped me out a lot is that when a white person came, I treated them the same. And a lot of folks, they appreciated that I didn't treat.
People appreciate.
Yeah, exactly.
Man, y'all better stop letting Sharon gas y'all up. That man was smiling.
He don't come up here to no Sharon slander. Don't do that.
Listen, Sharon can't even look mad on this show. He be smiling for 7 hours, and y'all gonna think that he be up there looking all serious.
Absolutely. Hey, either man, I promise you, outside in the world, that I know people say they'll just walk up to me and beat me up. I don't look that approachable when I'm walking outside in the world.
He doesn't. I can attest to that.
Sharon said, I smile for the camera.
If you say
what it is, Bracy? You know what it is, Bracy? I think it's that people think they could beat you up because you have no muscle mass. I think that's what it is.
But here's the thing that I don't even mind anything that they're going to beat me up. The problem is that they think that I ain't going to at least scratch their ass is the problem. Like, hey, you could beat me up, but don't think that you are going to just leave without thinking you was in a fight too. That's the crazy part to me.
You scrapping like this?
No,
that's a New York thing.
All right.
Listen,
I don't mind getting my ass whooped. Like Lee know that I got my ass jumped plenty of times. It ain't gonna matter if I get my
I
ass
seen
whooped.
you panel jumped a few times. I said, damn.
I just want you to know that you want to get your scars too. Goddamn.
Looking like olive oil.
Yeah, I just.
But
I just see
he
Sharon putting
tried. He tried.
Right. And they
I
lick my
can see
wounds.
Sharon in there putting that Vaseline on his face. He said they done tried the right one today.
Not the Vaseline. La Vasolina.
Y'all are wild.
And it used to be so funny too, eating man too. A lot of times they always used to come because they'll come to the restaurant, just go to and try to go to the bar. I'm like, nope. They're like, what you mean? No, take your ass across the street. You won't go to the bathroom. They like, well, I'm a customer. Well, buy something then. They like, well, $5 for a soda. What you want?
But Sharon, let's be honest. How much is that as actually being black or actually being in New York? Because I feel like New York got that stigma. Like when I went out to eat in New York, I was like, everybody had
I'm glad you asked that, right? Eat man. So that's the thing. The stigma is what the work don't stop said. Is the skinning and grinning. The customer's always right. That's how it is, especially in the restaurant field. Is that the customer's always right. You walk in, hey, how you doing? Oh yes, the bathroom's right there. Even though the building has a certain policy of this, that, and the third, whatever it is.
Yeah,
but in reality, people would rather directness and say, hey,
I'm
that's
a
what they
person.
would rather
I
like.
eat at a lot of different restaurants in Caribbean from the diaspora. Their level of service is not the level of service we expect from other people. Now, the reason why a lot of us support them, right, because the quality of the food is good. And so you cannot beat that. And even though they don't smile, those women, Haitian, Jamaican women, they are not skinning and grinning women. They just don't. And I don't take it offense. I think I used to when I first came into it, but it was just like, that's just kind of who they were. It didn't have nothing to do with they serve everybody like that.
Right. It don't got nothing to do with me.
Or not. You want the oxtails or not?
Exactly.
That's
so
it.
We don't have a problem with that. They're there to conduct business. And I said, the quality of the food itself keeps us going. And honestly, to be honest, even if we did not support their businesses, even though we do, the thing is they support each other. A lot of times we're not their major consumers. We're not the ones sending barrels back home. We're not coming in there buying no saltfish. We're not buying no ackee and no that's their cultural things in their grocery stores and stuff. So keep that in mind. It's their people that's supporting in their businesses as well.
Right. And so and that's a great point, right? And so like even and that's another reason why people don't. That's why I don't mind if somebody come and curse me out today or tomorrow or whatever. I know it's not, for the most part, for most of them, it's not in malice. It got the few like Lee where he come. Sometimes he's in malice, and sometimes he just gotta get this extra energy off his chest. But he gonna be back tomorrow. And if somebody was to curse me out and try to beat me up, he'd be willing to jump up and do the same thing how he treated me. He's willing to do it to them too.
Just remind me next time he's under his calories, make sure I don't come on the panel, okay? Because I don't want to see that spaz out anymore. I was like, what the fuck?
Better have a Snickers in your hand.
Wow.
You know, I just understand that. Also, I got the cash app. It said, my bad, bro. I had to bounce. Peace. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Thank you for stopping by. And I'm glad that I could provide a space where we could all come together and start having real understandings with each other. Because for way too long, what I see on panels, people act like they like each other. I'd rather you not like me and we have a conversation than you act like you like me.
True shit.
And this is what I be attempting to build every single day. It's a slow grind because I'm being honest. And sometimes the truth seems like it's more deceptive than a lie. It's just what it is. So people are so adjusted to seeing caricatures. How you say it? Caricature? Caricature?
I can't correct you. I stumble over more syllables.
How you say MJ?
What are you trying to say?
A caricature? What? How
I
you
think
say
it's
it?
just character. Characters.
Characters?
Not character, but what's the other word when you say caricature or something like that? I can't pronounce that word.
That's too funny. Nobody can pronounce
Google
it on the
it.
panel.
Well, I know what I'm talking about.
What?
Google
Are
it.
you about crack
I
month?
got you. I understand.
There we go. Caricature.
Caricature.
There we go.
Mhm.
So you know, so y'all know
You was killing me. I'm like,
Oh,
y'all know I'll be messing those multiple syllable words up. Oh, you know what I'm saying? So, but I just want us to get a little bit more honest with each other, and we don't have to be kumbaya to get to a destination. We don't.
So
And
when you
this is
say
what
that, we
happens.
don't
And
have
when
to.
the reason why I say Edelman, because in business, Edelman knows this. It happens on a day-to-day basis. Majority of people do not like each other, but they still going to get shit done.
Yeah, that's a fact. I don't like half of the contractors I mess with. He ain't lying about that. But they get their job done. But the point is that is how business is. But I think that you should be able to get along. This idea that I shouldn't have to get along with you, and I have to just do business with you. I'm still gonna do business with you, but why can't the work first be cordial in business? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Is he picking up mangoes?
Yeah, I think he's showing that in his own backyard he growing mangoes that he don't eat. Because I
got some true stories.
That's a good
Boy. You know, very long time ago, most of the people Look, I had got grew a weed.
Yeah, I know that's somebody else's backyard. That's his other folks' backyard.
Also, they had grew marijuana.
Oh, look how beautiful that color
Either
is.
man, stop being a race trader, bro.
They look
Y'all
delicious
know
as
for a fact
hell.
that that's
Yo,
not
babe, you know
illegal.
what
Look
that
at this. You see
reminds
this?
me
Real
of?
talk.
You
Somebody
see
had grew
this?
marijuana. You see this right here? I built this bitch, nigga.
Oh Lord. If you could only say what I was cursing, Lord have mercy.
Yeah.
Nigga never built
We
nothing in his life.
have to work on the remedial rhetoric.
Out of here, bro. Stop talking to me.
But I'm glad, like,
That's
and
the family
and
house.
I think another thing that we need to understand is that this is how
Where
a
you
lot of
at?
folks communicate. We act as if we communicate in kumbaya, but we do not communicate that way. Whether if it's a backyard, whether it's in a park.
Yeah, niggas want me to not be a nigga. Man, fuck out of
Oh,
here.
Lord. I ain't say that part, but what I'm saying is that we
Where you
communicate
at, Eater man? Where you at?
very aggressive. Let me talk, goddamn it. We communicate very
Eat
aggressively.
something.
Fuck
You
out of
still
here. Make
eat
me to run.
Eat
something.
some goddamn mangoes. Get some
Damn
sugar in
it.
your life.
I can't eat until 7 p.m. Fuck
You
y'all.
need the sugar.
Well,
Oh,
you
okay.
need
He's
something.
fasting to
You need
7
some
guys.
water. Some water.
I'm about to work out. I'm gonna shut up. Now.
That makes sense.
Damn
And so,
it.
like a lot
Eat,
of times,
man.
I think people look at they don't know how to really have these disagreements when people are attitudish, and you still got to get shit done. I got to deal with that on a day-to-day basis. Ain't nobody taught to be nice on a construction site. Nobody. And I'm gonna talk to them nice on a construction site. Nobody. Nobody talks this customer service shit that y'all talking about in real life. And we talking about people getting hundreds of $1,000 checks and nobody talk to each other nice.
But that's construction. That's a different field.
Shit.
It's a different field. If
The reason why it's not MK, because construction work, right, is probably the most, when you are at the management side of things, is probably the most customer based work you could do.
yes, on the managerial side, but not as an actual worker. So when you need to tell when you need to tell the guy to go get, to go pick up that pile or that 2x4 or something like that, you just needed him to go get it. You're not gonna be like, hey, can you please kindly go pick up the 2x4 and just place it over this thing? And I think this would be great. What do you think? You're not gonna
Right.
have
So
that
what
type
I'm saying
of
is that
conversation.
on the customer front side, nobody's talking to each other nice. They will, hey, what the fuck is this? Are y'all stupid? That's how they talk.
Well, that's because y'all dealing with infrastructure. That part. right?
No,
Because
it's just
you,
how
if
the
you
business
you
is
know it's
that
a liability if the dude puts it in the wrong place and y'all don't have the foundation correctly, y'all gonna pay a whole lot of bucks if some injury happens. So that's
Right.
the
but
reason
that
why.
has to do with talking in a proper way. Like what he's saying is that the professionalism,
Right.
it's big business, but the professionalism ain't as important as being direct and wanting the work done right. If you ever talk to people in a construction, whether it's on the site, in the office, these people got nasty mouths. They just talk very bluntly and straight. And even with the contractors and vendors, they're just used to it. So if your ears ain't tuned for that, you're not going to make it in that space, right? If you're too sensitive. So
Right.
I don't think that has anything. I think when it comes to business and professionalism, right, there's a way you could still ask somebody to pick that up and do that without cussing them out, right? But that's just the atmosphere that they're in when you're talking about a bunch of men and stuff too, as well, right?
Mhm. And then when we go into the other world of all these other professions, that's exactly how they talk. The
Right.
same exact way.
And especially when it's
You
not
call
corporate.
Amazon and say, "Hey, can I move to over?" They're like, "Huh? What? No, excuse me. What is what?" They like, what the, like, am I not paying y'all for this service?
Right.
You trying to look at your phone like, who the fuck am I talking to?
Again, great conversation panel.
Yeah,
I'm gonna get off. I'm
man.
about to go build with one of my sisters, okay? Because again, the work don't stop. So I
Yeah,
love y'all people, and I will see y'all tomorrow.
yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you
have a
so
good one.
much. Who's starting the show? Very Sexy Red or MJ?
Oh no, I'm off tonight there.
Oh yeah, I'm going live right
Huh?
now. Yep, I'm going live right at 2:00.
It's
Hold on, give me
3
1 second.
o'clock.
Is it?
Okay.
Oh, you are now.
Oh man, I ain't get a chance to talk. Never mind.
Uh-oh.
That's
You
a
just
good
did, Jalen.
What?
You just did. You told us that we need to build more black businesses, right?
Yeah, I told him just grow marijuana. You make money off it.
Lord have mercy.
Oh. Oh. Well.
You know he was attacking us in the chat, right?
Wait a minute. Oh, that's a bad advice. Never mind. Never mind.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank
You
you.
maybe a legalized dispensary. That's maybe better.
You already scheduled it, young
Yeah,
lady?
I just did. Yes, I did. We're gonna be talking about Manosphere Mayhem. I seen one of these dudes get tased up at a town hall meeting. Then we're gonna do some.
Damn.
It was crazy. I said, what the hell going on? But it was straight up madness. And also some Kendra G, some 44-year-old guy wants to date 18-year-olds. Some
Ooh.
burger worker doesn't want to date overweight women,
Ooh.
Yeah.
But Red,
So go ahead and start it right now. We're gonna head over there. What time you starting it?
At 2. Right now. Hold on. Let me
In
here
3
it is.
minutes.
So technically 3 minutes.
In 3 minutes?
Well,
Siobhan, I told you you got to do that clip with that guy from Love and Hip Hop. What's that big dude name? The one-eyed Willie. How's his name?
Hey, Sharon.
Thanks for having me, Sharon. Have a good one, y'all. See you
Hey, but
soon.
hey, Sharon.
Yeah.
Have a good day.
If we being serious, you
Okay.
think that's Lee House?
Yes.
You do? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I thought he married into that wealth. My bad.
God damn, Eda, man. I'm gonna see y'all later.
Hey! Come on here. You're like a little troublemaker.
Oh my
Bye,
goodness.
you all.
He was like, ooh, she got a house, she a black woman. This gonna make me look good.
You man ain't shit.
Cause remember now, Lee done been in this place for like 3 years. He never showed that house. And all of a sudden, now that nigga got a house. And then he got fruit in the backyard. That fruit.
Hey, now
This boy is insane.
Yo, you gonna get me cursed out tomorrow. He gonna say, see, and Sharon let Eda man talk about my mangoes.
Listen, we likely Lee gonna come up here and throw his little temper tantrums. I ain't got no problem with Lee. Everybody think I got a problem with him. But I'm just telling you, we done seen Death Boy Lee, we seen Motorcycle Lee, and you tell me in the last 3 years, when did you house Lee that's decorated like a woman? Tell me where you seen that. I'm just asking.
Yeah.
We ain't never seen that in our life. You see, I know you talked about
He trying to get Lee to come back.
2
He miss
hours
him.
about telling the
He
truth.
must miss
Now
them,
you don't
right?
want
You
me to
gotta be
tell the
missing
truth.
them. Oh
You talking
man,
about telling the truth? I'm telling the truth.
Hey, what you think? Hey, what you think about all this madness? Why people be so mad at me? I don't know why.
I don't know, man. I'm not sure.
Because they think you're a male feminist. That's why.
Thank you, Jalen.
That was
all right. So we all gonna run over to Sexy Red. We'll see y'all in a little bit. Let's go have some fun because y'all be stressing.
Don't get mad at me, nigga. I'm here telling the truth. If somebody else should have told you this.